Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if the Basilisk unleashed Harry Potter's godlike bloodline. Here is short summary. When Harry defeats the Basilisk, something ancient awakens within him, a legendary bloodline long believed lost to history. With new powers stirring and a mythical family stepping out of the shadows to guide him, Harry's life takes a dramatic turn. No longer just the boy who lived, he becomes the heir to a destiny that will shake the wizarding world to its core. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Return to Camelot. Sirius and Harry landed on a lush, green meadow. Harry recognized it as the one where he had met his mother for the first time around. 1.5 days riding distance away from Camelot. Wow, this certainly looks different, Sirius commented. It's about 1.5 days away from Camelot, Harry informed him. I landed here when I first came to this time last year. I wonder where Mother is, she wanted to greet us when we arrived. Well, there seems to be a letter tied to the saddle of the horse over there, Sirius commented, pointing at 2 horses, the black one Harry recognized as Thunder. He walked over and greeted his horse happily. He had really missed the stallion in the future. The brown horse next to Thunder was another stallion. He took the letter from Thunder's saddle and started reading it. Dear Harry, I'm sorry that I couldn't be there when you arrived, but an emergency has come up and I had to get to Camelot as fast as I could. There was a battle against some bandits and a high number of knights and foot soldiers were injured and they need all the help they can get. I left Thunder and a horse for your godfather to take you to Camelot, as I couldn't be sure on which day Fox would bring you back. Please take the same route we used last year to come to Camelot once you're back. Sir Edmund has finished setting up the plan for your training and sent it to me by a messenger to let me plan your magical lessons around it. For now, it seems that your magical training will have to be held either in the evenings or on the weekends, as being a squire takes up more time than being a page. I hope to see you soon at Camelot. Love, your mother Morgane. We've got to make our way to Camelot alone, Sirius. Mother had to go on ahead because of an emergency of a battle against some bandits, Harry informed him. No problem, as long as you know the way, Sirius replied. I do. Can you ride a horse? Harry asked. Sure. The Blacks were always high on traditions and riding a horse, or any horse-like magical creature, were taught before we attended Hogwarts. I'm probably a bit rusty, but you never forget how to do it once you've learned it, Sirius assured Harry. Then let's put our luggage into the saddlebags and get started. If we don't have to keep to slow gates, we can probably reach Camelot by the evening if nothing happens, Harry said. Both did just that and soon they were on the way. Sirius asked to first get some time to get used to how his horse moved before getting into a long ride in a fast gait. And they didn't have a time limit to when they had to reach Camelot. Hedwig was let out of her cage again, which Harry shrunk and stored in his trunk, and she happily flew over their heads. After 4 hours of traveling they reached a small river where they let the horses drink and rest a bit. Harry took out some pastries that he had packed for food and handed Sirius 2 of them. He thanked Harry and started eating. The horses then got to graze for half an hour before the 2 wizards climbed back into the saddles and continued their journey. Harry was greeted by a lot of people when they passed through and stopped to talk to them. Most were villagers that he had met during either his trip with his mother when he had just arrived here, or when Camelot had sent out help to the surrounding villages that had called for them. He was also known as the current heir to the throne, so people were happy to meet him. They spent their second break in the afternoon talking to a few craftsmen that told Harry about a new method to make houses better protected against catching fire, as in other villages that were farther away from Camelot bandits had started to use that method to make the villagers submit easier. Here Sirius spoke up and offered to help the villagers out. He could create wards carved into a metal plate. The plate just needed to be kept inside the house and the house would be protected against most natural causes of destruction like fire, floods and lightning. The owner would still have to make sure that the wood wasn't decomposed regularly, but it would help against outside influences. Many villagers were grateful to hear this and brought all kinds of metal plates to get the service done. Sirius spent the rest of the afternoon and evening with engraving the plates with a basic runic matrix that would produce a protective sphere against natural destruction around a small house. The villagers paid him as best as they could. First, He and Harry were given rooms for free in the Major's house for the night, as they had agreed to continue their travel in the morning, and they were presented with a feast. Those that knew a bit about healing herbs gave him a basket full of them that they had collected in the forest surrounding their village. Sirius thanked them and Harry took care of a few injuries and illnesses while he was there, next to watching Sirius carving the runes, next to asking some interested questions about the array he used. The next morning, they were bid farewell by the whole village. The villagers promised to spread the news about Sirius' business to other villages and that he could be reached at Camelot. Being the godfather of the royal heir apparent elevated his status a lot. And, thanks to being used to the old religion, nobody had problems accepting that Sirius could use magic. He had helped them with a big problem and made them safer. While Christianity was spreading, the whole magic is evil thinking hadn't done the same yet. Harry hoped that with positive examples like they were giving, things wouldn't become as bad as they had. But it was only a small hope. They traveled till noon and then they could see Camelot from the top of a hill. Wow, that's incredible, Sirius said, awed at seeing the legendary city and castle. I know, I felt the same when I first came here, Harry agreed. Come on, we should get going and perhaps we might be in time to get some lunch. That sounds like a great idea, Sirius commented. They stirred their horses down the hill in trot and only slowed down when they reached the gates of the city. Good afternoon, Sir Brian, Harry greeted the knight overseeing the gates while a number of pages collected papers from merchants to see if everything was in order. Prince Harold, good to see you back. Your mother informed us to keep looking for you, as you would arrive some of these days. I guess your traveling companion is your godfather Lord Black? Sir Brian asked. Yes, may I introduce Sirius Black? Harry asked. Sirius, this is Sir Brian, one of the Knights of the Round Table. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Brian, Sirius said politely, and after dismounting his horse, he shook the man's hand. Same to you. I'm glad you didn't have trouble on your journey. A group of bandits is getting quite bold. Be careful when you take rides outside of the castle. Up to a day's distance from the castle things are calm, but further away there are problems. The king is working on a strategy to get a hold over the problem, Sir Brian warned them. I'll keep that in mind, thank you, Sir Brian. I'm going to meet my mother then. Until later. By the way, training still starts at 6 in the morning, right? Harry asked. Yes, but as a new squire, Sir Edmund will give you some information on your new duties and training plan either this afternoon or directly tomorrow morning, so ask him first before simply going down to the training ground, Sir Brian advised. I'll do that, Harry promised, and then he and Sirius made their way up to the castle. They arrived and Harry's question about the whereabouts of his mother were answered with the hospital wing. There were about 15 men that needed constant medical treatment and 20 others that were less severely injured. Harry decided to first deposit his things in his rooms, which were still the same, with Sirius having got the ones next to his, and then led Sirius to the hospital wing. He supposed it would probably be helpful if he could give his mother and the others a helping hand. When he entered, he was overwhelmed by the stench of blood, vomit and sweat. Ns of pain were heard from several patients, even if there were 6 women going around and giving out drinks to lessen the pain. Sirius nodded at Harry and they walked up to Morgane. Mother, Harry greeted. Oh, Harry and Sirius. I'm glad you got here all right. I don't have much time right now, we're totally understaffed, even if Arthur sent us all those with some healing knowledge inside the castle. It's really bad with those bandits, Morgane explained. Don't worry, I understand, Mother. Can we do anything to help? Harry asked. You could set up a new batch of pain-relieving potion, Harry. We are close to running out and some of these men can only endure their injuries thanks to it, Morgane explained. Harry nodded and left the room to get to the room designated for his and his mother's brewing of healing drafts. Sirius stepped up. Would it help if I set up a ward that prevents germs getting into the room and one which helps the men to sleep deeply at night? Sirius asked. That would be great. In their pain they reopen their wounds unintentionally and make the healing much more difficult, Morgane said gratefully. Sirius set to work. He determined the cardinal points of the room and started working his way along the run of the sun from east to north. He carved many runes into the stone walls with precision and continued placing others onto the beds. Then he pondered something and continued carving on the floor. He charged the runes after 1 hour of carving and the effect was immediate. The men that were nearly asleep, fell into a quiet sleep and stopped moving around and aggravating their injuries more. Then Sirius swished his wand in all directions of the room and freshened the air. The nurses were stressed enough without having to deal with the stench all day. Half an hour after Sirius finished, Harry arrived with the potions, filled in bottles in a crate. He placed the pain relief potion as well as a disinfecting potion on a shelf at the side of the room and then was told to go and see his uncle. The women thanked the two for their help and then continued doing the work that needed to be done. Harry led Sirius to the rooms the king used as his office. He knocked at the door and waited until he was called in. "Good morning, Uncle Arthur," Harry greeted while walking up to him. "Good morning, Harry, good to see you back. And I guess this is your godfather," that Morgaine announced. Arthur greeted Harry with a hug. "Yes, this is Sirius Black, my godfather." "Sirius, this is Arthur Pendragon, King of England," Harry introduced him. "It's an honor, Your Majesty," Sirius said bowing. "Please be at ease, I only have people follow protocol when there are official events. And right now, these things only cost us time. We have enough trouble with the bandits as it is," Arthur told them. "Yes, we heard about it during our journey and then saw the injured knights and soldiers in the hospital wing. How did the bandits get the upper hand over so many knights? They should be trained worse and not that hard to beat, even if they had numbers on their side," Sirius asked. "They were guided into a trap by a bandit that pretended to be a villager that begged us for help. He led them to a clearing that the bandits had prepared. They came down on the group that I had sent from the trees and thanks to having the surprise moment, they managed to injure a lot of the group before they could fight back. In the end our losses were worse, even if they had more of their number die, because when they realized that they would lose, they ran away. And the wood is too large and thick to completely search it without a massive force," Arthur explained. "We lost 10 soldiers in one night. Many others are injured as you saw. And the villagers are afraid of the bandits attacking them. They have killed too many civilians already, even if they didn't fight back." "That's horrible. What are we going to do?" Harry asked. "We need to find their hideout. Only then we can strike efficiently. But finding it takes time and with each day we don't find them, we lose more innocents. I have stationed patrols in the villages up to 4 days' travel of Camelot, but that's only a minimal assurance. The lords of the land have also sent out their soldiers, but it's impossible to cover all the area we would need to cover," Arthur answered. "Well, I at least managed to secure the houses in the village we came through on our journey. If you spread the news that I'm willing to engrave metal plates with protective runes that will cover the space of a normal house, as long as they're kept inside of them, we could probably mitigate the damage those bandits do to our people," Sirius offered. "That's a good idea, thank you. Now, Harry, are you ready to continue your training?" Arthur asked. "Yes, I am. I made sure to keep up with my physical training and the sword practice with a classmate of mine, who had also learned it at home and, thanks to the hippogriffs at the school, my writing skills didn't suffer a lot. I also looked up what I could find about spells that might be used to prevent that Aunt Guinevere becomes pregnant. I'm going to show my notes to Mother and then have her see which counter spell might help," Harry said. "I pray that you found the right one. I really wish for a child of my own to love and see growing up," Arthur replied moved. "I understand, Uncle Arthur. I would like a little cousin as well," Harry said. Sirius and Harry left the room, Sirius to get settled in at the room he had been given and to prepare for his new planned business, and Harry to find Sir Edmund. He needed to find out what his new training plans entailed. Sir Edmund was working with 2 pages that had got punished by their superiors for mistreatment of a horse that didn't want to comply with their ideas. Something like that wasn't tolerated at Camelot and the ones doing it got harsh punishments. In case of these 2, they had to pull the carts with the new delivery of flour for the kitchen all the way from the mill to Camelot. The mill was 10 kilometers away. The idea was to make them see what kind of important work the horses did for the humans and why they should be treated properly. And normally there were about 3 carts of flour that needed to be taken to Camelot for one delivery. "Hello, Sir Edmund," Harry greeted. "Ah, Harold, you're finally back. Seems like you didn't slack in the 2 months since you left. Ready for the next step in your training?" Sir Edmund asked. "Yes, I am. I was told that you wanted to discuss my new training schedule with me before I appeared at the training grounds tomorrow morning," Harry informed him. The 2 pages looked in interest at Harry. "I didn't tell you that you could slack off. Go back to work." Unload the flour sacks so that the cart can be taken back to the mill. And be happy that I allow you to ride on the cart while a horse pulls it back. Normally you should have to do that yourselves, but we need to get the flour to the castle." Sir Edmund barked. The two boys quickly hurried to get back to work. "What did they do to get that kind of punishment?" Harry asked. "They abused a horse that didn't want to follow their commands. No matter that they are snot-nosed idiots that were spoiled by their parents and never had to learn how to work with horses properly. If they don't shape up soon, they'll fail their initial period and will be sent back home in disgrace. They're worse than Wilbur and George were in the beginning," Sir Edmund commented. "Idiots," Harry agreed. "Everybody knows that a knight has to look out for his horse, as we depend on them in fights and to get us to faraway places." "Exactly. Well, let's go over your new training plan. Physical training starts at 6 like normal, but, as a squire, you'll get more weights to wear on you during the whole day. You'll also be expected to run longer distances than the pages. This year, due to the strong rainfalls in spring that you will remember, we had to postpone the start of the normal training of new pages, meaning, the ones that are here, haven't got as much training as you did at the same time last year. While at the moment we keep the two groups together to impress proper training attitude on the new pages, in about 3 weeks we will separate you. After the running, you still get physical exercises to do, but I expect more repeats of each kind than you had to reach as a page. Your normal set was 70 when you left, so you now have 30 more to make it around 100. The obstacle courses will vary from day to day. After breakfast we will work on your sword fighting skills. While so far, I taught you the basics, now I'm going to up the ante. You're going to accompany me on all patrols that I am assigned and are responsible for my horse, my weapons and my armor. The knights that have patrol duty for the next fortnight are Lancelot and Percival. I have it the week after that. So, I have 2 weeks to get you to the level you need to have by then. You've probably been informed about our bandit problem, so be ready to fight them off in case they attack during patrol," Sir Edmund said seriously. "I will, Sir Edmund," Harry confirmed seriously. "Good. In the afternoons you'll get training in fighting from horseback with both sword and lance. We're going to wait with the mace until you have the other two down. Once you learn the basics of that, we'll add the shield on the ground and then on horseback. It's going to be hard for the next 1 or 2 months, but after that your body should have got used to the new level of physical work. On Saturdays you only have to do the morning training and take care of my horse, otherwise you're free to do the studies under your mother. Sundays are free days for you, except we are on patrols," Sir Edmund continued. "I will do my best, Sir Edmund," Harry promised. "I know you will, otherwise I wouldn't have approved your promotion after just 1 year. You're the first of the pages I trained that got that promotion in under 1 year and 9 months, which was the previous record. Keep doing your work like you did before and I'm sure you'll go far, Harold. Now I'll leave you to settle back in, I'll see you in the morning." Sir Edmund dismissed Harry, who nodded and went back into the castle to go and visit his aunt, who he hadn't seen yet. Harry spent the evening after dinner before he went to bed telling his mother what had happened over the last year at Hogwarts. Morgaine was especially concerned that the Soul Curse had managed to break from the seal before the time it should have even weakened. That was awfully bad. Avalon's magic shouldn't be influenced from outside sources. Especially demon sealing was a branch that was as good as impenetrable to anything except time. And shortening 5,000 years' estimated lifespan to a mere 1,000 was not normal. Especially as that seal had been set by 2 of the most powerful witches and wizards of any time. Taliesin was the Merlin that was associated with the tales of Camelot when people spoke about Arthur's mentor. And he was immensely powerful. Vivian was one of the most powerful high priestesses of Avalon of all times, and with both of their powers combined, it needed something devastating to even weaken the seal a tiny bit. She would have to investigate this. She was hopeful that with all the material that Harry had looked up about preventing pregnancies with curses, they would find a way to cure Guinevere. Harry's progress in his studies was also discussed as well as Sirius Family's position as one of the protectors of the Guardian of Magic. Morgaine would have to talk to Sirius about his knowledge and perhaps give him some more instruction. She was glad that there would be an adult that Harry could turn to in the future. While she knew bits of the future, those mainly were things that had been revealed to her in a dream vision shortly before she appeared to Harry in his mindscape after he had been bitten by the Basilisk. Nowhere near enough to tell Harry which way would be right and what would lead to failure. He needed to find his own way to fulfill his destiny. She could only prepare him as well as possible and give him stability in his life. She could fill a hole that had been created after his parents' death by that stupid old man Dumbledore, who sent him to a family that hated magic. Together with Sirius, she hoped that they could help Harry overcome the last problems from his time with his maternal relatives. At 10, Morgane sent Harry to bed to have him awake for his first morning training as a squire. It would be really hard, and she planned to let Harry have the first 3 evenings of his new training schedule free to get used to the new workload better. And she had prepared the herbal salve in advance to let him deal with the training better. Harry stood next to the group of other squires. He was certainly one of the youngest boys there. Most boys his age were still training as pages for up to another year. Today was the first day that the new pages got the weights added to them for running, and he knew that many would have trouble. It had been the same during the last year when he had started out as a page. He turned his attention to Sir Edmund, who had a sadistic grin on his face. That didn't cause confidence for the planned training session. Well, from today on you all get to use training weights. The older ones among you are already used to this, the younger ones that just started out a week ago will soon do the same. The weights will increase the further you come in your training. And the sooner you get used to them, the sooner you'll get into more advanced training. Now, for today we knights agreed to let you run Route 8, Sir Edmund informed them, and some of the older ones blanched. That route was devilishly tricky. Especially without being used to a new level of weights. The time limit for the route is an hour. Anybody that's not back by that time will have the pleasure of spending the coming week after morning training with pulling the carts with the logs from the forest to the east to the castle and storing the chucked wood in the storage rooms, he informed them. They all knew that he would make good on that threat. Everybody knew that training under Sir Edmund was harsh as hell, which was one of the only reasons why nobody even spread rumors about Harry's quick promotion to squire not being earned. Sir Edmund didn't play favorites. Harry ran among the head of the group. He knew that he had to go at a constant speed to manage this route in the time allowed. He had at first made the mistake to run too fast from the start and then have his strength fail him. He had first needed to train his regular running speed up to go at the speed he was going now. And that required training every morning and not slacking off on his free days. While he knew about the importance of rest, it was relative what rest meant to oneself. For Harry it meant that instead of running at quick speed with weights that steadily increased each month 4 times around the Black Lake, he did a relaxed jog without weights 1 time around it. The rest of the day could be spent without strenuous activity, but some physical activity was better for him, he had noticed. Perhaps it had to do with his magic, which felt more balanced when he had performed some activity. He was glad that his training at Hogwarts had been enough to keep his body in shape and improve on his basic physical strength. Even with more weight than he was used to from the past, he wasn't that much slower than he normally was, as he had taken weight training into consideration while setting up his schedule in the future. He didn't have a watch, but when he reached the castle after finishing Route 8, he was still in the first group to be back. He walked a little after catching his breath to bring his pulse down and slowly let his muscles in his legs recover. They had to wait for a while until all pages and squires were back from the run. Well, that was pathetic, Sir Edmund commented, looking at the hourglass he had used to measure the time. Except for 10 out of 55 you all failed to be back within the time limit. I guess that the horses get some rest today, as you're going to improve your physical fitness by pulling carts with logs. I want Ewan, Cameron, Frederick, Harold, Dylan, Callum, William, Zachary, Jonathan and Kyle on the left, as they did manage to get back in time, and the others to the right. We're going to go through the basic workouts for all of you and then you're going to do your respective tasks for this morning, meaning most of you get to help in the forest with the logs. The boys obeyed and then took to doing the sets of exercises that the knights that were responsible for their training, or in case of the new page candidates that hadn't passed the initial phase yet, the ones that the knight in charge of their training had given them to work on until they could do them. Harry felt how much more taxing doing the 30 more repetitions of all exercises was on his muscles, but he knew too well that complaining and giving up would only end in nasty tasks from Sir Edmund. Hence, he kept his mouth shut and worked steadily until he was done. Still, his arms were shaking after doing 100 push-ups and pull-ups. Even the break for doing the sit-ups between them didn't help that much. Well, He had chosen this, and he would see it through to the end. After breakfast was over, the group that hadn't met the time limit during the run was accompanied to the forest by Sir Gawain. The others were taken to train by their teachers. Harry looked at Sir Edmund and watched closely how he moved his sword and listened to his explanations why he had to hold his sword in a certain way when he performed the more advanced moves. A lot came down to size, strength of muscles and reach. One had to look out for a lot of things while fighting against an opponent with a sword. He also had to be quick on his feet and had to be able to coordinate where to put his feet. Until now, Harry had only learned the basics of sword fighting, as, being a page, he had to first get his physical level up and learn other skills. And even with Neville he didn't advance that much. They mostly kept practicing the basic moves until they were instinctual, which Sir Edmund even praised him for. Especially as that training got Harry some much needed strength in his arms to hold the sword up for long periods of time. Now, as a squire, he was expected to learn more. Sir Edmund, after showing him what to do, commanded him to attack a dummy with the sword, trying to copy the moves that he had been shown. Harry did his best, but Sir Edmund barked a lot of corrections at him. From long experience, Harry knew that he simply had to do what he was told and not question the knight. Normally he had a reason for his instructions. Still, it was hard. The sword was heavy and doing 50 repetitions of certain techniques was taxing, especially after the harsh morning training. Harry had to work for an hour without break before he was allowed to rest for a while and get a snack and drink a bit. The kitchen helpers had placed some raw carrots on a table with a jug of cold water. The carrots had been left over from dinner preparations the last evening and were well suited to be snacks for the training boys. And physical training required the boys to regularly drink a bit, as they lost a lot of water from their bodies with the hard work. After 10 minutes break, Harry was required to attack Sir Edmund with a practice sword, which had blunted edges. It had the same weight as his normal sword, but the injuries he would get while being hit were limited to bruises. No need to harm anybody in training matches after all. Harry had known that Sir Edmund was great with a sword before, but now he found out just how far away he was from that level. He was thrown around by the man, who easily deflected any attack Harry tried. He also got hit by painful slashes with the sword many times. His arms hurt from the times he blocked the strong attacks with his own sword, and thankfully he was excused from this part after 30 minutes. Not bad for a first attempt, Harold, Sir Edmund nodded. Still a lot of work to do before you can be called competent with a sword, but there are some nice basics. You need to look out for your footwork when you fight. You made it harder on yourself by blocking too many of my attacks with your sword. Use your flexibility and agility more. Dodging is a viable way to react to a stronger opponent's sword being about to hit you. It's really hard. I guess I need to put more time into training my arms now. Otherwise I won't last long enough in a sword fight, Harry commented, while rubbing his aching upper arms. That's true. But I don't expect you to be ready to become a knight before you're at least 16. You were really fast to go through the training that I expect a page to absolve and reach the level where I could reasonably say that you're ready to take the next step in your training. Now though, you're going to have to really master all the skills that a knight needs to have. There aren't just the physical skills, you're going to be required to act according to your standing in society and represent your house. As the current crown prince, you are under even more scrutiny than other squires. But those things will come into your schedule in about 4 months at the earliest. First, we train up your body, then your mind. Once you can use both together in perfect balance, you might be ready for the last step. But all at the right time, Sir Edmund informed Harry. Harry had to agree with that assessment and continued his exercises. In the evening Harry was immensely glad that he didn't have to serve at dinner. His arms were murdering him, and he had trouble using the cutlery properly. His hands were shaking somewhat and many of the adults were looking at him with understanding looks. It was probably completely normal for a squire that had just started his training to be impaired to some degree. Harry sat with Sirius and his mother during dinner and they exchanged stories about their days. Sirius, it turned out, had taken to working for Arthur and had started to map out weak points in the defenses of Camelot. He would give the castle the best possible protection he could over the time he was there. Which would be for at least the next year. Harry could see that Sirius was happy how easily people accepted him in their midst, and he was already shamelessly flirting with some pretty women. Thanks to people being idiots in their own time, Sirius had trouble going out in public without some still accusing him of being a Death Eater, even if the opposite had been proven. Some people simply couldn't let go of prejudices and preconceived notions. Harry didn't have much energy to listen to the conversations. He waited until it was polite to leave and go to bed. Most adults simply smiled at him when he excused himself. He only made sure to put the salve he had for his sore muscles on every part of his body before he pulled the sheets that he used as a blanket over him and was asleep within at most a minute. The training continued in the way it started, but Harry adjusted to the level and became able to continue his magical studies as well. He learned more about the principles of magic and how to perfectly harmonize with his own magic and how to call onto the magic surrounding him. A lot of times Sirius sat in on the lessons and learned a lot of things about being a protector to the guardian of magic. The lessons about harmonizing with his magic were new for him as well, even if he had a much better understanding of how his magic worked, thanks to having finished his magical education at Hogwarts already, contrary to Harry's beginner level when he came to Camelot the first time. Thanks to his family falling into the dark without a guardian balancing their nature out, much had been forgotten. And he was determined to protect Harry. His task was large, and he needed all the support he could get, especially as there would be many that would try putting stones into his way. Sirius and Morgane also talked about Sirius working on training new protectors for Harry in his time as well. Sirius planned to test the Weasleys in that regard. Ron, Fred and George had left a good impression with him so far, and their family was a good one, even if Molly was known to be a Dumbledore supporter. Neville Longbottom was also a candidate, even if he first needed to overcome his own problems before he would be ready. Sirius' mastery over runes brought him lots of work as well, and he traveled around a lot to set up protections for villages and estates of nobles that were allied with Camelot. Many villagers also traveled to Camelot itself to get metal objects engraved with the protective runes for their homes. Often a village sent a few men to ask for his services with a large number of items. Sirius happily did the work, next to also working on getting his swordsman's skills back to the level they had once been at. Sword fighting was one of the few things he had liked learning from his parents. The knights easily helped him, as it was clear to their expert eye, that Sirius had once been really good at fencing but had lost his edge. From his looks they brushed it off as a side effect of an illness that had taken a lot of his strength and had only recently been overcome. That wasn't too unusual. Long illnesses cost the one suffering from them physical strength, and one needed to slowly get back to his previous level. Thus, Sirius could often be seen training with some of the knights in the afternoon, as he always used the mornings to do his work. He had 2 rooms set up as his workshop and office. He used the office to meet with new clients and the workshop to engrave things or make them if he had special orders. Like a necklace for the daughter of a noble that wanted her protected against poisons in her food and drink, but not look suspicious to the ones trying to kill her. Sirius could charge good money for his services or got other useful things from those that didn't have much money, like medicinal herbs and the like. Anything he could sell was also okay. He also got a lot of interested looks from young women in the villages or in Camelot. It did him a world of good, as the loss of his previous really good looks had hit him harder than he had expected. He had always been conscious of his looks, and sometimes their loss was a reminder of what he had lost in his life. The injustice shown to him. The time he had lost with his godson. Thankfully, Morgane realized his trouble and took the time to talk to him, similar to how she had done it with Harry the year before and worked on healing his soul. Morgane also put as many lessons into the evenings with Harry as she could before he would be away for a week on patrol with Sir Edmund. It would take place in 3 days and Harry was already busy going over everything that he needed to be aware of with his teacher. They would be accompanied by a group of 10 soldiers and patrol the main traveling routes. Thanks to Camelot providing a horse for all soldiers, they could cover a lot of routes this way. It was one reason why the master of the stables bred as many horses as he did each year. The military of Camelot needed a lot of good horses. With the horse being the only way of traveling long distances in a moderate amount of time in these times, having a sufficient number of them available was vital for the kingdom. Riding forces enabled the king to send help to any part of the country in relatively little time. And most common soldiers would never be able to afford a horse like the nobles could, and the knights normally came from those families. Mordred. Harry checked everything for the start of their patrol under the strict eyes of Sir Edmund. Sir Percival had returned yesterday, and they would leave today. He checked that they had enough food for the week, plus some extra for unexpected interruptions, that there was food for their horses, proper storage of everything to not tire the horses out or cause injuries to them, and that everything he had been told to have there was in proper condition. He thankfully didn't find anything out of order and reported to Sir Edmund that they were ready to go. Sir Edmund had watched closely and knew that Harry had done his job properly and therefore only gave him a satisfied nod. "All right, we're going to ride in formation of 3 men next to each other on those roads where it is possible. On narrow paths, we're riding in a line. I'm taking point, Harry will be in the 3rd line in the middle. Everybody else takes the other positions and the outer ones are to keep their eyes open for any kind of suspicious activity. The inner ones are going to transport our main supplies. Be on guard, as we can't be sure when bandits will attempt something," Sir Edmund informed the group. It was left unsaid that everybody had to make sure that Harry didn't die. It was unusual for the Crown Prince to be allowed to go on a potentially dangerous patrol, but the king had made it clear that Harry wasn't to get any special treatment. To conceal his identity, as his looks weren't that well known outside of the castle and the city around it, Harry had refrained from giving any hints of being from the House of Ceredigion. Normally he would wear the Ceredigion crest, but for safety reasons he didn't. He wore neutral clothes that any other squire would also be wearing, and many boys had black hair. And Harry's abilities with first aid and healing would be beneficial for the group if something happened. Not to mention that he could cook a lot better than most knights and soldiers and therefore normally was given kitchen duty when they were traveling for a few days on end while other squires and pages did other tasks. Every knight was relieved to not have to live from slightly burned rabbit meat on patrols and missions after all. The journey had gone well for the first 3 days. Then they had come across a village that was bothered by thefts of a small group of thieves, but these ones at least didn't resort to murder and arson in their attacks. They sneaked in during the night, stole food and a few useful items and were gone without anybody being any the wiser. Sir Edmund promised the major of the village that they would see if they could catch the thieves by laying a trap for them. After some discussions and conversations with the villagers that had become victims of the thieves, they decided to position the men around the village inside those houses that hadn't been hit yet. The horses were hidden at a barn to not tip the thieves off that anybody that didn't belong into the village was there. The men slept in shifts to cover all of the night, as they still had to continue their patrol later on. Nothing happened during the first half of the night, but during the second half the thieves arrived. The men gave each other signals with their hands, which was only possible thanks to being positioned at the very few sources of light during the night and positioned themselves to spring the trap. Thankfully, there was just enough light for the men in one house to communicate this way, even if they had to keep it to general pointing. There were only 3 thieves, meaning the 5 men, all of them trained soldiers, were clearly in the better position. When the thieves opened a back door to one of the houses that had been determined as possible targets, the men struck and one of the thieves was immediately knocked out with a well-aimed hit at the back of the head. "Run, it's a trap," one of the men shouted to the other, but his warning didn't help any. It only took 2 minutes for the 2 thieves to be tied up and the villagers arrived, being woken up by the shout and the noise of the fight. Sir Edmund arrived with Harry following him. "Well, let's see who we have here," Sir Edmund declared, and 2 villagers washed the dark paint from the faces of the thieves, which was actually a clever method of hiding in the darkness. The moonlight would have highlighted their faces otherwise. "Hey, isn't that Filbert's son?" one man exclaimed when one of the men, well, older teenagers actually, was cleaned and his face looked at under the light of a torch. "Yes, but I thought his family was killed off," another confirmed, a bit confused. "And that's Rain's boy. She died of a lung problem last winter and the boy just vanished," an old man stated after looking closely at the second awake thief. "So, you know these boys?" Sir Edmund asked. "Yes, they lived with their families close by until a while ago. I never would have thought they would become thieves. They never made the impression before," the old man nodded. "What do you have to say for yourselves?" Sir Edmund addressed the boys sternly. "We needed to survive. We didn't really want to hurt anybody, so we always came in the night, when everybody would be asleep. And we only took a little from all the places, as the people here needed to eat as well after all. But we would get in real trouble with the nobles if we hunted in their forests, and there aren't many other edible things around. We tried finding work, but we couldn't," the son of Rain answered dejected, the bandit attacks caused a lot of damage and started mistrust among the villages around. Nobody was willing or capable of hiring a group of teenagers that they didn't know well. We didn't want to starve to death. Sir Edmund sighed. These were just kids in a bad situation that they didn't know how to get out of. And the reported thefts, while unsettling and annoying, hadn't caused a lot of damage. But still, it was a crime to steal and it couldn't just be left standing. But he also didn't want to paint them with the same brush as really bad criminals. What shall we do with you? And how many others are part of your group? Sir Edmund asked. There are 6 others. We split in groups of 3 to move quickly and undetected. We found a stream where we thought we might be able to catch some fish. The nobles don't care about peasants catching a few fishes here and there, as they can't really control their numbers anyway. The other 6 went there to see if we could catch some to finally have a full stomach again. We didn't really get to eat a lot since we were left alone. And 3 of the others are just 12 and 13 years old, the boy answered. Sir Edmund, how about we find a punishment that helps them at the same time? Harry asked respectfully, knowing that his rank needed to stay a secret right now. That would be good, but what kind of punishment would work that way? Sir Edmund wanted to hear his suggestion. The boy had learned a lot from his uncle about making wise decisions in difficult situations after all. There is a lot of work to be done to help with the rebuilding of houses, fences and many more things that King Arthur plans to get started with soon and for which he is looking for workers. My godfather told me about it, as he will be part of the team working on that aspect. These kids could be forced to work on the teams for lower payment until the damage they have caused is paid back. After that they can get the normal payment all the others get. The work will be hard and teach a lesson about having done wrong, but they will have a way to earn their living in an honest way. And they didn't do it out of malice, but desperation, Harry pointed out. That could work, Sir Edmund nodded. I heard about that project and it would definitely solve a problem. The younger kids could be sent to the kitchens of Camelot to work there, as the physical work of building houses is too hard for younger kids. The older teenagers could do it. The 2 awake thieves, the third was still out cold, looked at the men hopefully. This would solve their plight and they could find a way to not have to continue stealing from good people, which they hadn't liked at all, but desperation drove them to this. Would you accept this punishment for the group? Sir Edmund addressed the major of the village. I am more than happy with it. The kids aren't bad, but they need to get some punishment. If they get a way to get back on the straight path, all the better. I hate that we can't do more to help, the major agreed with the decision. You will show my men the way to the rest of your group and they will be told the decision that was made as well. We will be returning to Camelot the day after tomorrow and give the king our report about this patrol. He will decide which of you will be given what jobs. But you can be sure that he will give you the help you couldn't find here. We will have to see about a cart to get you all back to the city. We don't have the means to let you ride on one of our horses after all. We need to stay on alert in case of bandit attacks, Sir Edmund explained. Thank you so much for this chance. We will repay the damage we caused. Just let us work for money and food, the oldest boy sighed in relief. Sir Edmund nodded, pleased that this incident had been handled without losses on his team's part. It just stood to hope that nothing else happened during the patrol. The next day the group assembled the young thieves, who were resigned, but also relieved about the decision of what would happen to them. There were 2 girls and 7 boys among the group. A cart was found behind an abandoned house. The owner had died last winter from the same lung disease that Rain, the mother of one of the thieves caught during the night, had caught and not survived. The village's leader decided that the cart could be given to the group, with one of the horses of the soldiers being put in front of it, with the soldier holding the reins, steering the cart. A quick check had made sure that the wheels were all in acceptable condition and that nothing would break if they loaded the kids onto the cart. Some more supplies were gathered in the wood, among them some rabbits, as the patrols didn't have to ask for permission to hunt in the areas that nobles that belonged to Camelot owned, which was contractually agreed upon. Harry also created a small, improvised oven to bake some simple breads for the travel. 2 of the younger kids assisted him by mixing the dough for the bread following his instructions, while the older ones started on working off their debts. The group needed until the early afternoon to be ready, then they packed everything up, with Harry making sure that Sir Edmund's horse and equipment was in top condition, as was his job as a squire, and then the group was given a nice farewell from the villagers. They traveled until shortly before nightfall before setting up camp. The older youths were set on collecting firewood with one soldier guarding them, while the younger ones were helping with setting up camp. 2 soldiers took care of cooking while the others performed different duties. The group was about to return back to Camelot when they heard distant sound of fighting. Sir Edmund was immediately put on alert. "Geoffrey, Patrick, stay back with the youths and the cart. Harry, I want you staying at the back of the main group. Keep your eyes open and if needed, you know how to defend yourself," Sir Edmund commanded. "We are going to see what's going on." The orders were confirmed and the soldiers, plus Harry and Sir Edmund shot off, pushing their horses into gallop. The 2 that were tasked with guarding and protecting the kids gave instructions on how to behave and that they would be staying hidden behind a group of bushes that grew about 100 meters away and which were high enough to also cover the cart when it was behind them. Sir Edmund quickly assessed the situation he found when his group reached the place where the fighting sound came from. There was a carriage with the crest of a noble family. About 12 soldiers had accompanied the carriage it seemed, but 4 were on the ground, bleeding from several wounds. Their condition wasn't clear yet. He couldn't tell if some of them were still alive. The other 8 were fighting desperately, but were outnumbered by masked attackers, a group counting around 20. "In formation, protect the carriage," Sir Edmund bellowed. The soldiers were well trained and immediately attacked the masked ones, backing the fighting soldiers up, which got new determination when the backup suddenly arrived. The battle waged back and forth, with fighters falling and being injured on both sides. Harry, as ordered, kept his distance with Thunder, but he assisted with some magic when he safely could. He had learned a good number of spells that influenced the surroundings. Letting roots suddenly rise from the ground, making the attackers stumble for one of the soldiers or Sir Edmund to take them down worked well, or spooking their horses into running away and throwing their riders off. Well, the 3 horses that there were, by simply using an illusion also was a great success. Slowly but surely, the soldiers succeeded, and the last attackers were brought down after 10 minutes of intense fighting. When the situation was under control, with all but 1 attacker dead, as they wanted to interrogate him later on, Harry directed Thunder next to Sir Edmund. "Sir Edmund, should I begin treating the wounds of our men?" he asked. "That would be a great help, Harry," Sir Edmund nodded. "Begin with Beauregard and Raleigh. They seem to have got injured worst." "On it," Harry confirmed and got out of Thunder's saddle and started treating the wounds, asking where the men were hurt and bandaging wounds after cleaning them out with a solution he carried around with his first aid kit. While Harry was busy, Sir Edmund went to the carriage. He looked inside and found a woman he thought looked familiar with a small boy, who was clutching onto her in fright it seemed. "Madam, the danger has passed. My men and I are the regular patrol from Camelot. I'm Sir Edmund," he introduced himself. "So, my nephew's precautions to make these areas safer seem to at least work out somewhat. Even if he doesn't manage to deter bandits fully," the woman declared, and when she proceeded to correct her hair, Sir Edmund recognized her. "Lady Morgause, this is a surprise. I wasn't aware that you were going to visit Camelot," Sir Edmund commented. "Well, I had business a bit further south and I decided that visiting my nephew and his wife would be appropriate while I was already this close to Camelot," the woman stated, and then addressed the child. "Mordred, show a bit more decorum. The danger had passed, thanks to your uncle's knight and soldiers being in the right place at the right time." The small boy looked up, clearly not reassured in the least, and looked at Sir Edmund fearfully. Harry had overheard some parts and he was genuinely surprised that his mother's other son was also there. He wanted to see the boy who would become a feared character in history and would fight against his uncle Arthur for the throne. While he knew that Mordred actually was Arthur's son, this was kept a secret, simply because the stability of Camelot could be in danger if it got out, especially as the church would condemn the king for having a child with his half-sister. The old religion didn't have those problems, but the truce between the religions was fragile at best. Currently both religions were protected under the king's rule. He continued treating the injured soldiers before looking at Sir Edmund to see what he wanted him to do. No matter what Harry would like to do, meaning meeting his supposed little brother, and perhaps seeing if he could set him onto a different path than wanting the power of the throne for himself, currently he was just here as Sir Edmund's squire. His relation to the people in the carriage was kept secret for a reason after all. "I'm done with the treatment that I can perform right here, Sir Edmund. Anything else can only be achieved by letting the wounds heal over time." Thankfully, there were only 2 deaths of those that had already been defeated when we arrived. The other 2 will heal with time, Harry told Sir Edmund. That's good news. We will dig 2 graves for the soldiers that lost their lives and bury them appropriately. The dead bandits will be buried in a mass grave. The injured soldiers will be transported back on the cart, as well as the bandit that we captured, but we will tie him up thoroughly to prevent him escaping or taking his own life to not be questioned. We should have just enough space on it to manage that. And the lighter injured ones can ride on the horses. It was luck that we arrived here just in time to prevent worse, Sir Edmund commented. He called 4 soldiers that hadn't been injured to take care of the graves, even if Lady Morgause wasn't pleased to have to wait until she could continue her journey. But she clearly understood that it was much better to have the protection of the patrol instead of traveling with just her reduced contingent of men. They needed a few hours to have the fallen soldiers and bandits buried, and Sir Edmund held a short ceremony for the soldiers before the group got ready to continue their journey back to Camelot. Mordred, as Harry found out when the boy left the carriage for the small memorial of them, was currently just 6 years old with the same black hair that Harry himself and Morgaine had. He had brown eyes, who mostly looked curiously around his surroundings. Lady Morgause meanwhile was clearly a calculating woman that wouldn't shy away from shady actions to reach her goals. And it was clear that she considered Mordred her ticket to achieving those goals. Harry suspected that her journey to Camelot also had another purpose. The news about Uncle Arthur having an heir in Morgaine of Avalon's oldest son would have angered her, as an older brother of Mordred would mess up her plans to put him onto the throne, should Uncle Arthur and Aunt Guinevere not have a child anytime soon. Harry's existence was a major thorn in her side, and he would have to be cautious of her actions. Thankfully, he wasn't introduced to her, as none of the group, except for Sir Edmund, were of interest for Lady Morgause. Once everything was done, one of the soldiers had called the 2 that had stayed with the kids in the cart back to the main group. The severely injured soldiers were put onto the cart to make it easier for their wounds, and the 2 oldest kids were allowed to ride on the horses that now didn't have a rider anymore. It was better to lessen the weight on the cart if possible after all, not to mention that there were space restrictions with having 2 men lying on the cart and 3 more sitting there. Sir Edmund then ordered the group to start moving, with him in front, then 3 soldiers behind him, then the carriage of Lady Morgause and Mordred, then 2 more soldiers, the cart followed next, and then the remaining soldiers. When there was more space, a group of 4 soldiers flanked the carriage and the cart to be on guard if another attack took place. The speed with which the group traveled wasn't high, and they needed to take breaks every few hours for Harry to change the bandages of the injured soldiers. He needed to prevent infections of the wounds, which somewhat surprised Lady Morgause, as normal squires didn't have the knowledge Harry clearly showed. She deduced that he was the son of a better situated noble if he had that level of education. Still, she wondered why he didn't wear the crest of his house then. A question that Sir Edmund easily brushed off with security precautions, as they currently didn't let any squire show his house affiliation, as it would only encourage the bandits to target them during patrols. She couldn't really say anything about it, as it wasn't her business to know. But she would find out once they reached Camelot. They traveled until dusk. After that they set up camp, not wanting to give bandits a better chance at success during the night. Lady Morgause wasn't happy about the delay, but considering the current circumstances, she didn't have a choice. Mordred was more than happy to be out of the carriage for a while, as he found the whole having to sit still more than boring. The kids were put onto different tasks, from collecting firewood to getting water, while the soldiers set up camp. Mordred for some reason drifted over to Harry, who was setting up the cooking spot. "What are you doing there?" Mordred asked. "I'm preparing the spot for the fire to cook the evening meal on. I need to ensure that the fire can't spread and set anything in our group on fire," Harry answered. "Is that difficult?" Mordred wanted to know. "Not really. You just need to know what to look out for. See, first there is the size of the cauldron we will use. As there are a lot of mouths to feed in the group, we need to use 2 cauldrons today. At a house, you would be able to use a bigger cauldron, but here you have to work with 2 instead, as you can only store things up to a certain size while traveling on horseback. Today we will have a basic soup with rabbit meat. I take the size of the cauldrons as the base for the size of the pit in which we will set up the fire. We travel with some equipment that allows us to hang the cauldron over the fire as well. It's been made by the smith at Camelot for exactly this reason, Harry explained the young boy patiently. Oh, so the hole you are digging is meant to have a safe fire? Mordred asked. Very well spotted, Harry praised the boy, who beamed at him. What will go into the soup? Mordred wanted to know. Well, some carrots, a parsley root, we have some leek in our supplies, and we got a few cauliflowers from the village where we were at last. Those will work well for the soup. While traveling you can't be too choosy, as you have to consider limited space for supplies. Especially as we also needed to have all the weapons for the soldiers, Sir Edmund and me with us, Harry answered. You are Sir Edmund's squire? Mordred asked. That's right, my name is Harry, Harry introduced himself. I'm Mordred. Can I help with the food? Just sitting with my aunt is boring, the small boy stated. Well, you can help digging the pit and placing stones around it. Just stay away once I have the fire going, as I don't want you to burn your hands. Your arms simply aren't long enough to reach the cauldron safely, Harry told the boy, who eagerly nodded and took a smaller shovel from Harry and happily started digging into the ground to have a fire pit ready. Harry smiled. At the moment, nothing showed Mordred as the villain that history told he would become. He really hoped that he could influence him away from that path. It would be great. Harry then showed Mordred how to prepare the carrots and other ingredients, but he kept the sharp knives out of his little brother's hands. He found other jobs that he could do, which made the boy more than happy. Once the fire was burning, Harry showed Mordred how he went about cooking the soup. The rabbit meat had been cut into small pieces and was cooked with the peeled carrots, the cut leek and the parsley root. One of the kids had also found some berries while looking for firewood and Harry let Mordred and the youngest two of the kids help prepare them for dessert. It wasn't anything fancy, but it would be welcome. Half an hour after the water had started to boil, the soup was done, and Harry handed it out to the members of the group. Sir Edmund sat on a log next to Lady Morgause, who watched the group with veiled disdain of having to spend time with people that she considered beneath her station. Your squire seems to be good with children, she commented after swallowing a spoonful of the soup, which she had to admit wasn't as bad as she had feared it to be. That he is. The children in the castle like playing with him during the few free hours that he has, as my training doesn't leave him with much free time, Sir Edmund nodded. I just worry about Mordred getting the wrong ideas if he plays with children like those you brought from that village. Really, thieves? She asked. They are just desperate children, Lady Morgause. They didn't want to hurt anybody, but they also didn't want to die or break main laws, like hunting in the forests of the nobles. You know how the nobles would react to that. They will work off their debts, and I can assure you that the work won't be easy for them. But they will have a chance to make something out of themselves if they keep to this solution. And the villagers that were the victims agreed to the punishment. As long as that happens, I'm all for showing lenience and not dishing out the same punishments that wait for those that use violence in their thefts, Sir Edmund stated. She sniffed and Sir Edmund just kept his face even. He was glad that the king worked on changing things so that children like these didn't get into this kind of situations as often anymore. And he was somewhat looking forward to Lady Morgause's face once she found out Harry's true identity. That would be entertaining. Camelot ahead, sir, one of the soldiers announced to Sir Edmund. Thank you, it's good to soon be back again. I want you all to first take care of relocating the injured to the hospital wing, then take care of the horses. Though Joseph and Rayleigh will watch the prisoner until we get him into the dungeons. Harry, you are to first take the kids to the kitchen and tell the head cook to set them to work, after that you perform your normal duties, Sir Edmund instructed. Yes, sir, was the answer of everybody, and about half an hour later they entered through the large gates of the city. I see you had some problems on the patrol, Sir Edmund. Sir Brian asked. Yes, Sir Brian, I will have to report to the king about an ambush of bandits, which we interfered with. We thankfully were just in time to prevent worse for Lady Morgause and her nephew Mordred's traveling group, Sir Edmund informed his fellow knight. I see. Good that you were at the right place at the right time, Sir Brian nodded. How many of the attackers did you get? We killed 19 and caught one for interrogation. That's the tied-up man on the cart. The kids are here for punishment for minor theft out of desperation. I decided it would be a good idea to let them work off their debt in the rebuilding project that the king will start soon, Sir Edmund explained. I see. Yes, hard work is a good way to deal with that. Well, You best get going, Sir Brian nodded, and Sir Edmund returned the gesture before leading the group towards the castle. They caused a lot of interest with their large group, which was unusual for a returning patrol. Especially as it was clear that something had happened. Once they had reached the castle itself, there were already a number of people waiting for them, Sir Lancelot among them. Good to see you back, Sir Edmund. I heard that you had trouble. Sir Lancelot asked. Yes, but nothing our group couldn't deal with. We didn't have any losses among our group, but 2 of the guards that Lady Morgause brought died in an ambush against her group. Otherwise we have injured, but so far things are limited to wounds that need some regular treatment, which Harold already started and took care of during our journey here. Good thing he learned so much about healing from his mother. It was a real boon on this patrol, Sir Edmund answered. Definitely. I see you also got a prisoner and some other additions. Sir Lancelot nodded towards the tied-up bandit and the kids, which Harry directed off the cart now. Yes, I will tell you the story later. First, we need to secure the bandit that we caught while we interfered in the ambush in the dungeons, and then we can report to the king, Sir Edmund replied. Harry meanwhile organized the group of teenagers to get off the cart, so that the soldiers could take care of taking the injured to the hospital wing and the prisoner to one of the cells in the dungeon. All right. Follow me now, I will take you to the kitchens and tell the cook to give you something to eat before you are told where to start working. Here at Camelot there is always a lot of work. Anything beyond that will be told to you later on. Sir Edmund first has to report to the king, but I guess your part will be discussed after the more important things are dealt with, Harry told the group. The 9 teenagers nodded and followed Harry through some corridors. The walk to the kitchens took 5 minutes. Ah, Harry, I see you are back. Harry was greeted by Frederick, who came out of the storage room. Hello, Frederick. We just arrived, Harry replied. Do you by any chance know where the head cook is at the moment? I need to leave these 9 in his care. Last time I saw him, he was scolding that clumsy boy, I think John was his name, for breaking another clay jug. Frederick answered. He should be over at the pottery storage hall, getting another jug. Thank you, Frederick. Harry thanked his friend and continued his way. Like Frederick had predicted, Harry found the cook at the pottery storage hall, pulling the kitchen boy after him by the ear. Excuse me, Gilbert, Harry addressed the cook. Oh, good afternoon, Prince Harold. Back from the patrol I see, the cook greeted him, to the absolute astonishment of the teenagers. You are the prince, Henry, the son of Rain asked baffled. Yes, I am, but I want to be treated like any other squire. I work for what I get, like any other boy my age that is in training to be a knight. There is no favoritism going on, which is a good part of why the knights respect me, Harry confirmed. But why wouldn't you wear your house crest then? Anna, one of the 2 girls asked. Security reasons. Can you imagine what would happen, should the bandits find out when I go out with a patrol? They would try to kidnap me to ransom with my uncle, Harry pointed out, and the king can't make deals with criminals that murder and burn down villages. Outside of Camelot my looks aren't really known, beyond that I have black hair. And that is true for too many boys to be a useful trait to identify me. Having the Ceredigion or Avalon crest on my clothes would be a much bigger clue for them. Very true. Now, why did you bring this lot to me? Gilbert the cook asked. This group needs something to eat, and then Sir Edmund asked me to tell you to put them to work in the kitchen until their final jobs are determined. They were in a bad situation, what with not being able to find work around their villages, and having too little to eat, so they will be working on the rebuilding project that Uncle Arthur has thought up soon, Harry explained without telling the cook that the kids had stolen to survive. Ah yes, I understand. Well, I can always use more helpers. Come on, follow me. There is some carrot stew left from lunch, which you can have, and then I'll show you where to sleep before we get to the jobs I need done. Gilbert took command over the group. Prince Harold, I want to thank you for this chance. I know that you were the one to suggest this solution to Sir Edmund, even if he was the one to decide to go with it, Henry said. The others nodded and added their own thanks. You can thank me by not wasting this chance. That will be enough, Harry told them. Now I need to go back. I still have to take care of the horses and Sir Edmund's equipment before I get off duty. He left the group behind, with them all firmly having one thing in mind. The prince of the country was a really good person, and he was willing to give people a chance, even if they had done something wrong. As long as they were willing to repent, he would be good to them. The word would spread among the workers on the project later on, increasing the positive reputation that Harry already had earned. Harry didn't get to rest for some more hours, until it was nearly time for dinner. Taking care of Sir Edmund's horse, Thunder and the equipment took him 1 hour. Then he had a quick bite down in the kitchen, just some raw carrots, before going up to the hospital wing, where he found out that his mother had been too busy to brew a new batch of potions, meaning they were running close to empty. He took that job and brewed pain relief potion, burned salve and disinfection ointment and put them into the storage cupboard. The women that treated the patients were very happy about having new potions again. Thankfully, the hospital wing was now a nicer place to work, thanks to Sirius, wards taking care of preventing new infections and keeping the patients calm and deeply asleep at night. Making 3 potions took him 2 hours and then he went to quickly get washed up for dinner. He knew that his uncle would want to introduce him properly to Lady Morgause and he couldn't wait to see the look on her face when she found out who he was. Well, it would give him the opportunity to get to know Mordred better and place a few seeds of thoughts into his mind. Seeds that Morgause definitely wouldn't like his little brother to have. But she wouldn't keep a close eye onto a child while she wanted to get information from the other adults. He also knew that his mother really wanted to spend some time with Mordred without Morgause interfering, which he needed to arrange. It was unfair to her that she couldn't raise her own child, just because she had been in a bad state of mind after her giving birth to him. Well, he dressed to show his station for dinner, having learned the subtle methods that Uncle Arthur liked to use to impress and/or intimidate guests while doing nothing overtly. Once he was done, he walked towards the Great Hall, occasionally stopping to talk to a few people, who wanted to get some information about the patrol, as rumors had already spread over the castle. He found that Cameron was one of the pages that were on serving duty tonight and he greeted his friend with a smile, which was returned, but it was part of the duties to not be distracted with idle talks, thus Cameron didn't approach Harry and simply worked on the preparations. Harry walked alongside the table, until he reached his aunt. "Aunt Guinevere, you are looking good tonight," Harry greeted her with a smile and a key to the back of her hand, knowing that in public he had to keep some formality. "The same to you, Harry. I'm happy to see you back from your first patrol as a squire without injury," she replied. "I'm glad that I could avoid it too. Which seating order will we have tonight, as I assume that Lady Morgause will be dining with us?" Harry asked. "Well, Morgane has decided that she would offer her normal seat to Arthur's left to her aunt for her visit, as she can easily talk to her brother any other time. You are sitting to my right, as the crown prince. I fear tonight will be a more formal kind of dinner than the normal dinners we have, where we don't have to look out for formality as much. I also am to tell you that during the visit of Lady Morgause you are excused from serving at dinner. She plans to stay for 3 days, Guinevere told Harry. I see. But my normal training won't be influenced. He asked to be sure. No, you will train every day like you normally do. Tomorrow you have just the morning training, as Arthur wants you to attend some discussions with some of the lords, but otherwise nothing changes. He just wants you to sit at our table during those days, mainly to keep an eye on your younger brother Mordred and keep him from being too bored, she explained. Of course, I will do that. Probably he would like to see a bit more without his strict guardian around, Harry agreed with a smile. Guinevere just gave him a knowing smile. Then they watched how more people joined them inside the Great Hall and Harry took his seat next to his aunt, waiting for the guests to appear. Morgause was glad that she had had enough time for a nice, warm bath. Camelot really had all the luxuries that a lady of her station could demand. It was a wonderful place and one day, she would reside here permanently, when she had managed to put Mordred onto the throne. It was doubtful that Arthur would ever manage to get Guinevere pregnant, not with the curse she had paid an incredible amount of gold for to be placed on her. And the promise of the old woman that she had paid the gold had so far held true. Not even Morgane had managed to find out how to counter Guinevere's childlessness. One thing she hadn't accounted for was the appearance of an older son of Morgane. She had never mentioned having another son besides Mordred. No other children at all. It was why she had maneuvered things the way she did to raise the boy to her liking. Otherwise she wouldn't have bothered with the brat. She wasn't the motherly type and had avoided becoming pregnant herself, mostly thanks to some accidents her so-called husband suffered on the way from his chamber to hers, on their wedding night. She had, as his wife, inherited everything after his death, with people assuming that after consuming their marriage he had been exhausted on the way back to his chamber. Nobody wondered about his high level of alcohol, as the wedding had been celebrated all day and she had used it. But a slight push with the little magic that she could use, as she didn't get any kind of formal training on Avalon from her sister Vivian, had been enough to make him fall down the stairs. Everybody, as no outside influence had been detected, considered it a tragic accident. She had pretended to grieve for her husband for a while, which was appropriate for a young widow, and then proceeded to gain control over his land. Thankfully, people didn't consider it wrong that the wife of their late lord ruled the land, as the old ways allowed women to rule, as long as they weren't married. And even then, the lord often shared his power with his wife, sharing the responsibilities in different areas. Especially lords of areas that had need of a strong, visible protector left leading the household to their wives, while they secured the lands they ruled over. She had put on one of her most impressive gowns, as she wanted to impress the assembled nobles at Camelot. She was the king's aunt, and she would play up the relation. And she needed to find out who the obstacle to her plans for Mordred was. She knew that the new crown prince was Morgaine's son from Beltane rights 15 years ago, and the father was the late Lord Benwick of Ceredigion. That had to be the first or second time her niece participated as a priestess of Avalon if she took her age into consideration. His name started with an H, but she had forgotten what exactly it was, as she fully planned to get rid of the boy. She wouldn't let her plans be derailed by anybody. But not right now. She would play at a happy family reunion. She looked into the room that Mordred had been given, which was located next to hers, and found the boy somewhat ready to go down to dinner. She sighed, corrected some of his clothes, the pains of having to pretend to care for the child itself, and then led the boy along the corridors to the great hall. It would have been much more appropriate to have some servant show them the way, but currently the castle was working with minimal personnel, due to the needs of dealing with the aftermaths of the bandit attacks. Many able men were sent out to help with building new houses for the peasants. Arthur clearly had too soft of a heart, paying for it and giving up the time of the servants that should be there for the nobles at Camelot. Well, once she was at the top, she would change those things. On their way to the great hall she had to reprimand the child to behave more than once. Really, she would be really angry if he embarrassed her. While she might normally be able to place any fault at his misdemeanors onto Morgaine, with her being his mother, it would be hard to argue with the better educated nobles, as Morgaine had no hand in his upbringing. Finally, they reached the great hall and she found it quite filled, with Arthur sitting at the head table. Lady Morgause, young Master Mordred, King Arthur has asked me to escort you to the seats he has reserved for you at his table as soon as you would arrive for dinner, a pager squire addressed them. Thank you, please show us the way. Morgause nodded regally and followed the boy. At least her nephew had thought of this. Then she had to take a second look. Mordred didn't take as long. Harry. The child cheered and ran forward to the same squire that had accompanied the patrol under Sir Edmund's command that had interfered with the bandit attack. Morgause watched in horror how the teenager smiled and stood from his seat, walking around the table to catch the excited child when it tackled him. Why had that boy sat next to Guinevere? Hello again, Mordred. I hope you had a nice afternoon after the eventful journey you had, Harry said. I did. Even if I had to take a bath, it was nice, as the water was warm and I got to play with a wooden boat that another boy gave me, Mordred nodded. That's great. Come on, you are sitting next to me tonight. Aunt Guinevere thought that you would like that better than having to listen to the adults, Harry informed the child. Aunt Guinevere? Morgause asked shocked. Ah yes, I didn't have the opportunity to really introduce myself, due to the needed security precautions. Great Aunt Morgause, it is a pleasure to officially make your acquaintance. I'm Harold of Ceredigion, son of Lord Benwick of Ceredigion and Lady Morgaine of Avalon. Harry gave her a perfect bow, which was what was expected while greeting an older family member for the first time. Morgause needed some time to deal with this information. And Mordred, if you ever need anything while you are here, just come and find me, if I'm free. I'm your older brother after all, Harry smiled at the child. That's so cool. Mordred cheered and hugged Harry's legs. I always wanted a brother. Most of the adults in the hall smiled at the cute scene. Then Morgaine used the chance to greet her son as well. Hello Mordred. I'm happy to see you again. I'm your mother, Morgaine, she told the child. Hi, will I stay with you now? I mean, Aunt Morgause told me you were so busy that she took over taking care of me, Mordred asked, like only a child could. I would love to raise you full-time, but we will have to make do with the time we can get. With all of my duties as the High Priestess of Avalon, I travel a lot, and that is currently too dangerous for you. There simply are too many bandits and the like. You are much safer within the walls of a strong castle. But I would like it very much if you came for visits much more often than so far, Morgaine stated, keeping to the agreement that she was forced into, but also making it much more difficult for Morgause to isolate and poison her son's mind further. Of course, Aunt Morgause, why don't you allow my younger nephew to stay here at Camelot for some time? I would love to get to know him, and having a young child around would be wonderful. Sir Edmund told me that you had plans to travel further south for some business before returning to your castle. Why not deal with that without the burden of looking after Mordred all the time and picking him up again when you return? Arthur suggested cheerfully. Morgause didn't like how she had been pushed into a corner. She couldn't refuse the king the time with his nephew when he had reasonable arguments, when it would also be in her favor of allowing it. But it would pose a danger to lose control over him. But then again, the child was just 6 years old and hadn't really started the main part of his education. If he played around a bit, people would get used to his presence here and later on take it easier once she put him on the throne as her puppet. While she hated allowing Morgaine this small triumph, she would be able to deal with the results easily. She would be gone for at most a month after all. A wonderful idea, dear nephew, she sweetly replied. I have nothing against this. I would just ask that you arrange for somebody to ensure that he doesn't slack off in his lessons too much. After all, children learn much faster while they are still young. Certainly, that won't be a problem, Arthur nodded. Now please take your seat to my left. As you don't come for visits that often, I decided that I wanted to have the chance to talk to you during dinner. Morgause nodded gracefully and took the seat she was offered. She watched how Mordred took the seat to the right of Harold, which put him between the teenager and Morgaine. Well, she would have to adjust some plans for this, but it would work. She would have more than enough time to slowly poison Mordred against his mother and brother. Brotherly bonding. The next morning Harry was up again as early as he normally was. He went on the run with the other squires before starting his exercise program. The 100 repetitions were becoming easier the more often he did them. During patrol duty he hadn't had the time to do this, but other aspects made up for some of it. When he and the others were getting ready for breakfast, he noticed Mordred curiously watching the training grounds, sitting on a stone, with his mother standing behind him, probably explaining some things to him. Harry told his friends to go on without him and that he would catch up to them after greeting his family. They nodded and he walked over to them. Good morning, Mother, Mordred, he greeted them with a smile on his face. Good morning, Harry, Morgaine returned the greeting. Morning, Harry, Mordred chirped. Are you done training? No, this was just the beginning. After breakfast I will have to continue until lunch. And for the afternoon, I have to attend some meetings with Uncle Arthur and some lords. It comes with being the current crown prince, Harry answered. For the next days, things will also be changed. Sir Edmund indicated this, but I didn't get more details about things yet. Oh, can we play if you have time? Mordred asked. If I get some free time, we can. But until then, why don't you go playing with Mother and let her show you more of the grounds and the city around Camelot? It's really beautiful, Harry suggested. Okay, Mordred agreed after thinking about it for a short while. I'll see you two later, I'm hungry, Harry told them, and Morgaine nodded, happy to get some precious time with her son. Harry went to the kitchen and found a seat with the other squires. While he wasn't as close to them as to some of the pages, simply because he had started training at the same time as they had done, he got along well with most of them. He gave a quick explanation of his little brother wanting to play with him when he had some free time and they nodded. Many of them had younger siblings and knew how they acted. And Harry told them that he hadn't met Mordred before, as he was growing up with his great-aunt, instead of being raised at Avalon, like he had been. It wasn't too strange that priestesses only raised their daughters at Avalon and sons were raised by their families. Harry was simply one of the rare exceptions, mainly because Taliesin had decided that his magical potential was too valuable to be wasted without competent instruction. I heard all our schedules for the next few afternoons are going to be changed, Rory, a boy a year older than Harry, mentioned. He had long blonde hair, which he wore in a ponytail. I only knew about today and tomorrow, but it could very well be a few more days. Did any of you hear the reason why? Harry asked. I think it has something to do with the bandit attacks and better preparation for the patrols, Wallace commented. He was a stocky boy with short brown hair and sharp eyes. Do you know anything, Harry? After all, you were on the last returning patrol, Neil asked, pushing his red fringe from his eyes. Only that the bandit attacks have severe results for the people. We brought a group of teenagers back with us, who turned to small thievery, as they didn't find other ways to survive. They didn't dare hunting for small animals in the wood, as they feared being punished for that, as only the nobles can allow it. And the rare fishes they caught, next to what they could collect, didn't suffice for a group their size. There were 9 teens, the youngest one 11 years old. The older ones tried finding work, but with the bandits around, nobody would give strangers work, not to mention that they couldn't give up any food either. It's really horrible, Harry told them. The teenagers were children from people that died for one reason or another, often diseases during the winter months. True, a lot of people die of them, Angus nodded. But what kind of training would that cause for us? Neil wanted to know. Perhaps we will have to help with the rebuilding for the closer villages. Wallace suggested. I mean, they might replace our normal duties outside of having to take care of the equipment and horse of the night we serve with some of that. Like preparing planks for houses and the like, so that it can be transported to the villages where it is needed. Possible, Harry nodded. I guess we will see this afternoon. The others nodded and continued eating. They knew that they wouldn't get more time than the allotted 30 minutes to eat and rest, so they had to make most of the time they had. Come afternoon, the squires and pages were all assembled in the inner bailey. As you have all been told, from today on, your afternoon training will be changed for a while. The bandit attacks have grown to be a serious problem for the kingdom, and the people in the villages live in fear. Sir Lancelot addressed the assembled group. As Knights of the Round Table, we have held council and thought about ways to assist the people in their need. The bandits don't refrain from attacking anybody. The last patrol luckily came across a new attack just in time to kill the group of bandits and capture one of them. But the carriage that was attacked belonged to Lady Morgause, the king's aunt, in which also Lady Morgaine's younger son Mordred traveled. If the bandits dare attacking targets that pose as high a profile as that, they have something that lets them believe that they can escape the justice of the king. We need to teach them better, and we also need to ensure that the villages have better protection. We have got messages from the lords that govern parts of the country that the bandits are using similar strategies everywhere, which indicated that it is one main group that is behind the events. To protect the people, we will supply all villages with warding, created by Lord Black. He will engrave any kind of metal plates that we can get our hands onto with a special warding scheme to prevent that the bandits can easily burn whole villages to the ground, which they have already done 5 times so far as we are aware. The knights will spread out into the country and distribute those plates. The older squires are tasked with assisting the blacksmiths with forging enough plates for Lord Black so that he can prepare as many of them as possible. The king has decided to distribute those plates for free, simply because the cost of the plates is much less than the cost of having whole villages destroyed and our people killed. Any of you that are strong enough physically, will be taught the basics of smithing, simply because the number of plates is too large to simply leave it to our normal blacksmiths. The younger squires and the pages will work on different areas. One group, which is under the command of Lady Morgaine and Sir Percival, will go out into the woods and collect as many healing herbs as they can. We need to create as much healing salve and medicine as we can. Another group will prepare planks and other parts for the repair of the villages. The sawmill 5 kilometers from the castle will assist, but we need people to fell enough trees and to transport them to the sawmill. The pages will mainly be tasked with sawing the branches from the logs and securing any branches that are suitable to be turned into spear shafts and arrows. The teenagers looked solemn. This was basically preparation for war. The king had decided to mount a large military operation to deal with the threat of the bandits once and for all. For the next few weeks, you will only have the basic training in the mornings, as we need most of your time to prepare for the inevitable collision with the main group of the bandits and to have enough material to get the villages rebuilt. It might happen, if the bandits lash out against the villages before we can at least mitigate the worst damage, that people flock to Camelot. We will stock up on supplies, which will also need your assistance. Your daily work schedules will be filled from morning until the evening, as we will also prepare you for possible fights. We can't assure that the patrols aren't intercepted and to not die if you are attacked. You need to know how to defend yourselves, sir. Lancelot pointed out. Yes, sir, the group chorused, being used to confirming orders. Now, listen closely, as you will be assigned to a certain group until you get different orders from the knight that is responsible for your training or the one in charge of your current group, Sir Lancelot said. Sir Gawain started reading out names, and the boys sorted themselves into the groups. Harry wasn't too surprised to be put into the group under his mother and Sir Percival. He was among the few that had the knowledge of healing herbs and how to prepare the salves and potions that they needed for the impending confrontation against the bandits. He didn't really mind. He would be able to learn more from his mother while making sure that the kingdom was ready for any enemy. And he had known that they couldn't afford to let the only heir to the throne that they currently had, the one that allowed the king to stall any demands of barons and lords to choose another wife to finally get an heir of his own, to be in danger from fighting. He knew that, while a squire normally had to accompany the knight he served into the field, it was only done once a squire had more than a year of training as a squire. Being a page didn't count. The kingdom would choose those squires that had the needed experience to serve all the knights that were out fighting, while the less experienced ones would be trained up until they were ready as well. It wouldn't do to get them all killed in situations they weren't ready for after all. Harry sat behind his uncle in the meeting with the lords that were the ones hit most by the bandits and some of the knights of the Round Table. It showed how many bandits there had to be to cover this much space and how ruthless they were to cause as much death and destruction as they did. So far, the lords had reported the incidents they knew about, then the knights that had encountered the bandits reported their impressions of tactics, strengths and weaknesses. The main problem we have is that we don't know where they hide, summed Arthur it up. They manage to hit hard, hit fast and then disappear before we can catch them. Very true, Your Majesty, but we really don't know how to change that part, commented Lord Roderick of Kent. We have sent out patrols to search for trails of the bandit groups soon after we heard where they had hit, but they seem to know the woods much better than our men do. And even villagers that helped couldn't find conclusive clues how the bandits managed to disappear like they do. I for one have sent my best hunters and trackers to assist with this task. But even they, who are used to reading all kinds of tracks, have come up empty-handed, added Lord Alan of York. The sleuths also didn't catch any sense, asked Sir Lancelot. Nothing. It's really strange. I mean, the dogs are trained well to follow all kinds of tracks, but they fail regularly, remarked Lord Daniel of Dorset. Could it perhaps be that they use plants that disguise their scent? Asked Harry, having the lords and knights look at him curiously. What do you mean, Harold? Asked Arthur. Well, I learned in my studies of different plants that they have all kinds of traits. Some help with skin irritations, some can help to sleep easier, some calm people down, some help with an upset stomach and so on. I know that the senses of animals are also much different than those of humans. That is why we use dogs to track by scent after all. Some plants have a distinct scent that might be used to irritate the noses of the sleuths you used to try finding the bandits. I mean, the possibility of them having this knowledge is clearly high, as they have to have intelligent leaders to manage to evade capture this long, explained Harry his idea. That could be possible. We need to find out which herbs might achieve something like this, nodded Lancelot and wrote a note to not forget this. Even if we manage to find out how they do it, how could we counter that part? I mean, normally, we would have to clean the users of the plant to allow the dogs to smell them again, pointed Sir Percival out. True, but perhaps there are other things that can somewhat immunize the dogs from the effect, pondered Arthur, though even with that, it will be exceedingly difficult to search every bit of forest in the kingdom to find the bandits. It's simply too much space to cover and they will know the place much better than we do. And we can't afford getting lured into ambushes again. Harry thought about that. What kind of ways could there be to track down people like the bandits? Then he had an idea. How about you turn their methods around? He asked, again concentrating the looks on himself. In how far? Asked Sir Edmund, who knew how smart his squire was. Well, we know that the bandits attack villages, steal anything of worth and leave while killing many people to sow terror and burn down houses to bind all manpower to put out the fires instead of having villagers follow them while they escape. What we need is a clear way to follow them to their hiding places to track them down. But they are too good to leave tracks that can be followed with normal methods. What if the method was unnoticeable for them? Like we prepare a valuable item with a scent that the dogs can follow easily, and which won't diminish over time. Or we could ask my godfather if he has a runic array that acts like an invisible beacon we can follow with a counterpart, suggested Harry. That has promise, Harold, agreed Arthur. We can certainly try if either way works. I like the idea of switching the roles around, being the one acting instead of having to react to whatever the bandits do next. The other men nodded in agreement, and many made mental notes that the Crown Prince was just as intelligent as his uncle and had the advantage of not being too fixed in his ways of thinking. Who would know what kind of scent we could use, and how to add it to the bait unsuspiciously? Asked Sir Percival. I would say the trainers of the sleuths. They will know what kind of scent the dogs can easily notice but a human wouldn't really take in, pondered Lord Alan. That makes sense. We will call the best trainers we have here at Camelot and ask them what they suggest. Further, I will ask Lord Black what might be possible to track via means the bandits can't know about. Runes are after all a field of study that only those blessed with magical powers can take up, nodded Arthur. Would he perhaps be willing to take on talented youths as apprentices? Asked Lord Daniel. I haven't talked to him about something like that, as he only recently arrived here at Camelot, answered Arthur, but the possibility is there. He is quite open to explaining things he does, and he might even enjoy the challenge to pass on his skills. He wouldn't mention that Sirius, like Harry, was from the future and wouldn't stay at Camelot indefinitely. But the option to pass on what he could while he was here was certainly valuable. That way, they wouldn't completely lose support from runic arrays when Sirius returned to the future permanently. He would also have to contact Sir Godric at Hogwarts to see if the school might assist with the training of specialist magic users that could help protecting the kingdom. Hogwarts was under the king's protection after all. The lords and the knights then discussed measures to prevent the attacks in the future, as that was particularly important until they could capture the bandits. There were suggestions from fortifying the villages with walls, relocating the villagers in places far away from garrisons of the king's army to leaving trained dogs there for protection. The main problem again was that there was a lot of space to cover and little manpower to achieve it. Mordred looked at his big brother happily. Harry had come to find him once the meeting with the lords was finished and to spend some time with him. He loved the fact that both his mother and his brother took the time out of their busy schedules to spend with him. While he might live with his great-aunt at her castle, she never spent much time with him. He had a nanny that was mainly responsible for taking care of him. Aunt Morgause rarely wanted to see him. Normally, she would call for him once or perhaps twice a month. Mostly that was when she had some important people that she wanted him to meet. Or when she taught him some things, and then she was extremely strict and demanded that he listened closely and didn't speak. That was so boring. He liked the time here at Camelot a lot better. His mother and brother were warmer than his aunt. While he knew that he couldn't spend all the time with them, it was much more than what his aunt gave him. Right now, Harry was taking him to meet his horse Thunder. Of course he had already seen the Black Stallion during the journey to Camelot, but Harry had promised him that he would be allowed to take a ride on the stallion with him. So far, he didn't get any riding classes at his aunt's castle. She didn't think he was ready for that yet. Not to mention that Mordred knew that she disliked horses and only tolerated the need to keep them for transport. She didn't know how to ride a horse and always traveled in a carriage. Mordred happily helped Harry get Thunder ready for a ride. They would of course stay at the outdoor riding ring. Due to the preparations all the squires and pages were tasked to do, there currently was only one other rider on the ring. Harry recognized him as Sir Reginald. "Good afternoon, Sir Reginald," he greeted politely. "Good afternoon, Sir Reginald," copied Mordred his brother. "Ah, Prince Harold, good afternoon. How come you are out here and not busy with a task?" asked the knight. "Today, I was freed from the tasks to attend the meeting of my uncle with the lords and some of the knights. He wanted that I, as the crown prince, learn from attending the meeting. As the meeting ended, and it is still an hour and a half until dinner will be served, I went to look for my little brother Mordred here. As, due to the fact that Aunt Morgause raises him, I didn't meet him before, I now want to use the chance to spend time with him while I can. I will join the group I was assigned to tomorrow," explained Harry. "Ah yes, that makes sense," agreed Sir Reginald, "so, you will let him ride together with you." Yes, Thunder is reliable, and we will simply go around to let Mordred get a feeling how it is to ride a horse. Aunt Morgause hasn't arranged for proper riding lessons for him yet, confirmed Harry. A good way to start the education of a young noble boy in the noble art of horseback riding. Listen to your brother well, young Mordred, he is one of the promising squires we currently have. If he continues working on his education as a knight like before, he will one day join us at the round table, addressed Sir Reginald the child. I will, nodded Mordred seriously. Harry was happy that Sir Reginald held him in high esteem. Then he lifted Mordred onto Thunder's back and climbed behind him afterwards. He directed Thunder to walk around the outdoor riding ring while keeping one arm around Mordred to secure him from falling down. Mordred enjoyed the experience a lot. He pointed at many things he hadn't seen before and Harry patiently explained what they were used for. Then, suddenly, a shout was heard, followed by a loud crash. Sir Reginald's horse went onto its hindles, but the experienced knights easily stayed in the saddle. Thunder jumped to the side, away from the noise, but Harry could calm him down quickly, while still holding onto Mordred. What was that, Harry? Asked Mordred. I don't know, it sounded as if something heavy fell down from somewhere, answered Harry. Are you okay? Nothing happened, answered the child grinning. Good, I don't want you to get injured, said Harry. Mordred smiled at the care his brother showed him. Then they watched how two horses ran towards their position, both dragging some leather harness behind them. They bolted from wherever they were, declared Sir Reginald. We have to herd them to a place where we can catch them and calm them down. Follow me, Harold, we will use our horses as obstacles to get them to the paddock behind the stables. It's currently empty and I know the gate is open. All right, Sir Reginald. But what about Mordred? I guess he will get his first experience of how to work with horses. I believe he would be safer on the back of your horse than on the ground, where he might accidentally get into the way of the horses, answered the knight. That makes sense, agreed Harry and quickly used some sticking charm wandlessly to keep Mordred in front of him. Hold on tight, Mordred, we are going to help Sir Reginald with the escaped horses. Okay, Harry, nodded Mordred seriously, excited to be included in what he considered a great adventure with his brother. Harry pressed his calves into Thunder's side, urging the stallion to gallop to follow after the escaped horses. He still kept an arm around Mordred, mainly stirring his horse with his legs and weight. Soon the two riders had caught up to the two escaped horses, which were hindered by the harness they were still in. Harry went to limit their movement on the right side, while Sir Reginald went to the back. They wanted the horses to take a left turn around the stable after all. The difficult part was making them run through the gate into the paddock and then closing the paddock before the horses could get out again. Harry knew how to herd horses, it had been part of his training under Sir Edmund. He closed in on the one on the right. This operation was made easier as the two horses were still tied together by the harness and used Thunder's imposing stature to push the right horse over to the side. Thunder was bred as a battle horse. These horses, while strong and bred to pull heavy things, didn't have his kind of muscles or instincts. Then Sir Reginald overtook them and cut off the route forward, making some noise to scare the horses to run into the left direction. It worked well and after a few more moments the paddock was in sight. They only needed to keep the two horses locked on the path directly to the open gate. To Harry's relief, there was one of the stable boys that saw them galloping towards the paddock. Boy, prepare to close the gate once we have them inside, shouted Sir Reginald. The boy seemingly nodded and ran towards the side of the gate where he could push it close once the two horses were inside the paddock. In there, they could run around as much as they wanted until they calmed down enough to get them out of the harness. The fences around the paddock were 1.50 meters high, meaning the horses wouldn't be inclined to jump over them with their harnesses on. If necessary though, both Thunder and Sir Reginald's horse could jump over them easily. It took them 2 attempts, as the two horses managed to run into the wrong direction one time, before they had them on the right course. Harry had to keep Thunder pressed against the horse on the right, to prevent that it ran off again, while Sir Reginald did the same on the left side. Then they were before the gate and the two horses rushed inside, and the stable boy hurried to close the gate to prevent that they could escape again. Harry managed to stop Thunder having to jump, as he didn't want to risk it with Mordred in front of him. Sir Reginald, as the horse on the left was trying to not run into the paddock, which was the side not having the open gate of the paddock giving some direction, had to stay in his position and easily took the jump over the fence. It wasn't a problem though. The paddock was large enough to let him land easily, and the stable boy let him out when the two recaptured horses had calmed down enough to not risk them running off again. Now, that was quite a way to work up some appetite for dinner, commented Sir Reginald, chuckling. This was so exciting, exclaimed Mordred happily. And how your horse jumped over the high fence, Sir Reginald, that was incredible. One day you will be able to do that as well, if you train to become a knight, Mordred, promised Sir Reginald. I will, nodded Mordred, determined. I want to be as strong and cool as you and my brother. I'm sure you will get there, if you keep up that determination, nodded the knight. Sir Reginald, what shall I do with the two horses once they are calm enough to get them out of the harness? Asked the stable boy. Just leave them there. They will need some time to get over the excitement. As far as I can see, they didn't get injured. Once the harness is off, feed them some hay. I will inquire which ones they are and what happened. I suspect there was an accident from the sound of it and it spooked them, commented the knight. I will do that, agreed the stable boy. Well, we better get back to the outdoor riding ring, Mordred. We will have to bring Thunder back to the stable and towel him off, as he worked up some sweat from the race, stated Harry. Can we go gallop back there? Asked Mordred excitedly. Well, you clearly showed that you can deal with it, so why not? Agreed Harry. Go, you two. I can take care of everything else. Good work, acknowledged Sir Reginald. Harry nodded and spurred Thunder back into gallop to go back to the outdoor riding ring, with Mordred cheering the stallion on to go faster. At dinner Mordred excitedly told the story how he, Harry and Sir Reginald had chased the escaped horses and herded them back into the paddock. And then Sir Reginald jumped over the high fence with his horse to not allow the panicked horses to escape again. It was so cool, exclaimed Mordred to the listening adults. That indeed sounds like an exciting afternoon, Mordred, nodded Guinevere. It was great. And Sir Reginald said I did well in keeping calm and that I already had a great sense of balance on horseback. I can't wait to learn riding on my own, babbled Mordred. Well, Sir Reginald knows what he's talking about, nodded Arthur. Perhaps we can find a nice pony to let you get started during your visit here. I think a large horse would be difficult for you to ride, as your legs are still too short to properly push the horse into movement. With a pony that wouldn't be the case. Really? Thank you, Uncle Arthur. That would be great. Mordred thanked him happily. Is that really a good idea, Arthur? Asked Morgause. I mean, he's just 6 years old. Oh, don't worry, Aunt Morgause. Every young nobleman needs to learn how to ride a horse, and children learn this much faster and easier than teenagers. Not to mention that if he is busy with riding lessons, he won't be bored and get up to mischief. Here he winked at Mordred, telling him that he didn't mean that in a bad way. Mordred grinned. He liked his uncle. He could see that Aunt Morgause wasn't that happy about it, but she could hardly argue against the king. He was really looking forward to finally getting real riding lessons. Well, then I suggest we start them tomorrow morning, commented Morgane. I'm sure that Mordred will do well. I can take him down to the stables at 10. By then, the general morning training of the pages and squires is finished and one of them can show him how to clean a horse properly before putting a saddle and bridle on one. After all, a horse is the most important companion to a knight, and all boys should learn to respect and properly treat them. Very true, dear sister, approved Arthur. Again Morgause had to keep her opinion to herself. She disliked horses and only tolerated them to pull her carriage. Of course she knew that horses were important for knights, but this would only plant stupid ideas into the child's head. He would expect to continue these blasted riding lessons at her castle, and she didn't have a pony he could use to continue those lessons. And she didn't like the idea of having to buy one. A horse, even a pony, cost a lot of money, which she would rather invest into things that helped her plans along. Her original plan had been to wait until he was older to let him learn on one of the horses she already had. That would have been a lot more cost-efficient. But with Arthur of all people suggesting it, it wouldn't work to forbid Mordred the riding lessons, and it would look bad on her, should she not continue them. And she needed a good reputation in general for her long-term plans to succeed. At least it seemed that even Morgane hadn't managed to figure out what kind of curse had robbed Guinevere of the ability to give Arthur an heir. As long as that was true, she had the time to get rid of Harold, the main obstacle to her glorious future, being the shadow ruler of Camelot, with Mordred on the throne, once Arthur was taken out of the picture. He was on borrowed time in her plans. He was needed to further unite the kingdom until Mordred was at least 10 years older. None of the knights would take a small child serious as ruler. And while she was his guardian, if he was brought to Camelot to rule too early on, the knights would insert themselves as his guides in how to rule the kingdom. And right now, Mordred was too easily influenced by their example. No, to succeed, she needed to bide her time and raise him to follow her opinions. He might take on some unwanted habits during the month he would spend at Camelot, but those could be cured once he was back at her castle, with the teachers she paid to raise him the way she considered right. War preparations. Sirius listened to the explanations of Arthur, what the council had discussed regarding the bandit attacks and how they might finally have a chance to follow them to their hideouts to take them all down. Well, he started once Arthur was done. There are runes that can be used as tracking beacons. The main problem will be to keep the receiver in range of the sender. Nothing I know has unlimited range. Next to that, the runes have to stay intact. It would be easy for somebody to destroy a carved rune by drawing a knife through the rune. Thus, the best chance of the deciding rune not being detected would be including it into a pattern that seemingly is just meant to decorate the item it is placed on. I see. While that limits the options, it doesn't thwart this plan, nodded Arthur. Could the runes perhaps be hidden under paint? Possibly. Or a second bottom in an object, pondered Sirius. I have never tried hiding runes on objects. I can't tell if paint would ruin the effect. Or at least reduce it. Then we might have more success with the second bottom option. Perhaps it will work if we pretend to transport an important delivery from a further away point to Camelot. The transport would stay in some of the villages that are within the area that the bandits are known to target. Of course, with a proper escort. Should the bandits attack the transport to steal the valuable goods, the bait could be taken. If that bait is something like a jewelry box, inlaid with cloth to better protect the jewelry placed in it, it might be enough to hide the true intent. And cloth shouldn't interfere like paint. Perhaps, I could even have the box designed to have a part that can be lifted out of the box to reveal the lower storage part. And the runes are carved into the part that is taken out but fully covered in cloth. No bandit would ever suspect that to be bait, stated Arthur. You are right, Your Majesty, no bandit would work that part out. I think it would work. We still would need to triangulate the location afterwards quickly. We don't know if the bandits only have one hiding place, or, which I think is more probable, several ones that they can leave quickly if the soldiers come too close to their location, pointed Sirius out. True, we need to keep that in mind. It would actually explain a lot about the difficulties of finding the group, nodded Arthur. Do you by any chance know of something that wouldn't look strange in such a delivery but that would always be smelled by sleuths? Lavender oil, answered Sirius immediately. Lavender oil? Asked Arthur, surprised. I don't know if you were informed about it yet, but I am capable of transforming myself into a large black dog. It is called animagus transformation and a very advanced magical ability, explained Sirius. As I become a dog with that ability, I know very well how the senses and thought processes of dogs work. While for humans, lavender oil is mainly a pleasant smell, for a dog's nose, while not unpleasant, it is much more intense. When I just worked on getting the transformation right, one of my friends spilled lavender oil onto his robes accidentally. We never thought anything about it, but I managed to always find him, even after the robes were laundered, as my nose could detect the smell for weeks afterwards. If you want to have the dogs assist in the search, have some unsuspicious items treated with that oil. Thank you for the information, I will do that. I believe that I can simply have some glass vials filled with lavender oil be part of the delivery. It wouldn't look strange at all, as many women like to use the oil to treat their skin, nodded Arthur, knowing that Guinevere was among them, and none of the bandits will wonder why little of the oil sticks to the outside of the vials. True, while filling such vials a little spilling isn't uncommon, agreed Sirius. Good, then would you please prepare the runes on a special jewelry box to be bait? I will see to it that vials with lavender oil are prepared and transported to the place where we want the bait delivery to start. I think it would work out best if I had the delivery arrive in London and then have it transported here. The harbour in London is known to receive goods for Camelot regularly, so the general transport wouldn't appear strange to the bandits, commented Arthur. You're right, it wouldn't look strange, Your Majesty. I will take care of the box. I believe I should have it finished within a day, promised Sirius. Thank you, Sirius. That will help us a lot, replied Arthur gratefully. He really needed to stop the senseless killing and destruction soon. Harry stood among the pages and squires that were tasked to collect herbs and other ingredients for potions, healing, salves and the like. There were 20 boys overall. In front of them stood his mother and Sir Percival. Morning training had been kept to the necessary parts, meaning it ended at 9, then they got to eat breakfast, and the weapons training was stopped at 11. After that, the knights in charge of the morning training had to tend to new duties that the king had given them. The squires and pages were instructed to use the time until lunch at 1:30 to ensure that the horses got exercise. The stable boys had already taken care of cleaning the horses that were on the schedule to be ridden by the pages and squires, thus they could start with that immediately. The stable boys also took care of having the next horse ready after the previous one had been ridden for half an hour. It was efficient and the boys could ensure that all the horses got exercise while the knights were otherwise busy. Due to the number of boys riding the horses, all of them were done by lunchtime. You have all been chosen, as you are trained in recognizing all kinds of herbs, started Morgaine. As you know, the bandits that cause major trouble in the kingdom right now are vicious and several people were injured badly. To help the victims of the bandits we need to prepare salves, tinctures and teas for example. Due to the numbers of victims, the previous way of gathering the herbs doesn't suffice anymore. I have prepared lists with the kind of herbs, mushrooms and roots that I need to create the necessary medicine. We will set out into the forest and collect whatever we can find from these lists. I want you all to stay vigilant. We don't know if there will be bandits about that might attack our group. The probability isn't that high, as we won't travel too far away from Camelot, but the bandits are getting bolder the more time they aren't caught. The last village that they attacked was just 2 days of travel away from Camelot. Normally, they would fear the swift retribution of the king too much to act like that. Lady Morgaine is correct, continued Sir Percival, for that reason you will all take those weapons with you that are proficient enough to use in case of an attack. Meaning, staffs, knives, slings or whatever other weapon you learned up to that point. You will spread out once we reach the forest where we know many of the plants we need to grow. Your task is to find the plants that are listed. If you can, take samples that can be further cultivated at the castle. It is much better for us if we can breed those healing plants instead of always having to travel into the forest to collect them. The boys nodded, seeing the sense in this method. Further, none of you is allowed to give any sign of your identity. Not your family crests, not family colors, nor calling each other by name. As you know, Prince Harold is part of this group. We can't afford that any bandit captures him. He is the only suitable heir to the throne we currently have. While Lady Morgaine's younger son Mordred is also of the right bloodline, he is just 6 years old, and you all know that with the situation in the kingdom being dangerous, people want to see that the royal family is strong enough to protect them. Illogical in some parts, but a teenage heir who is already a squire gives a stronger feeling of safety than a 6 years old child that can't prove itself yet, pointed Sir Percival out. Still, Harold is a squire like any other, and he will perform his duty like all of you. To make it much harder to find out who he is, as outside of Camelot his looks are only known in general parts, we can avoid target attacks much easier this way. He didn't mention it, but some black-haired boys in the group had been added intentionally to confuse possible attackers more. Not to mention that one squire and one page had been discreetly briefed to play decoy in case of attacks to keep the attackers from realizing Harry's identity. Both had a passable resemblance to Harry and were close enough to him in age to make the deceit possible. Harry wasn't informed, as he would protest that others were placed in danger for him. To make this possible while you are inside the forest, you will use code names. We will keep this simple. You will be put into 5 groups of 4 boys each. You know that we trained you in groups of that size regularly, as many strategies that knights use on missions profit from a clear distribution of jobs. Thus, this concept is familiar to all of you. The groups are red, blue, yellow, green and orange. Each group will have members numbered from 1 to 4. Meaning, if Frederick is in the red group and gets the number 3, he is to be addressed outside the castle as Red 3. Nothing else, explained Sir Percival. The boys nodded again, understanding it easily. Then Sir Percival gave them the setup of the groups, with Harold and one of the briefed boys being in the green group. Coincidentally, the other two boys also had dark hair, even if it wasn't black. Inside the forest that would be more difficult to distinguish. We will start our job at the forest that is just 1 hour of riding distance at high speed away from Camelot. You have 15 minutes to change into standard training clothes and then be at the stables to get started, instructed Sir Percival, and the boys took off to switch into simple clothes that didn't give away any of their identities. Some stayed, as they had worn simple clothes already, Harry among them. His mother had told him what would be expected during the job and he fully understood why these security precautions were needed. He thought it was smart to not give too much away. They were fairly sure that there weren't any spies inside Camelot, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. To make things even safer while he was outside the castle, he would have Hedwig scouting the situation from the air. His owl was very smart after all, and with a camouflage spell that his mother knew, Hedwig wouldn't stand out of her surroundings, despite her white plumage being very distinct normally. Not to mention that owls were normally nocturnal. Magical post owls were trained to resist that when it was necessary though. Soon the first others returned, now wearing colors that would easily blend into the normal scenery of a forest, meaning earthy colors. All of them were back before the 15 minutes were over. The way we travel is simple, spoke Sir Percival. Each group that was put together will travel to a different part of the forest. You have all been there at least once already, so you should be familiar with the route. Team Yellow starts at the western border of the forest, at the fork that leads to either Remistad or the general route to Cornwall. Team Green will start at the boulder that looks like a hare. Team Red starts at the clearing opposite the fork leading down to the sea. Team Blue will take the path into the forest until they reach the pond and start from there. Last but not least, Team Orange will start at the 3 large oak trees that surround the 5 meters tall boulder. Understood, the boys confirmed their orders. Then onto your steeds and good luck, nodded Sir Percival and went over to his own horse. He would travel with Lady Morgane to start at a different place. The group soon rode towards the gate of the castle. While they rode through the city, they had their horses walking, as it would be too dangerous for pedestrians if they had them go faster. That was only done in case of true emergencies, like when an injured person needed to be brought to the castle for treatment, and it was life or death. Then, of course, they would gallop through the city, with one rider going ahead to clear the path. At this speed, the time from the castle to the city gates took them 20 minutes. The people went to the sides of the street when they heard the horses coming closer. At the city gates, they had to wait for a minute, as the guards first needed to open the heavy gate. King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table had decided to not take any risks during the dangerous times they currently experienced. Who knew if those bandits would dare sneaking into the city one day to rob the much richer people living inside Camelot. Thus, all those asking for entry into the city were controlled and their carts searched for possible stowaways and hidden weapons. The people of Camelot didn't mind. A herald had announced the changes and their reasons everywhere, and they were glad that their king took their safety this seriously. Having to wait a bit longer when they traveled out of the city and returned, well, that was much better than the alternatives. As the travel of the group had been planned beforehand, the gate guards simply opened the gates and waved them through. As soon as the horses were all on the other side of the moat that surrounded the city walls, making it even more difficult for attackers to attempt climbing the high walls that protected the city, Sir Percival urged his horse into gallop and the boys and Lady Morgane soon followed his example. For the trained horses that everybody there was riding, it was no trouble going at that speed for hours on end. Team Green reached the boulder in form of a hare that was their starting point without any trouble. The boys got off their horses and tied the reins to some lower branches of the trees. This way, the horses wouldn't simply run away. There also was enough grass in easy reach for them, so they could graze while they waited. "All right, how are we going to do this?" asked Kendall, a squire a year older than Harry, using the codename Green 2. "I suggest we first have a close look at the list we got, then quickly revise where these plants commonly grow and then start walking in a wide line, perhaps 5 meters between us, to not overlook our targets in the forest," suggested Green 1, the oldest among the group, whose name was Liam and who was the one briefed to keep Harry safe. "That makes sense. I suggest we work thoroughly and mostly silent. We don't want to attract more attention than necessary to our jobs. While for normal people this mission wouldn't cause any distress, the bandits might think differently, or even try to steal the plants we collect. Either to prevent that we can treat our people, or to use them for their own injuries, pointed Harry out. He was going to be called Green 3. Yes, that wouldn't be a good thing, nodded the last boy in their group, Green 4, whose name was Nathaniel. Harry had noticed that he was the youngest in this group that was completely made up of squires. It was obvious to him that Sir Percival and his mother had done this to give him capable support, should anything happen during their mission. He didn't mind. He knew too well that the current situation in regard to the succession to the throne was bad for the kingdom. Uncle Arthur and Aunt Guinevere had been married for 5 years now, and she still hadn't managed to become pregnant. His stepping into the position of crown prince, simply to stall the more ambitious lords for as long as possible, would only hold for so long. He had also been warned to look out for those lords' daughters that tried to win him for themselves. While he was a teenage boy, and he knew that one day their offers would become terribly tempting, he had the problem that he didn't belong into this time. He didn't really know what would happen, should he actually get a girl pregnant in this time. He had asked his mother if his training here wouldn't be problematic for the cause of history, but she had assured him that, even if he had an important position, time was resilient. Even if he did something, time had a way to change things around that were influenced by him to let it appear in his time that nothing grave had changed. As if he had been meant to do what he did. And, as the time of Camelot was about 1,000 years before his time, it wouldn't influence things that strongly. And they were actively trying to change things to the better anyway. If that wasn't allowed, it would be impossible to know about future events. But seers were very real. His mother was one after all. And his traveling through time would have been blocked. But higher powers had allowed him to do this. After all, why else would Fawkes be perfectly placed to play a deciding role in this scheme? Thus, Harry decided to simply take one day at a time and see what would happen. Due to the problem with the bandits, his mother was too busy to thoroughly read through all the information he had brought with him about the different ways he had found to prevent pregnancies in a healthy woman. But once this situation was solved, and it would be, one way or the other, she would concentrate on that part. It was important to solve the issue properly. The 4 boys checked their lists and quickly discussed the things they remembered about the plants they were tasked to find. Some were common like leaves of a fern, others more difficult to distinguish, as 2 kinds of mushrooms looked similar to each other, but they only needed one of them. Harry, being the one best educated about plants, explained what to look out for, and then they started their search. Each of them would collect the plants they found inside a bag slung over their shoulders. They were large enough to hold about 4 kilograms of plants. And they had been told that it didn't matter if everything was thrown into the bags unsorted. The ones creating the medicine would sort them all out once they handed over their findings after returning to Camelot. Nothing on their lists would react with other things while it was being collected, thus they could concentrate on simply finding what was needed and bringing it back in decent state. Soon they started picking leaves, digging under plants to get to the roots, and sometimes climbing up trees to get to things that grew up there. They kept looking for 3 hours, then their bags were full. They signaled each other to return to their horses and made their way back to where they had left them. Thankfully, the horses looked relaxed, and they had reduced the grass around the trees quite a bit during the hours they had waited for their riders. The boys untied them again, got into the saddles, and then urged them into gallop once they were all ready. Nothing happened during the ride, and they reached Camelot around 7 in the evening. After giving the password that Sir Percival had given them before they started their mission, they were led into the city and rode back to the castle. Once they reached the inner bailey, they got off their horses again. The boys knew too well that caring for their horses always came first, except a task had been time-sensitive. Then giving a report or handing over a delivery would be done first before caring for the horse. But in this case, their collected plants could be handed over at the hospital wing after the horses were back in their stables. Feeding them would be done by the equerry, like every day. The job was too important to let inexperienced boys mess something up. Not to mention that food resources for the horses were also limited. It wouldn't do to waste oat, for example, because one of the boys miscalculated. The younger horses that weren't in training yet didn't get oat, for example. During the summer, they weren't kept inside the stables. They were put onto meadows to graze there. They were only caught in fall, to bring them into large freestall barns. During winter they were fed with hay, a bit of barley, sugar beets, and got to graze on the meadows when the weather permitted it. The sheer number of horses needed by Camelot made it necessary to change meadows regularly, to ensure that they could regrow after a while. Though the younger horses normally were kept on meadows outside the city, simply because their numbers were too large for normal meadows on the inside. Taking care of those horses was a task given to specially trained men that reported to the equerry at Camelot. Mostly, their job was keeping watch that none of the horses was badly injured by wild animals or thieves that thought stealing some of the horses would be a good way to get easy money. Overall, the group needed 15 minutes to have their horses taken care of and turned their steps towards the entrance into the castle that was closest to the direct route to the hospital wing. Mordred looked down at the small board that he had been given to practice his writing. As he was just starting out, it would have been way too wasteful to let him use parchment. It was expensive to create parchment after all. His teacher for the afternoon was a nice man. He had told Mordred that he was a retired knight. He had served under Uncle Arthur's father Uther Pendragon already until the man's untimely death. Due to nobody knowing where Arthur had been kept hidden to protect the heir to the throne, the situation in the country had been very problematic. To prevent any wars for the throne getting out of hand, the current Merlin had set up a task to identify the next king. Mordred of course knew the story of how Uncle Arthur got Excalibur from the stone. But he hadn't known the history leading up to that point before. Sir Placidus was great at explaining history in Mordred's opinion. Much better than the teachers he had back at Aunt Morgause's castle. They didn't make learning interesting. With Sir Placidus, he was eager to find out how things continued from a certain point. And the man involved him, letting him guess what could be the reasons for actions that had been taken. They had covered 4 subjects this afternoon. In the morning, Mordred had been allowed to help at the stable and got his first real riding lesson on a brown pony. That had been great, even if the pony's gaits were much different to the ones he had experienced on Thunder. It was difficult to remember all the things the squire that took care of teaching him told him, but he did his best. He didn't want to disappoint his uncle, who had allowed him to learn riding. And the pony was really nice. Its name was Danny and it never took anything he might do wrong badly. Danny had certainly earned the carrot he had given him as a reward after the writing lesson. Next to history, Sir Placidus had covered maths, studies about nature, and now he was working on reading and writing. His current task was writing 5 letters he had been shown 20 times each. The goal was improving his handwriting. The better he could write the letters, the easier it would become to write whole words in the end. This was also the last lesson for the day, then he would have some time to wash up before dinner. He hoped that after dinner he could spend some time with his mother and brother again. The day before, they had spent the evening together, which had been great. While Harry had to study things their mother taught him, things about the magic of Avalon, it was interesting to watch, and Harry didn't mind talking to him when he didn't have to concentrate. And he had taken a short break when it was time for Mordred to go to bed. Both his mother and brother had accompanied him to his room and wished him a good night. His mother stayed a while longer and read him a bedtime story before he lay down to sleep. Harry had left them alone for that, returning to his studies. Mordred truly wished to stay with them. This was much more like family should be than what he was used to from Aunt Morgause. You have improved your letters, Mordred, complimented Sir Placidus. Thank you, Sir Placidus. The hint you gave me about how to hold the chalk to make it easier was very helpful, replied Mordred. Good. I don't see any sense in letting a child struggle with a task when some small hints can make learning more efficient and less time-intensive, nodded the old knight. Mordred agreed with that sentiment. He didn't mind studying, he was the nephew of the king and he couldn't be stupid. But he didn't like being left alone and told off for not doing well when he didn't get proper instructions. And if things were explained in a good way, like Sir Placidus did, it was even fun to learn new things. Once you are done with the letter S, you may pack your things away. You have done well this afternoon. We will meet again tomorrow after lunch, the man told the boy. Thank you, Sir Placidus, I enjoyed the lessons with you today, Mordred honestly answered. I'm happy to hear this. Mordred returned the smile the knight gave him and hurried to properly finish the 20-letter S that he had to write. Then, after getting a nod for having done well from Sir Placidus, he cleaned his board, put it into the satchel he had been given by his mother to keep his school equipment, and stood from his chair. Goodbye, Sir Placidus, until tomorrow. Goodbye, Mordred. Mordred left the room and started walking back to his room. He would wash up and then see if he could find Harry before dinner. He knew that Harry was on duty tonight, therefore, he wouldn't be able to talk to his brother otherwise. Just when he turned around the corner to the corridor to his room, he spotted Harry leaving his room, already wearing the clothes the pages and squires had to wear while serving at dinner. "Hi Harry," he greeted and ran over to his brother. "Hi Mordred, I see you finished your studies for today," commented Harry with a smile. "Yes, Sir Placidus is a good teacher. He makes studying much more interesting than my teacher at Aunt Morgosa's castle," nodded Mordred. "That's good to hear. I'm sorry that I don't have much time to talk right now. I need to get down to the kitchen to start dinner duty, Mordred," apologized Harry. "That's okay. I know that you can't skip your duties as a squire," nodded Mordred. He had been explained what a squire needed to do by his mother the day after he had arrived at the castle and why it would happen that Harry would basically ignore him if he was on dinner duty. That was how the ones serving were expected to behave. It didn't mean that Harry didn't like him, it was part of his training to become a knight. Mordred knew that once he became a page, the same would be expected of him. And he wanted to become a knight one day too after all. "Thanks, I'll see you later," said Harry and walked swiftly towards the kitchen. Mordred went into his room, put his satchel onto a shelf and walked over to the bowl with a pitcher of water standing next to it. He poured some water into the bowl, holding the pitcher with both hands, and when he had enough, he took a small piece of soap from a plate. The soap had been made by his mother. He hadn't known soap at his aunt's castle. It wasn't something that was used everywhere, but his mother was selling it to those nobles that were interested in the item. While he didn't understand everything his mother had explained about the reasons why eating with clean hands was important, he didn't mind doing so either. And the soap smelled nice. It was made with some powdered flowers as far as he remembered. Lavender if he smelled this right. Once he had used a towel to dry his hands, he went to his bed. He knew his mother would collect him before she went to dinner. He honestly wondered why his aunt didn't speak nicely of his mother. She wasn't bad and took more time out of her schedule to talk to him than Aunt Morgause. For 1 week, preparations were done at Camelot with every capable hand being put to work. The orphans that Sir Edmund's patrol had brought back were included in that part. The older boys were busy cutting trees into the right parts that were needed, while the younger boys and the girls were put under the lead of the cooks in the kitchen. Many things that were often delegated to the pages or squires now had to be done by the kitchen helpers. Mainly because the pages and squires already had their duties and were busy all day. Then the day the king and the knights had been preparing had come. Sirius Black had finished the jewelry box that was to be the bait for the trap. It was a work of art and Queen Guinevere had already voiced her desire to get a box like that for herself. It was an exquisite bit of craftsmanship. Even if the box was transformed from a normal piece of wood and then polished with magic to make it look highly appealing. The inside was unsuspicious as well. The fact that underneath the cloth that covered all parts tracking runes were hidden was difficult to believe. Sirius had really outdone himself in this part. He had actually set the small metal plate that held the runes into the wood. This way, even if the cloth was damaged, nobody would spot the runes and throw the box away. To make it even less likely, King Arthur had sponsored a very pretty silver necklace with a ruby pendant in form of a teardrop to be placed inside. Needless to say that a normal tracking charm had been put onto the necklace. Those charms didn't hold as long as the runes, but they were still useful for a while. Next to the box, there was a second box that held 6 vials with lavender oil. They were sealed with some wax to prevent that the oil spilled out of them, next to the box being built to keep them upright. The lord and knights had sent their best sleuths into the area and the dog trainers had made sure to have the dogs take on the specific scent of the oil. In fact, each hunter and dog trainer that was on call had a vial of the oil with him to let the dogs take up the scent. The box in which the oil was transported had also lightly been sprayed with some oil to make it more probable that the dogs caught the scent once the transport from the London harbour to Camelot had been robbed. It was unclear where the bandits would strike, but the ones involved in the planning were sure that it was too tempting a target to not happen. For this operation, the knights and the older, more experienced squires would be part of the operation. The younger squires and the pages would stay at Camelot. They wouldn't be of any help with this, instead they would make easy targets for the bandits. The goal was to finally bring the bandits down and restore peace and safety in the kingdom. Not lose knights in training who weren't ready for this kind of mission yet. The ones staying at Camelot would have a lot of work. All the horses that weren't taken onto the mission needed to be exercised, preparations for supply runs had to be finished. After all, nobody knew how many bandits there were overall, and things like arrows or spears had to be ready to be replenished at a moment's notice, then medical treatment had to be ready and so on. Harry had spent many hours during the past week brewing potions and salves, both the magical and non-magical kinds, to stock up the storage of the hospital wing of Camelot. Next to that, he had been taught basics of first aid and healing in his evening lessons with his mother. The mental library that his family had was a blessing for that. Just mentioning a method gave him the basics he needed to know. And Morgaine expected several injured soldiers and knights once the bandits were found. In the end, it was a foregone conclusion that they would be dealt with harshly, but the question that needed answering was at what cost for the forces of Camelot. How many would die fighting and how many be gravely injured? The knights were going to spread out over a large area to not leave any holes in the net King Arthur wanted to create to catch the bandits and not let any of them escape. Camelot would only keep a small force to deal with possible attacks. Nobody really expected them, especially not from the bandits, but it wasn't a good idea to become careless. The ones staying at Camelot were mainly the older knights, next to Sir Gawain, who had the responsibility for the castle and the city while the other knights and the king were out to fight for their people. It was a grand sight when the full force of Camelot mobilized, and the knights rode in formation through the city towards the gates. The idea was to have them visibly split up at the other side of the moat and make it appear that the king was sending out his knights to search in a big operation for the bandits. They would use standard procedures that patrols used and wait for the signal that had been agreed upon. Each of them had got a piece of copper, which was a message board created by Sirius Black again. It wasn't large, barely the size of a large coin, but it was enough to spread messages among all the groups. If one group of dogs caught the scent of the bait, or the team including Lord Black, who monitored the other bait's position with his powers, found out where to find the camp of the bandits, they would turn their groups there to strike with force. The threat to the lives of the people of England would stop. One way or the other. He wanted to laugh out loud. His plan had worked very well. To think that he could make the young king fall for the plot this easily. As if a few lives of peasants counted. Who cared if they were killed by the men he had hired to sow unrest and terror among the common people outside of Camelot? He had calculated his move carefully. He had wanted to grab power over England for years, and before Arthur Pendragon was chosen for the throne by pulling Excalibur out of the stone, he had worked from the shadows to assemble a sizable force around himself. He could have convinced some of the important lords to support his claim to the throne and most others his forces would have defeated. He had been close to victory, but then this hidden son of Uther Pendragon, the last king, had come out of wherever he had been hidden away. Some said he had been raised in the belief that Sir Ector was his father, which was only cleared up after he drew the sword from the stone. Sadly, he hadn't been able to verify if that story was true or not. Sir Ector had died of a severe illness one winter before he could be questioned, and Sir Kay, his son, fell in battle at the side of Arthur. Others didn't know if Arthur was Sir Ector's son or not, even if some servants declared that he had been raised at Sir Ector's estate as a nobleman. But it didn't matter anyway in the end. He drew the sword, the test set by the Merlin Taliesin, which showed the true king of England. And Merlin had told the people that Arthur was Uther's son. He himself had tried to pull the sword out of the stone years before Arthur succeeded and failed each time. For the people, the story that Arthur was the son of the late King Uther was easy to believe. Who else but the true Prince of England would be chosen by the sword Excalibur? But it had thwarted his plans to rule the country. At first, he had tried to get the young man interested in his daughter, a beautiful young woman close to Arthur in age even, but the bastard only had eyes for Guinevere. It was sweet irony that the wench was infertile as it seemed and couldn't give Arthur a child. Not even a girl. He had seen hope that soon he could insert his daughter as a replacement for Guinevere. A queen that couldn't give the country and heir tended to have an accident and to be replaced by a woman that could perform that simple duty. But then his plans had been thwarted again. And this time, he needed a better contingency plan. It was a smart plan, he would grudgingly admit that. It was well known that Morgaine of Avalon was Arthur's half-sister on his mother's side. And she had brought her oldest son Harold to be trained to become a knight. So far, that wasn't unusual. Of course the king's sister would want her sons to be taught by the best, and the best were the knights of the Round Table. But the boy was dangerous for his plans. It was quickly obvious. Harold was a hard worker, charming to both his peers and the people living and working at the castle, was growing into his looks more and more and showed all the best traits for a future knight. He wasn't perfect, but he was willing to listen to those older and more experienced than him and take on their advice how to become strong. Many girls his age were soon smitten with the polite and respectful boy, who didn't try to take advantage of his relationship with the king. Instead the boy seemed a bit shy, but it lessened the more he got used to life at Camelot. Many had celebrated the news that King Arthur had named Harold of Ceredigion as his heir until he had a son of his own. That was common to do among nobles. Several lords had named either their nephews or grandsons their heirs, should they lack a son to inherit, or had lost said son for one reason or another. It got Arthur some time to try finding a way to get his wife pregnant. He doubted it would work. Not even Morgane with all her magical powers had found a solution for the problem over the years. Not even magic could cure infertility. Some other lords had switched their original plans to the heir. After all, Harold was much easier to influence than Arthur, due to the fact that he was younger and not as experienced in the plots of the nobles. Not to mention that teenagers had to fight with their hormones all the time, and accidental pregnancies had forced many a young couple into marriage to avoid a scandal. But he didn't want to play this game. He wanted the power over England now, not after Arthur had died, however long that would take. He would have accepted controlling Arthur through his daughter had he managed to make him marry her, but it would take way too long before Harold could be used. The boy had just turned 14 after all. While that was a perfect age to try the trap with an unplanned pregnancy, nobody would accept a teenager as king, should Arthur die early. Harold would stay a prince until he was knighted, which normally would happen when he was 17 or 18. Especially with Sir Edmund as his teacher. The man was thorough in teaching a future knight. No, his plan was much different. He planned to take over the power in Camelot while Arthur was away. The few knights that were here were mostly old and out of shape. The only real danger was Sir Gawain. Once he was neutralized, he could let his plans commence. Let Arthur and the knights hunt the bandits. The men he had hired were used to moving through the woods undetected. And nobody would find the way they did it. It had taken 2 years of preparation, but now his plan could be enacted to finally get what he believed his right. Becoming the new king of England once Arthur was killed in battle with the bandits. Harold would suffer an accident soon after, as would Mordred, the second son of Morgane. It wouldn't do to have people get the idea of letting the child become the new heir to the throne and have a regent installed until the boy was old enough to take over the throne. It was luck that he had both obstacles in his path to the throne right where he could take them down. This time, Camelot and England would be his to claim. Back at the base. For 5 days the knights and the king had been gone, and no news about success had been sent to Sir Gawain. It wasn't surprising. The different groups had to first reach the spots meant for them to manage cornering the bandits. That took time, even if they rode the best horses available to Camelot. Such big groups weren't fast when they traveled. So far, the ones guarding the transport hadn't reported about it being robbed. He was sure it would happen soon. The journey from London to Camelot for a transport as large as the one that was chosen as bait would take 4 weeks. That was a lot of time to get all the squads in position for the great hunt that would end the threat of the bandits. The advisory group around the king expected the attack to take place 1.5 weeks after the journey started at the earliest. London itself was one of the biggest cities in England. It had been considered as the capital, but Camelot was chosen because it was a fortress in form of a city. London was less defensible in its entirety. While the transport was still inside the city or close to it, the danger of support forces being sent quickly would be too large. There hadn't been any signs for bandits being active close to the city. While the transport would cross several well-defended areas, the majority of England wasn't that safe. King Arthur was working towards increasing the level of safety for all English citizens, but it needed time. The barons and lords that had sworn fealty to the king had their own standing forces, but their strength depended on the wealth of said noble. That was one reason why there was a structured program to train up new knights from all the noble families in England. The king also considered giving worthy young men of common birth the chance to enter the program in the future, but that was still impossible right now. They didn't have the infrastructure for that. But to properly defend the country, to protect all citizens, the ones born into all their noble families didn't suffice. They couldn't spread that far. Sure, King Arthur could grant estates to the new knights that didn't stand to inherit their family estates in the future. That helped cover more space. But the profession of a knight wasn't suited for all the youths that dreamed of becoming knights of the Round Table. They had to redirect several boys into other branches after determining that they weren't suited to become knights during the initial training phase. That they didn't have the right mentality or that their bodies simply couldn't take the training. That was normal. Sir Gawain worried about the tactical situation. While Camelot should be safe enough from bandits, there were groups that were unhappy with the way the king ruled the country. The biggest danger of mutiny over the king and queen not having an heir for the throne had been stopped for a while, as Harold, Lady Morgaine's son, proved a great choice for the time being. But that wouldn't last forever, he knew that too well. Someday, the ones having tried to work against King Arthur would become louder again. They would demand that the king finally presented a son of his own to continue his line, arguing that while Morgaine was his sister, she wasn't the daughter of Uther Pendragon. Her father was Gerloy of Cornwall. The main reason why nobody had argued harsher about that part was the importance of Avalon. Igraine, the mother of Lady Morgaine and King Arthur, was the sister of the former High Priestess of Avalon, Vivian, and the daughter of Vivian's predecessor Anna. The old ways were still strong in England, even if many had taken on the Christian faith. King Arthur granted both groups protection to peacefully celebrate their faith in his kingdom. And people considered women to be bound closer to the land they were born on. Avalon was a place of powerful magic, and that connection was seen as highly valuable. That was why, next to the boy's personal qualities, Harold had been accepted easily as the placeholder for the throne, and successor of the king, should something horrible happen and he die before he could have a son of his own. The problem he saw in the current situation was that, due to low numbers of knights overall, a mission like the one the king was currently performing, drew nearly all active knights away from Camelot. If somebody wanted to start a coup, it would be the perfect opportunity. He was the only knight in full fighting condition. Next to him, 7 older knights had stayed, who had taken over the training of the pages and squires that were left behind, as they would be in too much danger during battle. Lord Black was also at Camelot, and he was working in secret to fortify the castle even more than the walls and soldiers could do. While the man wasn't the strongest traditional fighter right now, as he was still rebuilding his former strength, which an illness that had lasted some months had taken from him, he had the instincts of a great fighter. With magic in his arsenal, he could easily match any knight. Unknown to all those outside of the inner circle of advisors to King Arthur, Lord Black had been tasked to create a net of wards over Camelot that would stall any attacking force. He would carve his runes into any doorframe inside the castle to detect those intent on harming the inhabitants, and bar entrance into the rooms through the doorframes to those that came with ill intent. It was a long process and needed high precision from the man. But he didn't shy away from the challenge. In fact, he happily greeted it, saying that he had always wanted to work on a project that would write history. Well, making Camelot impenetrable to enemies would fall into that bracket. Though, to not give away the plan, he had to do so unnoticed to most. And he first needed to work out sequences that wouldn't be triggered by minor bad intentions, like kitchen boys wanting to prank somebody by putting frogs into their rooms. That would only cause too much trouble and bring work to a standstill. Lord Black guessed that to perfect the array he would need it would take a week or so. Meaning, if an attack took place early, that plan wouldn't give them any benefits. Still, Sir Gawain hoped that it wouldn't come to that, and the probability of a successful coup was also low enough to risk sending nearly all knights outside of Camelot for a big operation. Any possible culprit behind a coup would also be limited in the number of men he had available. And smuggling more into Camelot would be noticed. They had secured all the entrances into the city, including the 3 secret ones. Even if their numbers were reduced, to overwhelm the ones left behind, it would need at least 200 well-trained men. And those would be spotted before they could act decisively. Harry was outside in his training clothes. The morning training that the group of knights that was tasked with protecting Camelot was over and all squires and pages had spent the next few hours exercising the remaining horses. Each boy was given 8 horses to ride each day. That took 4 hours, with the stable boys taking care of preparing the next horse to be ready when they were finished with the work for the previous one. Each horse was exercised for half an hour and then the next one was brought. The only break in their exercising schedule was for lunch break, then they continued until all horses were exercised. Next to that, there were a few remaining chores that hadn't been delegated to the service staff of the castle. Things like collecting wood from the storage areas, for example. That still was done by the pages and squires and was always scheduled in the morning directly after breakfast, next to in the evening before dinner. That schedule was also easily understandable. Right now, in summer, the only place that needed wood was the kitchen. To cook the meals for the inhabitants of the castle, fires needed to be kept going. In the morning, the wood was brought for lunch and dinner, and in the evening for the cooking of breakfast the next morning. It was different to not train as much to improve his abilities with a sword, besides basic exercises under the close watch of whichever knight was in charge of that part of morning training, but he understood why it currently had to take a backseat. Still, that didn't mean that he would slack. While several of the other boys that stayed behind at Camelot used the opportunity to reduce their working pensum in some part, he didn't want to let Sir Edmund hear that he didn't train as much as before. That would only lead to painful extra training when his teacher was back from the mission. Thus, he performed the moves he had been shown previously, and tried to perfect them. He started slowly, making sure to hit the exact points he wanted to hit on the training dummy that was used for sword training. He increased the speed slightly after a set of 20 repetitions. That was how he had been taught to do it. Next to him, his friend Cameron was working on something similar, but with his staff. He wasn't promoted to squire yet, thus the time he spent with sword training was less than Harry's. Still, the current situation made it clear to the smarter boys that slacking could cost them their lives in bad circumstances. And none of them wanted to ever face that. Harry wasn't surprised that Wilbur and George, the jerks in his starting year group that felt they were better than others, were among those lazing about. They didn't dare mouthing off against him too much, not after he had been named Crown Prince, but they sure didn't like that part. They certainly needed to learn some more humility before their teachers would consider promoting them to squires. Well, that was their problem, not his. He concentrated on finishing his set of moves before walking over to the table on which the pitcher with water was placed. He poured himself a cup and drank slowly. He had learned that drinking too quickly could be detrimental to further training. Soon after, Cameron was next to him, filling his own cup. "You seem to get better with the forms you were working on, Harry," commented Cameron. "Yes, they come easier after the many repetitions I did on them. But it is still a long way until I can do them flawlessly with useful speed," admitted Harry. "I can imagine. I mean, Sir Percival has started my training with the sword, but that thing is seriously heavy. No wonder that it takes more than a year for most pages to become squires." "How did you manage to reach that level so fast?" asked Cameron. "Higher healing levels than normal, I would guess. Magic does make healing from normal things like sore muscles easier. Not to mention that I brew a special salve of healing herbs regularly to reduce the soreness. And you know that when the body gets used to a certain level, the muscles simply grow stronger," explained Harry. "Unfair, but understandable," sighed Cameron. "Then again, I know that when I am off duty, you have to study some more hours with either your mother or uncle. I guess that balances it out." "True. I don't have much free time," agreed Harry. "How do you manage that much work?" asked Cameron. "Great scheduling and discipline," deadpanned Harry, "otherwise it would not work. If I push something I have to do off, or don't work efficiently, the whole thing will break down." "Ouch. I certainly prefer having more time to learn those things. Have you heard anything about the progress of the bandit catching operation?" "Not yet. My godfather has only got routine messages from the ones on the mission. They are still getting into their assigned positions in most cases. Mainly because the area they need to cover is large. Nobody knows where the bandits have their main base," answered Harry. "That is a problem," nodded Cameron. "Did you hear that Wilbur and George were outraged that they had to stay behind while the older squires were allowed to go with the knights and the king? They believe that they should have been allowed to join the operation. They aren't at the level that is needed to last through a bandit attack," objected Harry, shaking his head vehemently. "I mean, I saw how such an attack goes when the patrol I was part of found Aunt Morgose's and Mordred's carriage being attacked. That isn't a joke. Those men tried to kill anybody in their path. And neither George nor Wilbur are strong enough to even lift a sword repeatedly to block common strikes. I am not ready for that kind of thing. I mainly stayed in the background and gave ranged support where possible during that fight. True. I don't get their attitude anyway. I mean, it should have by now become obvious that names don't count for much in training to become a knight. Still, they cling to their belief that their father's names and wealth will give them privileges. If they aren't careful, they won't become squires and wash out of training after 2.5 years at the latest, stated Cameron. Harry nodded. That was the second deadline in training to become a knight. The first one was the 1-month deadline. Those not managing the basic training at that point were either sent home to wait for 1 more year before they tried again to pass the basic training, or they were redirected to the normal soldiers. The second deadline concerned pages that didn't get to the level a squire needed to have. Each page had 2.5 years to reach that level. And this included both physical and mental prowess. Those that didn't show the right attitude would also be kicked out. There was still the option for them to find a different knight outside of Camelot to continue their training, but that was unlikely to happen. Those refused by the Knights of Camelot for further training after giving them those 2.5 years would only get a teacher if there was either somebody in their family that could continue the training or if their family paid a lot of money for somebody to do so. Neither option happened often. I'm sure their teachers won't let their behavior continue much longer though. They will be put on the spot once the knights have more time again. I believe that the bandit problem will be solved within 3 months at most. Then the knights will concentrate on our training full-time again, and anybody not doing their best will be in for a world of pain. Sir Edmund may be among the strictest teachers that we have, but he is by far not the only one that gets creative in punishing lazy students, said Harry. I agree. I remember too well how Sir Percival corrected my assumption of how I could skip some stages in training, believing I had already covered them sufficiently at home, winced Cameron. I guess we all experienced some lessons that cut our ego down to a manageable size, grinned Harry. Probably it's a good thing too. Arrogance can lead to an early death. Not something I want to be my future, nodded Cameron. Harry could only agree with his friend. They took a second cup of water before they returned to their training. 2 weeks after the start of the mission, Sir Gawain received a first message. The groups of knights and soldiers were finally all in position and the transport had passed the imagined line behind the protection of London. From now on, they were waiting for the bandits to take the bait. That was good to know. At Camelot things had found into a new routine and the knights that substituted in the training of the pages and squires wrote down who among them was lazy and who did continue to train properly, even if their normal teachers weren't present. They would allow for some reduction in the intensity of the training that the boys did. That was unavoidable, but some of them stood out negatively by just doing what was unavoidable for them and used the rest of the time to flirt with girls or causing mischief. They would see where that got them once the knights were back. Especially the pages that were still on probation before they became squires should know better. But 2 of the ones that were already identified as troublemakers were leading in shirking their training. If they didn't shape up, they would be sent home. Some of the pages that were close to squire level might profit from their attitude in continuing to improve themselves. Initiative like that was to be rewarded and it would probably lead to them getting promoted the next turn it was tested, which happened 3 times a year. Nobody tested if the level was suited for squire training during the winter months. It was simply much more difficult to keep up proper training then. He had heard from Lord Black as well. He had managed to determine a suitable array that would protect the castle's entrances properly. He had tested it with a barn outside of Camelot while letting a prisoner attempt entering the building while he kept a close eye on the man to not let him escape. Now he would start applying the arrays at strategic entrances into Camelot. Though for the moment he would only manage the castle itself. There were simply too many people that passed through the large city gates to manage applying the array there unnoticed, which was necessary to not give up the plan. And everything depended on secrecy. There were other entrances into the city and if the attackers avoided the prepared entrances, he could as well save himself the work. That made sense to Sir Gawain. But having the castle better secured would already be a relief. Soon, very soon his plan would begin. He had received a carrier pigeon with a message that his paid mercenaries had spotted a few groups of knights which, like he had informed them, would go out to bring them down. And it was only a question of time until one of the men got a good shot at King Arthur. Then the young upstart would die, and his family in form of his two nephews would follow swiftly. In the resulting chaos, he could take over control at Camelot and be the rightful king of the country. And this time, no meddling magician like Taliesin would interfere in his plans. Nothing like what the uneducated peasants called fate would stand in his way again. And, contrary to Arthur, he had an heir already. He had a son that could follow him onto the throne. He would start a dynasty that would last. And he wouldn't be stupid to allow the peasants too many liberties. They were there to work for the nobles, not demand personal rights. Harry read a book his mother had left for him to study, as she was too busy with other duties to regularly teach him currently. He understood why it was necessary. The injured and sick patients at the hospital wing needed her more right now than he did. She was brewing countless potions and salves to be ready when the next wave of injured patients needed them, next to having everything packed to send first aid teams to where they were needed. And as she was the most accomplished person with any kind of medical knowledge, she would lead such a team, especially as she could also protect the members of said team against possible attacks on the group. Though the places where such emergency hospital spots would be set up were inside the safe territory around Camelot. It had been decided by the knights that taking a medical unit with them, while it would help a lot, wasn't practical, as the knights and soldiers of each group wouldn't be able to properly protect them while fighting against the bandits. Battles weren't clearly structured and orderly but chaotic. Anything could happen, and it would be really bad if during such a battle the civilians that made up the medical unit were killed. Dead, they couldn't treat the injured soldiers and knights anymore. The main reason why there were spots outside Camelot to treat the injured quickly were to prevent as many deaths as they could. In many cases time was a deciding factor to prevent that the injuries led to death. And many knights were instructed in basic first aid measures, like stopping bleeding and stabilizing sprained and broken limbs. Harry had shown many of the things he had been taught, both in the present time and the future, to his fellow pages and squires. He was convinced that knowing these things would only help them. Even if many knights that had overheard some of the things he taught had looked doubtful, hearing that distilled alcohol could help prevent infections of wounds. The current lesson he was working on was identifying and connecting with his personal element. Every magical being was connected to one of the common elements: air, water, fire and earth. Most never figured out how to build up the connection to their element and could therefore never use it beyond basic spells. For example, every advanced wizard or witch in his time could use the spell Augmenti to conjure different kinds of fluid, most commonly water, but a water-aligned witch or wizard that had worked on the connection to the water element could control the flow of a river or split a waterfall, for example. The examples in the book what a properly trained magical could do with the help of an element were astonishing. Harry knew that this would take months to properly learn, and years to become proficient, but it was worth it in the end. Being in harmony with his element, as well as his general magic, was the main goal of his mother's lessons for him. Once that was achieved, any kind of spell was possible. It would of course need practice to learn a new spell, but spells that many people in his time had deemed impossible to achieve on their own were very much manageable for his mother. He had seen how she had demonstrated one of those seemingly impossible spells last year, when he had been here for 5 months. Her element, as she had told him, was water. And after a very long period of heavy rain, when a large river had threatened to flood a village close to it, she had gone there to redirect the river into a safer path. Instead of following the previous path, she got it to dig a new bed for itself with its strength. The result was a new lake close to the village. The villagers were incredibly grateful to have their homes spared thanks to her interference. But in Harry's time, changing the path of a river was deemed impossible for any single witch or wizard. Harry had read up on this, as he had been curious. Such spells were normally performed by a coven of at least 3 magicals of high power levels, and that was for small rivers and not in emergency situations. Those in harmony with their magic also had an easier time to use advanced spells of other elements, but it was exceedingly difficult to directly manipulate those elements, like they could with their own element. He just finished the chapter he was reading when Mordred entered the room, looking very tired. "Hey, Mordred, why are you still up?" asked Harry. "Couldn't sleep," answered the boy. "You look really tired, what's keeping you from sleeping?" asked Harry, concerned. "Voices. I hear them whispering and speaking of danger," admitted Mordred, "but I can't find the ones that whisper." Harry suspected that Mordred had some kind of clairvoyance ability, which was acting up. He was worried that he was warned from danger while he was here at Camelot. The castle should have been safe, and there were no signs of the bandits managing to breach the walls in any way. "Do the voices say anything in particular?" asked Harry. "They say that I'm in danger, that somebody wants to hurt me and you," answered Mordred, frightened. "Come here," said Harry, and held his arms open, which Mordred immediately accepted and climbed onto Harry's lap, who had put the book he had been reading onto the table next to him. "I'm scared, Harry," admitted Mordred. "I know. These are dangerous times. But I will protect you," promised Harry. "I don't want anything bad to happen to you either," whined Mordred. "I will do my best to be safe, but you know that sometimes things just happen. But I do train for situations like that. What you can do to make things better is being vigilant at all times. If somebody really wants to harm you, they will have to catch you unaware first. Being careful and looking for possibly dangerous situation can lessen the danger. And here at Camelot, any attacker would have a hard time anyway. While the strongest knights are away, the castle and the city are far from unprotected," Harry tried to assure Mordred. Mordred leaned against Harry's chest. "Why did they want to harm us?" he asked. "Some people are jealous of our positions. We are the nephews of the king. Back before Uncle Arthur became king, there was a long time where there wasn't a clear situation who would take the throne. King Uther had died when Uncle Arthur was still a very young child. He knew that there was a big chance that he wouldn't live to see his son grow up to an age where he could follow him onto the throne. To prevent many wars, Taliesin, the current Merlin, set up a challenge. You know that Uncle Arthur was made King of England after he pulled Excalibur from the stone." "Taliesin had put it there," answered Harry. "Yes, Sir Placidus told me about that in one of the history lessons," nodded Mordred. "The sword was stuck in the stone for 15 years before he could pull it out. And King Uther died 1 year before that. Meaning, the country didn't have a king for 16 long years. And without a clear ruler, many people decided that they should become king. But the people wouldn't accept anybody that didn't manage to pull the sword from the stone. It was a dark and insecure time. Bandits were much more plentiful back then than they are now, even if most of them weren't as well organized as the current group seems to be. After many failures of nobles and knights to pull Excalibur from the stone, some decided that they would find a way to become king without the sword. But those plans were stopped from working out when Uncle Arthur managed what had been believed impossible by that time. When Taliesin also identified him as King Uther's long-hidden son, the common people gained a lot of hope, and many nobles that thought he was not qualified to rule tried to not give up their power. That's why there have been conflicts for years. Several nobles and knights were happy to have the question of who should rule the country solved and joined Uncle Arthur here at Camelot, and they were among the first knights of the Round Table. But some of the ones that wanted to rule themselves would like it better if they could gain power. And that power, they think, could be won if they harmed us, the currently only heirs to the throne. You know that I am the crown prince of Camelot right now, as Uncle Arthur and Aunt Guinevere don't have children of their own yet. As you are my little brother, if you get warnings of danger, they think you could be a danger to their plans too, even if you are just 6 years old." Harry tried to explain it in a way Mordred could understand. "But I never did anything to them," protested Mordred. "These people don't care about that, even if you are right." Uncle Arthur also reduced the rights of many nobles and gave commoners more rights in turn. Some don't like that. It takes time to change the way things were done for a long time. Uncle Arthur needs to convince people that the way he wants to do things works better than the old ways. And he needs to find compromises that all sides can live with, explained Harry. "That's complicated," complained Mordred. "I know. I still have to learn a lot myself. I'm very relieved that I don't have to worry about things that are the job of a king right now. I first need to learn how to become a knight and learn all about my magic. As you know, my timetable each day is really full." "Yes. You are busy all day and have little time to play," nodded Mordred with a small frown. "You see, privileges, as I have them as Crown Prince of Camelot, come with a lot of responsibilities and duties as well, Mordred. Some people don't see that and are jealous. The best you can do is ignoring those people's words of spite but never dismiss them as dangerous. Even the actions of a single person can have grave consequences if the circumstances are right. For you, the most important thing to do right now is learning what you can. Be it in your lessons or by watching and observing people around you. Nobody expects you to take on many responsibilities at your age. Enjoy that for as long as it lasts. You are a member of the royal family of Camelot. When you are older, people will look to you for advice and leadership. To be better than the ones that those voices warn you about, I advise you to learn how to make smart decisions that are fair for all parties. Not everybody will be happy with what you might decide, but as long as the majority of them are good and just, people will like you and support you. Never forget that a good leader looks out for the people he works with and who work for him. Over the course of history, despots nearly always fall because somebody close to them decided to not take their actions anymore. Harry hoped that Mordred would take that lesson to heart. If he could stop him from going to war against Uncle Arthur, much would be won. That's difficult, Harry, but I will try, promised Mordred, yawning. Great. That's all anybody can expect from you. Do you think you can go to sleep now? Asked Harry. Can I stay with you? Asked Mordred hopefully. Sure, little brother. I just have to expand the bed to have room for both of us, agreed Harry, having no problem to assure the child for the night. Mordred smiled happily about not having to deal with his fears alone tonight. Harry decided that he could get ready for bed, as he hadn't planned to read for much longer. He went to change into his nightclothes and made a brief visit at the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Contrary to most other buildings, Camelot had indoor plumbing, even if it was mostly a chute that made things from the toilet fall into a large underground pit for waste. Thanks to pipes, the location could be changed once one pit was full. It was highly progressive for the time. And there was no difference between animal dung and human body wastes to fertilize fields. And these pits were located underneath the fields that surrounded Camelot. Magic was also useful to clean his teeth, as toothbrushes hadn't been developed yet. And he could hardly use one from the Muggle world. That would be too big of an anachronism. A simple spell that he had learned at the beginning of his first year at Hogwarts in Charms class took care of keeping his teeth healthy. He had to grin remembering Hermione's face when she heard why wizards didn't need dentists like her parents. The spell prevented things like cavities. She had huffed at finding that out. Well, it explained to Harry at the time why Ron considered what she described her parents doing as barbaric. He simply was used to never having to worry about the things Muggles couldn't simply prevent with magic. When he was back at his room, he used a spell to expand the bed and the blanket and then had Mordred climb in first before lying down next to his brother. He wasn't used to sharing his bed, but he felt protective of the young boy. And playing giant teddy bear for Mordred was no trouble at all. Soon both boys were asleep, unaware when their mother had a look into the room an hour later, only to smile at the cute sight the two of them gave. 2 mops of dark hair peeked from under the blanket on the pillows at the top of the bed. It was too bad that this time didn't have things like cameras yet. Otherwise Morgaine would have immortalized the image for a family photo album. Attack. Arthur listened to the report from one of the messengers. The transport had been robbed, like they had expected. The pigeon with the message had just arrived at their camp. I see, thank you for informing me, he addressed the messenger who nodded and left the king and the knights to decide what to do next. All right, the bait was taken. The attack happened about a day away from any settlement, stated Arthur. Yes, we have 3 groups fairly close to the location. Those under Lancelot, Percival and Robert, commented Sir Tristan. Did they also get messages? Yes, the ones at the transport were to send 1 pigeon to a central point, mainly because hiding that many pigeons would have been suspicious, from where the ones to all groups would be sent, confirmed Arthur, and the central point will have been informed where the attack took place and there is a map where our groups are stationed to choose those pigeons that would fly to the knights in question. Good, then they will move to find the bandits immediately, understood Tristan. And we need to direct the other groups to close any further holes in the net. We need to finally deal with the bandits. We can't allow them to kill more of our people, declared Arthur. The men around him nodded in agreement. Too many had already been killed and they needed to end this and bring back peace. It was already hard enough for the people to survive each year anew, as storing enough food for winter was a challenge for everybody. With bandits involved, they often lost some of that valuable resource, and with people being killed, hands to perform the upcoming harvests of corn and other things that would soon be ripe would become much harder. Inform the men, Tristan, we will move out in 1 hour. We will follow the previously agreed plans, ordered Arthur, and Tristan nodded to give out orders to the soldiers. Guinevere looked out of the window of her salon, sighing at the dark clouds that promised rain very soon. It would be hard for her husband and the knights to follow any tracks of the bandits with rain deleting tracks that the dogs could follow. She had grown up learning about how sleuths were trained. Her father bred hounds and often talked about successful methods to train them to make them more valuable for hunters and nobles. The better a dog was trained, the more money her father would earn when he sold the dog. Though he also did good business with selling the dogs that were too soft to be trained as sleuths to noble families as companions for their children. After all, a cute puppy that would play with them was popular. And thanks to years of experience, he quickly determined which dog had the basics to be trained up and which to be left as a pet. After all, every dog bred by him showed impeccable character, which was important when dealing with dogs. She heard somebody knock at her door and called the person inside. To her joy, it was her nephew Harold. "Harry, this is a nice surprise," she greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Aunt Guinevere. Thanks to the clear signs of the rain starting soon, I found myself with a little time until dinner. I thought we could try and work through some of the material I brought with me," Harry said, not mentioning that it was from the future. Those that might overhear something would think he meant he had looked this up at Avalon, where he had spent a bit of time with his mother after he had been promoted to squire, before they returned to Camelot. "That would be great, Harry. Do you really think it might help?" she asked hopefully. "We will only know once we tried it. As mother couldn't figure out what the problem with you conceiving a child is, we can already exclude those things that would show up on a general diagnostic spell. That caused me to look into things that need a special method to determine if the curse, potion or hex that can be detected that way was used," explained Harry. "I see, that makes sense," nodded Guinevere. "After all, Morgaine did examine me thoroughly and determined that I should have managed to get pregnant long ago. That it wasn't due to me being barren. That was the hope she held onto over the years. She should be able to have children, but for some reason she and Arthur couldn't conceive one. I have prepared the detection methods for 3 ways that can prevent that a woman becomes pregnant. If they don't work, well, I have about a dozen others that we can try afterwards," informed Harry her. "There are that many ways to prevent that a woman can get pregnant?" she asked, horrified. "Even more, but those are the ones that wouldn't appear on general scans. And mother is a highly accomplished healer and would have noticed any of those ways already, had they been used. I don't know why, but preventing pregnancies seems to be a popular way to get revenge against rivals in history. Probably because having an heir to follow you is particularly important for all noble families," commented Harry. Guinevere nodded, knowing how true that was. "The first way I want to try needs 2 drops of your blood into this potion. I have prepared this piece of parchment to determine if there is a trace of a potion that would stop the production of fertile eggs," explained Harry the potion he held out. "Eggs?" Guinevere asked, not knowing what he meant. Well, Harry blushed a little. Being a teenager and having to talk about reproduction was awkward. "You know that to make a baby a man and a woman have to sleep with each other." "Of course, I have been married for years and my father bred dogs," she nodded. "Okay, that makes it a little easier. To make a baby, a man supplies sperm for the creation, and a woman an egg. These eggs are produced in the ovaries, which sit to both sides of the lower torso. Each month 1 egg is fertile and sent onto its way. For a few days this egg can be fertilized if a couple sleeps with each other. If the timing is right, the fertilized egg wanders into the womb of the woman and settles there. A woman will notice that it has happened when her period doesn't take place," explained Harry, making Guinevere nod, knowing that was how women knew they were pregnant. She just never knew the other parts. "Well, the potion that I will test for creates a block around the ovaries. This block shifts the time frame to the disadvantage of the woman. The ovary will still produce an egg each month, but the egg is only fertile for about a week. Afterwards, it will simply be disposed by the body during the monthly period," Harry continued. "I think I see where this is going. The block will prevent that the egg can get out while it is fertile, or the seed can reach it, but the egg will still be sent out of the body afterwards when the period starts," she asked. "Yes, that's what this potion does. According to my research, it would only need 1 dose of the potion to work for 7 years. Afterwards you would need to give the woman a new dose to continue the effect," confirmed Harry. "That's truly nasty," stated Guinevere. "You're right," agreed Harry. Then let's see if this is what was done to me, she declared, and used a small knife that Harry had also brought with him to prick her finger and have 2 drops of blood fall into the vial Harry held out with an orange potion. She watched curiously how he swirled the potion on the inside and then, after it turned red, poured it onto the parchment on her table. Soon she could make out the beginnings of letters, but the potion still spread. Harry looked at it intently. Interesting, he commented. This is more complicated than just a potion. What do you mean? She asked. Mother taught me how to read results of tests like this one. I did a blood test to determine some of my magical abilities, Aunt Guinevere. It was similar to what I did here. From what I can see here, the one that cursed you didn't just use one method. The potion clearly latched onto the one I was testing for, but if that was all that was done, the result would be slightly different. This will be really tricky to figure out. We need to first know all of the methods used to prevent that you can get pregnant before we act, otherwise we might overlook something. I believe, but I will ask Mother as well to look over the results here, that we are dealing with at least 3 layers of magical interference. No wonder that nothing that Mother tried before worked, stated Harry. 3 methods. Who would go that far? She exclaimed, horrified, but also glad to know that it was outside interference and nothing to do with her body itself. She had some self-confidence problems from not managing to become pregnant. Enemies that want the throne for themselves, I would guess, answered Harry. Those that had hoped to marry Uncle Arthur, or at least have a family member marry him, to have power over England. How long do you think it will take to figure out the other parts, Harry? I really want to have a child of my own, admitted Guinevere. I will discuss this with Mother after I had the other 2 tests done that I prepared. The more we know, the better we can act. And Mother knows much more about magic than I do, replied Harry. Understandable. She is the High Priestess of Avalon after all, nodded Guinevere. Harry nodded and continued with the tests. He tested for a curse that blocked sperm to connect to an egg, which came up negative, and one that would block the sperm from entering the area where the fertile egg normally waited, which also was negative. Well, they now had at least one part figured out, and hopefully Harry's mother would have an easier time determining the rest as well. Harry was walking towards the study where Mordred was having his lessons with Sir Placidus. He had got a message that there was a problem with his little brother, and as his mother wasn't available at the moment, he was asked to assist. He briefly wondered why somebody would think of him before Aunt Guinevere, but perhaps she was also busy. She was the queen after all. When he turned around the corner, his instincts yelled at him about danger and he stepped back just as an arrow flew past him right at the position where he would have been, had he not listened to his instincts. He ducked and had a quick look around the corner. There was a man in a black, hooded cloak that held a crossbow, aiming at the spot, already reloading the crossbow. He couldn't make out any features of his face, clearly a professional. Another arrow flew at him, this time lower, and he was forced to jump out of his cover to not be hit by it. He wanted to curse, but he was used to being targeted by people that wanted to see him dead. Therefore, he didn't freeze and could spring into action. And this assassin wouldn't know how to use magic or deal with somebody that could defend himself with its help. It was incredibly useful that Harry had wind as his element. One small gesture with his hand had the 3rd arrow thrown off course by a strong gust of wind. Then Harry sprinted towards the archer, knowing that he couldn't allow him to continue firing or using a different weapon. While running he drew his knives. While he had improved in using a sword, he knew far too well that an adult opponent was much stronger than him. He was still growing and had come from a bad starting position thanks to the abuse in his childhood. But he was agile and quick, which was perfect to use knives in a pinch. Not to mention that he had been trained to use them skillfully in the kitchen by his aunt since he was 5. He had experience with this weapon, even if fighting with them had only been trained after he started as Sir Edmund's page. The assassin was surprised to find Harry attacking instead of running away. That much was clear from his reaction, but he was quick to counter the attacks with the knives. Still, Harry managed to get in 2 hits against the arm that held the crossbow. The man cursed when the sharp blades of Harry's knives cut him but continued trying to kill him. Harry had to duck thrown punches and kicks, the crossbow used as a makeshift club and a thrown knife that managed to nick his clothes while he dodged. Then the man made a big mistake, which Harry used immediately. He tried to draw a sword, but that caused him to drop the crossbow, as his attempt to put it over his back failed with Harry attacking relentlessly. Harry had learned to fire a crossbow. He also had learned to summon items into his hands. That had been part of the lessons in magic from his mother last year. He pulled at the crossbow with his magic when the assassin tried to put it onto his back and directly after had it in his hands, turned it against its owner. Aiming and firing the already loaded arrow was easy for him. At the short distance, his shot hit the man into the shoulder. The man screamed in pain and then tried to hit Harry with his sword, but his strength was hindered by the pain from the shoulder. He couldn't use both arms, which would be necessary to land a full hit. And Harry had been trained in sword fighting extensively by Sir Edmund since he returned to Camelot. Not to mention his work with Neville during the school year at Hogwarts. He could somewhat read how the sword would be moved and get out of the way. While avoiding the first hit, he reloaded the crossbow with one of the remaining 3 arrows in its small quiver. He took aim and fired. Sadly, the man managed to block the arrow with his sword. Harry jumped back against a sword slash, but the man was getting slower, probably due to the wound. Harry reloaded again and before he fired, he shot a strong gust of wind against the assassin, which forced him to cross his arms in front of the body to protect himself, but it wasn't a good movement for the injured shoulder. Just when the man uncrossed his arms to continue his attack, Harry fired from the side of his attacker. The side of the injured shoulder. The arrow hit the chest and the man went down. Not wanting to let the chance to interrogate the man pass, after all, in his experience assassins were rarely the mastermind behind a plan, he summoned the sword and then used his wand to tie the man up in thick ropes. He took a few deep breaths. That could have gone a much different way, had his instincts been less sharp. He needed to call Sir Gawain, who was in charge of the castle. If an assassin could get this far into the castle, the security precautions needed to be adjusted immediately. And Harry knew that all areas where he would normally spend time at were considered the ones with the highest security precautions. It was one thing to trick him into coming to a specific place, which he now knew the message had been nothing but a trick at a time when he wouldn't suspect anything being amiss, as his mother wasn't present at the castle and therefore any problem with Mordred would be delegated to another family member. But it was a different thing to nearly succeed in killing the Crown Prince. For that, the assassin had to have help from the inside. Meaning, there was at least one traitor inside Camelot. Then 2 guards came running around the corner, probably drawn by the noise. "Prince Harold!" exclaimed one of them, understanding the situation quickly, which wasn't hard, as a tied-up man, strewn weapons and blood traces on the floor told a clear story. "I'm all right, he didn't manage to land a good hit," assured Harry the guards, "but we need to inform Sir Gawain and find out who let that assassin into this part of the castle. And we have to check on Mordred. If somebody was after my life, they might also be after my brother. Eustace, you run over to Sir Gawain and alert him to the attack on the prince. I'll stay with Prince Harold to ensure that there isn't another attacker that will use a distraction over the defeat of the first attacker to try and finish the job," instructed one of the guards. "Understood, Clarence. I'll send Stephen and Richard here, they are patrolling close by as well," confirmed Eustace and ran off towards Sir Gawain's office. "What can you tell me about the fight?" asked Clarence. "I got a message that I needed to take care of a problem concerning my brother Mordred. I was on the way there when my instincts warned me of danger suddenly and I just managed to avoid being hit by an arrow. Had I continued my way around the corner back there," here Harry pointed at the corner, "I would be dead by now." The man then quickly loaded another arrow and fired again. "I had ducked to look around the corner, but he adjusted his aim very fast. I had to jump forward to not have the arrow hit my head. I knew I needed to get out of the defensive position, thus I drew my knives and attacked. He wasn't prepared for that, but again quickly adjusted and fought me while using his fists, legs and the crossbow as a makeshift club. I managed to take away his crossbow when he tried switching to a sword. Probably because the crossbow wasn't a good choice in close combat, as he couldn't land good hits on me, as I was faster and more agile than him. I landed the first shot in his shoulder, as he was surprised. He blocked a second arrow. The third one landed, after I blinded him with a strong gust of wind," reported Harry. "I see," nodded Clarence. They heard more running towards their position. Soon they saw 2 more guards arriving at the scene, next to Sir Placidus and Mordred, who both were thankfully all right. "Harry, cried Mordred and ran towards him. Harry caught his brother and hugged him, glad that the attacker hadn't harmed him. What happened? I was attacked by an assassin, but I managed to overwhelm him, Mordred, answered Harry, knowing that Mordred would come to the right conclusions on his own anyway, as he saw the injured and tied up man. It didn't take long for Sirius and Sir Gawain to arrive at the scene. Harry had to again tell what had happened. We will interrogate this man about his client and then lock him up until the king is back to decide his fate, declared Sir Gawain. Place a guard at the cell, Sir Gawain. He could only have got this far into the castle if he had inside help. And whoever paid him would want to hide his trail, warned Harry. Good thinking, Prince Harold. It would indeed make sense for the client to try and silence him forever, nodded Gawain. Though the group was startled to hear the caught assassin groan and cry out in pain suddenly before falling limp. Sirius quickly checked. Shit, he's dead. Poison from what I can determine, cursed Sirius. But how? He couldn't have drunk some, replied Harry. Sirius went over to one of the arrows on the ground and lifted it carefully, sniffing at the arrowhead. That's how. He poisoned the arrowheads of his arrows. Probably he wanted to make sure that you died even if he only managed to graze you. Truly nasty. I will have to do a proper analysis of the kind of poison on the arrowheads to know what it was. Perhaps the type of the poison can help us narrow the possible client behind him down. But we need to increase the protection around Harry and Mordred, stated Sirius. You're right. This won't be the only attempt on their lives. Shit, do you think the one behind this might also have assassins out to kill the king? It would only make sense to go after the heirs if they were sure to get the king as well, realized Sir Gawain. It's quite possible. We need to warn him to be on guard, agreed Sirius grimly. Mordred held tightly onto Harry. This was far too close to the nightmares he had had. His greatest fear was losing his brother. Next to being killed himself. It's all right, Mordred, we won't let anybody harm you, assured Harry the boy. But what if another one surprises you? Or they find me? I can't fight yet, complained the boy. Don't worry, Mordred, Sirius spoke up. I will create a bracelet or something like that with protection runes on it to prevent that anybody can hit you with attacks, be they magical or mundane. Why didn't you make one for Harry then? Mordred demanded to know. He's too old for them to work perfectly, admitted Sirius. While your small body doesn't allow you to protect yourself well yet, it has the advantage that I can cover its full size with a protective field created by runes. Harry is older and thus larger than you. I can create things that protect a certain area, like the head or the chest for example, but larger fields need larger anchors. Like what? Asked Mordred curiously. Have you heard about the wards I can create with metal plates for houses? Asked Sirius. Mordred nodded. That had been the example some of the people working at the castle had used to describe what Sirius Black did. Good. These plates are larger than what can be carried on the body unsuspiciously. Not to mention that they will remain stationary, meaning in one place of the house. That allows them to draw magic from their surroundings to power the wards I create with the runes on the plates. For a person of Harry's size, the focus would need to be of a similar size if he were to stay in one position. It doubles if he moves around, which you will agree, is what will happen, as he still has his training, his duties and so on, explained Sirius. That is really big, nodded Mordred understanding the problem. How can we protect Harry then? We will set up a guard detail for both of you, decided Sir Gawain. While we don't have many guards here at Camelot right now, the security of our current heirs to the throne is a priority. I will also have all the ones we have here at Camelot search the castle for more possible intruders or spies. Even if the latter will be more difficult, as we don't know who might have turned traitor. I will be vigilant, Mordred, promised Harry, forewarned is forearmed after all. Now that I know that there might be assassins still hiding inside Camelot, I can be on guard. Mordred nodded hesitantly. I suggest both Harold and Mordred stay inside a room of the castle until we finish the search we need to perform, suggested Sir Placidus, that way they will be safe for the moment. And we all know that the chance to find a traitor is bigger right after an attack, as he might slip up over the failure. If that doesn't happen, it is a skilled opponent that needs more work to track down. Very true, Placidus, nodded Sir Gawain, we will do it that way. Though I suggest we let them take care of some horses in the stables. Nobody would suspect to look there. After all, the ones behind the attack might try to search inside the castle to quickly get their job done before running away to not get caught. The more time they give us, the higher the chance we find them. Again true, and I can place a glamour on both of them, meaning nobody will recognize them while they are there. Only we will be aware what they look like, adding an additional layer of security, suggested Sirius. Both Sir Gawain and Sir Placidus nodded, agreeing with the plan. Sirius drew his wand and placed the glamour over the faces of Harry and Mordred, changing their hair color to red while slightly changing their facial features to disguise them. Very well done. If I didn't know it was them, I wouldn't notice anything, approved Sir Placidus. Stephen and Richard, you are to keep a discreet eye on the two while pretending to search the area for intruders. Nobody will suspect anything. Harry, Mordred, I want you to clean the horses in the stables. Make it look as if Harry is teaching Mordred how to do it with some of the tamer horses. While I know that Mordred already had some lessons on that during his riding lessons, nobody will know that with his new looks, instructed Sir Gawain. Everybody nodded and the two guards left with Harry and Mordred towards the stables, while the rest of the group went in. Assembled the remaining soldiers and knights to thoroughly search the castle for possible traitors. The knights were in fierce battles. They had to defend their injured king. A cowardly assassin had managed to land a hit with some very well-hidden traps. The one thing they were grateful for was that they were numerous enough to slowly whittle away the numbers of the ones attacking them. They had followed the trail of the bait that the bandits had taken like planned. The bad part was, when they were close to the camp of the bandits, the tide was turned against them by the bandits suddenly appearing and springing several traps. And one of them had hit the king. The injury itself wasn't too bad. King Arthur was an experienced fighter and could deal with a little pain. And only one of the knives had hit him in the leg. To not have the bandits be prepared for them coming, they hadn't worn their armors. They were simply too loud to use on a mission that required stealth. They had replaced the protection the armor offered with thick leather clothing where possible. That was the reason why none of them was dead, as the clothes had covered all vital parts of the bodies in thick layers of leather. But the knife wound made it harder for the king to fight at full power. The knife had got deep into the leg's flesh. Treating the wound would be manageable once they could safely do so. The knife wasn't too large, probably due to the trap firing several knives with some kind of catapult. Then arrows rained down on their group and they raised their shields to block the rain of deadly missiles. It allowed the ones battling them directly to fall back and reform their lines. It was clear that this was a well-planned trap. The bandits had known that somebody would manage to follow and find them one day and had rigged their territory in the woods with all kinds of nasty traps. We need to overwhelm them, shouted Sir Lancelot. How? With the archers out there, they have basically pinned us down here. If we move, we risk the king, shouted Sir Percival back. The group had consisted of 5 knights, the king and 24 soldiers. They had lost 10 soldiers and Sir Alaric to the surprise attacks in the beginning. Sir Alaric's horse had triggered a pitfall and inside that pitfall were spears that killed those that fell down there on impact. It was a gruesome way to die. And the trap was large enough to take 4 riders when the ground covering it broke down. The others had fallen to different traps and arrows shot at the group from hidden spots. Help is on the way, announced Arthur. How, Your Majesty? Asked Lancelot surprised. Sirius made coins engraved with runes that all the group leaders were given. This allows one group to inform another if they find the bandits. Well, we certainly did find them. The groups of Tristan and Robert should be closest to our position. While we will have to hold out for about 20 minutes at least, if they go full speed, at least one of them should arrive here soon to help us. And until then we can last. We are all trained in combat and far better than these bandits could ever be, declared Arthur. Thank goodness. Then let's defend our position, agreed Percival. The knights and remaining soldiers positioned their shields to offer them the greatest protection against arrows and still keep the bandits in view in case they pulled a new trick. Morgane felt a disturbance, but she couldn't quite determine what was wrong. It wasn't a danger to herself, that much was certain. More as if somebody in her family was in danger. She prayed that Harry, Mordred and Arthur were safe. Her musings were cut short when she heard horses outside the hut she had set up together with her helpers to have a dry place. To treat possible patients, she hurried out of the hut, as the horses were moving fast from the sound. She was shocked to see the group that had appeared. It was the one of her brother, but it was a lot smaller than when he had left Camelot, next to about half of the group under the command of Sir Tristan. What happened? She asked, immediately being all business. An ambush. It was a terrible trap, Lady Morgaine, answered Sir Percival, considering that, our losses, while severe, weren't that large. We lost Sir Alaric and 4 soldiers to a pitfall with spears at the beginning. 6 more in the fights. King Arthur was injured by a knife launcher and one of the knives hit his leg. Thankfully, we could prevent worse, thanks to the arrows that were fired in droves at our group not being able to pierce our shields. Otherwise we have some cuts, bruises, sprains and 1 arrow stuck in an arm of 1 soldier to treat. I see. Get the ones that are injured into the hut and sort them according to their injuries. My assistants will tell you who goes to which area, she instructed the men. Did you at least deal with the attackers? When my group arrived, we managed to turn the tides, nodded Sir Tristan. They didn't expect us to arrive to assist the others, especially as we sneaked up on them from their backs. And we let the hounds take the first assaults, which they weren't prepared for. We have arrested 4 of the men that attacked the king's group for interrogation. We will find out the truth behind this problem this time. They were too well organized to not have somebody who knows about strategy and warfare pulling the strings. Good. I will set to work and talk to my brother once all the injured men have been treated, she replied and went into the hut to get to work. Protecting the heirs. Harry and Mordred spent 4 hours cleaning horses while the castle and the immediate surroundings were searched by every available man. After 2 hours Mordred needed to take a break, as his arms hurt from the unfamiliar work for him. Harry let him rest for a while, continuing the work to keep himself distracted and think about the attack. He didn't like how narrow the miss had been. He was grateful that his sense of danger was as well trained as it was. Otherwise this wouldn't have ended well. He also thought that this event, which probably would have taken place in the original past as well, might have influenced Mordred negatively. Had Harry not been sent into the past to train his magic to be prepared to become the guardian of magic in his time, Mordred would have been the only possible heir to the throne of Camelot. Because the curses on Aunt Guinevere weren't influenced by his presence at all. Which meant, Mordred, who was the king's nephew, would have been the primary target instead of Harry. Probably the one behind the assassin had felt that Harry posed a bigger threat than Mordred, due to the age gap. He might be wrong though. Perhaps Mordred hadn't been at Camelot. It could be that he would have been left at Lady Morgause's castle when she went on her journey. Harry didn't have the impression that she cared that much for Mordred. She certainly didn't treat him like a loved family member, more like an obligation or a means to an end when she had been at Camelot. From what he remembered reading about the time of Camelot in his time, Mordred had attacked Arthur because he felt that he had a right to the throne, as Arthur didn't have any heirs. That had been when Mordred was about 23 according to history sources. Meaning, Arthur had been in his 40s, which was quite old in this time, when they battled. Arthur had killed Mordred but had been gravely injured in the battle and according to legend he was brought to Avalon but had to be placed into a healing sleep as the priestesses couldn't save his life any other way, as the injuries were too severe. Perhaps he had simply died, and to disguise that part the more impressive sounding lie was coined. The lie that Arthur would return when his people needed him the most. No matter what, Harry would try to set Mordred onto a path where he wouldn't see his uncle as his enemy and become a loyal knight of the Round Table. If Mordred got acknowledgement as a knight, he might choose a different path. It would also help if they could reverse the childlessness of Aunt Guinevere. Then Mordred wouldn't ever feel that he had a right to the throne. While Harry knew that Mordred was the rightful heir to the throne, as Arthur was his father, the black mark of being born out of wedlock, especially as his parents were siblings, would make his claim tainted to the ones being against bastard children having any rights to inheritances. It was something Christianity and the old religion were warring over. While both religions had their good sides, in others they were controversial. Or it might be the interpretations of the religion by extremists. Harry knew enough about history to know that any religion that was peaceful in itself could be abused to lead good people into wars. One just had to think of things like the Crusades, the Inquisition, or extermination of religious groups that were minorities. It could even happen that good intentions led to horrible actions. Harry would have to make sure that Mordred didn't start believing that once he was back with Morgause, Harry didn't care for him anymore. But that was something easily done. Hedwig had never failed to deliver a letter he sent. And Mordred knew her. If he sent Mordred letters each month or so, he could keep the boy assured that he cared and was interested in what was happening in his life. If their mother hadn't been able to stay close to Mordred thanks to the vow Morgause had tricked her into, the isolation would have put Mordred onto the path where he felt that his family didn't acknowledge him. And Morgause would drip poison into his ears slowly, turning him against the ones standing in her way to control the country. When Harry and Mordred had finished with the last horse that was located in this part of the stables, their guards were contacted by another guard. Harry and Mordred discreetly listened to what was reported. Sir Gawain sent me to tell you that the search has finished. He also said to bring the package you were told to hide until he gave orders to stop doing so to him, was the instruction that the man relayed. I understand, accepted Clarence. He nodded to Eustace and they went into the stable to collect Harry and Mordred, who were ready to go. Be on guard while we walk to Sir Gawain's office. To be sure, we will be carrying this box to the office. Anybody outside those in the know will think that is what we were told to hide, explained Eustace. Makes sense, accepted Harry. I heard the orders that were relayed. Good, then let's go and find out what the others found, stated Clarence. The group used one of the lesser traveled paths towards the office of Sir Gawain. It took them 20 minutes to get there, and they met two groups of maids on the way there. Clarence knocked on the door and they were called inside. Thank you for bringing the package here, Eustace and Clarence, said Sir Gawain when they entered the room. Please put the box onto the table over there and then you may return to your normal patrol routes. A debriefing for all guards will take place an hour after dinner in the armory. Please be there on time. Of course, sir, nodded Eustace and placed the box onto the table. He and Clarence left the room and closed the door. Harry and Mordred stayed, as they were the ones that had to come here. Did you find anything, Sir Gawain? Asked Mordred as soon as the door was closed. We did, but not enough to get the one in the shadows, answered Sir Gawain. We managed to find two infiltrators that worked in the kitchen and the general workers at the castle. The one in the kitchen was actually pointed out to us by one of the teenagers that your patrol group brought here, Prince Harold. She noticed that he was behaving suspicious and rumors about the failed attack had already spread among the staff. She immediately went to your godfather when he was walking towards one of the entrances of the castle and informed him what she had observed. He was apprehended by Lord Sirius with his magic, which allows us to interrogate him properly. The second one was normally tasked with repair jobs all over the castle, meaning he knew the layout very well. The main problem was that when the guards approached him, he decided to rather jump from a window than get caught. He died on impact. Why would he do that? Asked Mordred horrified. Sounds like a fanatic to me, pondered Harry. A bot assassin would have fought his way out normally. They aren't the type to take their own lives. Quite true. We will see what the one Lord Sirius caught can tell us. Hopefully, we can find the one that is behind the attack. Because without enough money no professional assassin would take this kind of risky job. The offered reward has to be high to risk his life by infiltrating Camelot, even while we have a reduced fighting force inside the castle, agreed Sir Gawain. Will there be more? Asked Mordred frightened. Sir Gawain looked at the boy with sympathy. Harry was old enough to deal with the threat to his life and take precautions to avoid a repeat of what happened. Mordred was just 6 years old and had been raised sheltered of political plots for the power in the country so far. We can't exclude that there will be other attempts. But we will take all precautions that we can to find more possible threats to either of you. Normally, the one behind the attacks will become a lot more careful now that we are onto the plot. He might even postpone any further attempts until we lower the security measures again. Though, to be sure that nothing happens to you, Lord Sirius has thought up a plan that will help us greatly in guaranteeing your safety, assured Sir Gawain. What kind of plan? Asked Harry curiously. We have sent a letter to Sir Godric to ask if he and his fellow school founders would grant the two of you sanctuary at their school Hogwarts until we have returned the security around Camelot to where it normally is outside of the winter period. We can't exclude further attacks against either of you with the small force we have here. And until we have dealt with the whole bandit group, the one or ones that are the masterminds in the background and possible further spies, it would be too dangerous to keep the two of you here. Hogwarts Castle is too far away to let the ones after your lives easily get there, not to mention that Sir Godric and his friends are among the foremost users of magic currently. They will be able to protect you at Hogwarts until we have done our jobs here at Camelot. As King Arthur and Queen Guinevere don't have children of their own yet, the two of you are of pivotal importance for Camelot and England. You mustn't die," declared Sir Gawain. Harry was certainly shocked. He hadn't expected this at all. Seeing Hogwarts during the time when the founders were still alive. But it made sense and was logical that Sirius would get this idea. Harry would be able to continue his studies as both a knight and a wizard at Hogwarts, under the tutelage of the four founders. And Mordred would be much better protected at that place, as Sir Gawain was correct in saying that with the greatly reduced fighting force at Camelot they couldn't guarantee that another assassin didn't have more luck with his plan. "What about Aunt Guinevere? She could also become a target," asked Harry. "We have already thought about that. She agreed to disguise herself and join your mother and the medical team. Queen Guinevere learned the basics of treating wounds in her youth and feels that this would help doubly. She would be out of the line of fire and do something useful instead of just sitting around here, worrying what was going on." "Nobody would expect the Queen to be outside the protective walls of Camelot," answered Sir Gawain. Harry nodded. That made sense. And with some simple hair dye, which he knew his mother knew how to make, nobody would recognize his aunt when she worked as a nurse. She didn't go out that often after all, mostly staying inside Camelot. The only exception were journeys to visit her family. "What about Aunt Morgause?" asked Mordred. "She will return soon according to her plan. I will tell her that you were relocated for your safety, as we couldn't wait for her return. In fact, she sent a message 3 days ago that her business was taking longer than expected and that she asked her nephew to host you for 3 weeks more than originally expected. We of course sent a messenger to confirm that part. Thus, the decision how to act now falls to me and Lord Sirius," explained Sir Gawain. "All right, should we start packing our most important things for the journey?" asked Harry. "That would be a good idea. Especially as the journey takes about a week and a half on horseback. It would be detrimental to use a carriage. On horseback you are more flexible which paths you can take. And nobody would expect us to send Lord Mordred onto a journey while riding a horse. They don't know after all that he is a natural at horseback riding," grinned Sir Gawain, and Mordred blushed at the praise. He had been taking riding lessons for 2.5 weeks by now and he got better each day. And it was a lot of fun. Good thing that we have the pony for him then. "All right, I will go back to my room and pack a few saddle bags for both of us. It won't be any different than getting ready for a patrol after all. Then we can leave once the answer from Sir Godric arrives," accepted Harry. Sir Gawain nodded and the two boys left the room, and as they were still in their disguises, they didn't have to wait for guards to escort them. The answer from Hogwarts arrived the next day. It seemed that Hedwig, who had taken the letter that Sirius had written, and which Sir Gawain had co-signed, had been very quick to fly the familiar route to the north and back. The founders of Hogwarts were willing to host Harry and Mordred to get them out of the danger that was hidden at Camelot currently. They also confirmed that Harry was welcome to join some classes to continue his magical studies and that Sir Godric would take over his training as a squire, as Sir Edmund couldn't take care of it while the current situation was still prevalent. Harry was happy that he would get to see his school during the time of the founders. It would be an incredible experience. Mordred was also extremely excited. It would be a long journey and the first time he would be allowed to actively take part in it, as he would be riding on the back of his favorite pony Danny. Lady Helga had included information that they had started a small class of 10 children that were too young for formal training at Hogwarts, but who didn't have families outside of Hogwarts that could take care of them. Mordred was welcome too. Join them to study things like writing, reading, calculating and basic magical knowledge, like plants and their uses, magical creatures and their habitats and basics of potion brewing. Harry was glad that his little brother would have a chance to find some friends his age that were also born with magic. At Camelot, while there were a few children around his age, they couldn't understand a lot of things he was used to. Both because they were commoners and non-magical. Mordred could play some games when he was done with his studies with them, but they rarely talked about things he knew better. While the other children were in awe that he was the son of Lady Morgane and the brother of Harry, their lives revolved around other things and nearly none of them got a structured education. Teachers were expensive after all, and few parents could afford the fees that even the cheapest ones demanded. The only thing that existed was a 2 years course for basic things like reading and writing that was paid for by King Arthur that was open for 50 boys living at Camelot each year that proved that they were worth the investment. These boys had to be at least 10 years old though. Harry, after hearing about this, planned to see about finding a way to sponsor general schools all over the country. Both for boys and girls. Education was valuable and it was a sign of a wealthy country if the children at least received what he considered a primary school education. He would have to talk about it with his uncle once they both returned to Camelot. Sir Gawain had taken the confirmation from Hogwarts well and immediately gave orders to arrange some provisions for the group to travel to the north. Next to Harry and Mordred, Sirius would go, as he wouldn't leave the protection of his godson and honorary godson to others when he knew that somebody was after their lives, as well as Sir Placidus and 2 guards. 6 people could travel fairly fast, even if they would have phases where they let the horses go slower. Both to let them rest and give Mordred a chance to recover. He wasn't used to this kind of physical activity after all. But at the beginning they planned to make good speed to get some distance between them and Camelot. Once the boys were safe at Hogwarts and Sirius back at Camelot, he would concentrate on making the castle impenetrable with his runic arrays. Once they were done, no assassin would manage to get through to his targets. Once the group was gone, Sir Gawain would continue a thorough search of the castle. There was no way the experienced knight would allow that any member of the royal family, or any other person believing that the castle was safe to live at, would become a victim of attackers. He cursed his bad luck. How could the plan to get rid of the boy fail this spectacularly? It should have worked out perfectly. He had waited for a day when Queen Guinevere would be busy with something for the whole day, which meant that calling on Harold to help with some problem concerning his brother wouldn't look suspicious. Lady Morgane was gone from the castle to assist with medical support in the field for when the knights and soldiers were injured while hunting the bandits. It had been the perfect opportunity. But the boy wasn't hit by the assassin. Instead he, against any probability, managed to overwhelm and kill his attacker. While the death of the assassin was in the end the result of the poison on the arrowheads, it didn't matter. A grown man, a professional assassin, was bested by a 14-year-old boy. A boy that had only just begun his training as a squire a bit over a month ago. He should have been overwhelmed easily. Been killed easily. But now he had to worry about being found out by Gawain. He didn't know if Gawain had been handed the note with the request to appear at Mordred's study chamber that he had sent to Harold. He had written that one, as the assassin he had tasked with killing the nuisance couldn't read and write. Not surprising. He wasn't a noble and they were the only ones that learned such advanced skills after all. Others didn't have the money to afford a good education for their children. Now the 2 brats were kept under watch of guards all around the clock. He had even tried to find them himself the day of the failed assassination, but he couldn't find out where they had been hidden. All the normal spots he would have believed Gawain to stash them for their protection had been dead ends. 2 of his spies had been found out. One had killed himself, knowing that he would do worse to him and his family if he said anything about the plan. The second one from the kitchen was still alive though, and no attempt to change that had worked out so far. Still, that one didn't know that he was behind the plot. He was only a third-layer agent in his plans. He had only had contact with 2 others that passed on orders from him. It was much safer to keep the number of people that knew who was the mastermind low. Only 5 men knew of his plans. They were his lieutenants and supported his goals fully. They knew that once he was king, they would be rewarded generously for their support. He could only hope that the ones ambushing the king didn't fail like the assassin did. If the king died, at least he would be able to use the instability of the situation that his loss would cause. Harold wasn't trained fully yet and that could be used if he needed to. But he needed to first erase all his trails of the plot. Harry and Mordred looked at the impressive sight of Castle Hogwarts in front of them. They had traveled for 10 days now. The first 2 days they had only rarely not gone gallop, as Sirius and Sir Placidus considered that the best strategy to leave any possible assassins behind them. They had left the castle in the early hours of the morning when it was still dark outside. They had even placed silencing charms on the legs of their horses to not have the sound betray them while they moved through the city of Camelot. Once they were outside of open sight, which was about an hour after they had left the castle, and the dawning morning sun began to light the area, they had gone faster. Mordred had done well in keeping up with them, even if his pony hadn't got the same stressful training that the horses that the men and Harry rode had gone through. Danny had soldiered through the work, it even seemed that he enjoyed running that fast for a change. After 4 hours of riding, they took their first break to eat some bread for their breakfast. Before they started, they hadn't had the time. The horses were fed with some oat and got to graze for 30 minutes before they continued. This pattern continued the first 2 days, and afterwards they also allowed themselves to have some slower gaits. They were about an hour away from Hogwarts now, and the 2 guards and Sir Placidus were beginning to show signs of what Harry knew to be repelling spells targeting those without magic. "Sir Placidus, I will take Harry and Mordred with me the rest of the way. The protections around Hogwarts are starting to influence you," informed Sirius the old knight. "I believe that would be for the best, Lord Sirius," agreed Sir Placidus. "While I was warned that those without magic couldn't get close to Hogwarts, I wasn't prepared for the protection to be this tricky to deal with." Sirius nodded. "Thank you for accompanying us here, Sir Placidus," said Mordred. "It was great to get the chance to learn more about some things you told me in the classes, while seeing them in reality." "It was my pleasure, Mordred. I hope you will continue doing well in your studies. Don't worry about things, the assassins that are after you and your brother won't be able to get past the wards around Hogwarts. You can use the opportunity you are given now," replied Sir Placidus with a smile. He had used the journey to point out geographic markers like rivers, mountains, woods and cities to Mordred and also Harry, which he had taught Mordred about in geography lessons at Camelot. Next to that, he had taken the young boy with him when he was collecting wood for a campfire at night, to show him several plants that he had also mentioned in classes and added a few more that were either useful or dangerous. Mordred had loved the interactive lessons. Harry had taken over the typical duties of a squire when the maid camp and took care of their horses, the equipment, and was in charge of cooking what the men caught that evening. Mainly because he was much better at that than Sirius or Sir Placidus. Mordred got to help and learn some things at the same time, like how to build the fire properly, what to look out for in the branches they collected for the fire, and so on. "Thank you for your company and protection," Harry addressed the group of men that stayed behind. "It was our duty and pleasure, Prince Harold," nodded Matthias, one of the guards. His partner Joseph nodded in agreement. "I believe that I will be back in about 4 hours, Sir Placidus," informed Sirius the others. "We will wait for your return then. A break will be a nice opportunity. We will hunt for some rabbits and cook them for lunch," decided Sir Placidus. "All right, then until later," replied Sirius and rode forward, followed by Harry and Mordred. They had just passed the gates of Hogwarts. Harry noticed that the castle was a bit smaller than in his time, but had more buildings surrounding it. The main part of the castle was the same, but the east wing was missing. It apparently had been built later in the history of the school. He could see the towers where the common rooms of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were located, as well as the astronomy tower. He would have to make sure to not appear too knowledgeable about the school to not give up his status as a time traveler. They stopped their horses in front of the entrance doors, where 2 people were waiting for them. A man and a woman. The woman with long brown hair that she wore in a braid wore a dark blue dress that reached down to her shoes, with long sleeves, and she wore a kind of crown on her head. The man had short blonde hair, wore black trousers, brown leather boots over them, and a dark green shirt under a black vest. He also had some kind of locket around his neck. "Greetings, be welcome at Hogwarts," the woman addressed them. "My name is Rowena Ravenclaw, and this is my fellow founder of Hogwarts, Salazar Slytherin." "Thank you for the warm greeting, Lady Ravenclaw," replied Sirius. "My name is Sirius Black, and these are Harold of Ceredigion and Mordred of Cornwall." Supposedly, Mordred's father wasn't known to his mother officially, mainly because Vivian, who was the only one in the know about the identity of Morgaine's partner during the Beltane ceremony the year before his birth, had died before she could inform Morgaine after she was confirmed to have given birth to Mordred. Mainly because she had been away from Avalon at that time. It was believable, as Morgaine had taken over the position of High Priestess after the death of her aunt. As Morgaine was the daughter of Gerloy of Cornwall, Mordred was added to the family register of that line. Harry and Mordred greeted the 2 founders politely. Salazar hissed something under his breath, which wasn't complimentary in the least. "That's a very rude thing to say," protested Mordred without knowing that he had just shown a magical ability that wasn't common. "You understand Parseltongue, my boy. asked Salazar in normal English, now much more interested in Mordred. What is Parseltongue? Asked Mordred confused. The language of the snakes, Mordred, answered Harry, and he is right, that was very rude. Had I dared to say something like that in presence of Mother, she would have washed my mouth with soap. Harry shuddered and Mordred nodded in agreement. Their mother was very strict with proper manners. Her opinion was that there was no reason at all to not be a gentleman in all situations, no matter what. Harry had once used some curses when Morgane had heard him and had suffered from her spelling soap water into his mouth. He learned his lesson. The soap tasted nasty. You both have the gift, understood Salazar, interesting. Rowena, Harold goes into my house. He is going to stay here for a few months after all. Salazar, we will discuss that when Godric and Helga are here as well. You know the rules, sighed Rowena. He is a Parselmouth, insisted Salazar. He could also have the traits of one of us others, reminded Rowena him. Salazar seemed to want to argue about that, but relented, not giving up though. He would fight to get Harry into Slytherin house, that much was clear. Harry, deciding to not reveal too much, didn't say anything about that. He would wait for the official information he would be given. But he was confused why a supposedly pureblood bigot like Salazar Slytherin would be this intent on getting a known half-blood like him into his house. While his mother was a powerful and famous witch as High Priestess of Avalon, his father was non-magical. After Rowena and Salazar had called 2 older students to take the horses of the group to the stables, where Harry's and Mordred's horses would stay while they were at Hogwarts, and Sirius' horse would get some food and water before he left to return to Camelot with the rest of the group that waited away from Hogwarts, the group was shown into the school itself. Harry and Sirius were silently comparing the fairly new castle with the old one they were used to. The walls were a little lighter, the floor was covered in some plant that looked like long-dried grass in large rooms, which Harry didn't know why it was done, but he would probably find out soon, and the glass in the windows was missing. Instead there seemed to be some shimmering field inside them. At Camelot, most of the windows had wooden shutters on the outside, which were closed during winter times. Next to that, specially treated animal hides and pelts were used to keep the warmth inside the castle when they heated the rooms via the fireplaces, or in some cases like King Arthur's study, the heating array that Harry had carved last year as a runes project. While the creation of glass was known to some people at Camelot, nobody there could create stable glass panes that could be worked into the windows like they were in the future. Something that might be another project for the future, Harry thought. He knew that his uncle had tried to find a way to further the glass production, but it was slow going. And nobody had voiced the idea of using the material to cover windows as far as Harry knew. But the field seemed to have a similar effect to glass windows, even if Harry thought that it was colder inside the castle than it was in his time. The students also seemed to wear thicker clothes than they did in his time. The design of the robes also differed, but that was understandable. Fashion would have changed over centuries. They found 2 other adults, one of which Harry thought had to be Godric Gryffindor, who had a scabbard with a sword at his hip, a familiar sword Harry noticed, as the ruby at the hilt marked it as the same sword he had pulled out of the sorting hat while fighting the Basilisk. He had short reddish-brown hair and a mustache and was large and well-muscled. Like most knights Harry had seen at Camelot. He wore brown leather boots over black trousers, a red shirt and wore a hat that Harry recognized as the sorting hat to his surprise. Just much newer and less shabby. It also wasn't charmed yet. The second one was a small but beautiful woman with long red hair, which she wore in 2 braided pigtails to the sides of her shoulders. She wore a dark yellow dress with a black apron over it. Godric, Helga, our guests have arrived, greeted Rowena, the now confirmed 2 other founders of the school. Welcome to Hogwarts, my boys, greeted Godric with a smile. I'm Sir Godric Gryffindor, and this lovely lady is Helga Hufflepuff. Good afternoon, Sir Godric, replied Harry and nodded his head the way he had been taught to greet a knight of Camelot during his training under Sir Edmund. Lady Helga, a pleasure to meet you. I am Harold of Ceredigion and this is my younger brother Mordred of Cornwall. Such a charming young man, Helga giggled. Must have the ladies at Camelot swooning over him, grinned Godric. He does, but he's too busy with 2 tracks of training to really do something about it, commented Sirius, also grinning. A look was exchanged between him and Godric and they seemed to be on the same wavelength. Harry shuddered, not liking where this might go. Sirius was a prankster after all. Well, perhaps he might have a chance to get to know some of the lovely young ladies that study here while he enjoys the hospitality of Hogwarts. One never knows after all, commented Godric. Godric, no matchmaking among the students, reprimanded Rowena sternly. Do I need to remind you of what happened the last time you tried? Godric looked chastised. There was a story behind that, it seemed. Matchmaking? Asked Mordred, confused. It's something adults like to do when they think two adolescents would make a cute couple. They arrange for opportunities for the two to get to know each other better, explained Helga gently. Don't worry about it, you are way too young to think about something like that yet, Mordred. It is one of Godric's hobbies, but he sadly doesn't know when to stop. There are limits that shouldn't be ignored. Her stern look made Godric nod penitently. Well, with Godric now behaving, let's get to some organizational things. After your letter, we arranged for Harold to be added to our normal classes. Mordred will be joining the primary school classes, explained Rowena. Primary school? Asked Mordred curiously. It is what we decided to call the group of younger children that aren't old enough to actively use their magic yet. They are taught in different subjects. The children there come from different backgrounds. Most are the children from the people that live in Hogsmeade, the village down the road, which is a sanctuary for those fleeing from intolerant mundanes to live in peace and safety. The village is inaccessible to mundanes, answered Rowena patiently. The people there are mostly in employ of our school. They work on the fields that supply the school or breed the animals we need. Some also grow magical plants for potions and the like. The land belongs to Sir Godric and they have rented it to work on it. They get to keep a set amount of the products to take care of their families as payment. And I developed a revolutionary method to motivate them to work their best. You see, most of these people can't afford their own land. If they work for me loyally for 20 years, they get to have a part of the land they work on to become their own. I own more than enough land to do things this way. The land they get is enough to have a large house for their family built on it, next to some to grow their own food. And 20 years of service to me are a fair price for that kind of reward, boasted Godric. It definitely is, Sir Godric, agreed Harry, who knew how things were normally done on the property of nobles. The people living there were normally bondsmen that had to follow all orders of their liege lord to not lose their homes and source of income. Harry knew that his uncle was working on improving the living situations of the common people, but it was slow going. This idea was indeed revolutionary. He would have to tell his uncle when he saw him again. There was a lot of land that was unused. Offering it to commoners to earn over a span of 20 years if they loyally served the previous owner of the land wouldn't cost much and gain great benefits for both sides. How have you set up the classes for the younger children? I mean, the core of a child only stabilizes enough for structured magical training when the child turns 11, asked Sirius, as he only had superficial information from the letter. To fully succeed in the lessons we start when a child turns 11, it is necessary that the children know how to read and write for one. Calculating is important for more advanced subjects like the higher tier potions, for example, answered Helga. When more families arrived at Hogsmeade, taking up our offer to live there safely from the intolerant mundanes, which rise in numbers, thanks to aggressive members of Christianity, which take offense to our powers, which they declare the work of their devil, they commented on having to organize some kind of care for their younger children while they worked. Most of them, even if they were born with the gift of magic, never learned much of the advanced material. Mostly because few families have the money to pay for proper teachers for their children. Therefore, a lot of the work they do is done the same way the mundanes do it. Plowing the ground with animal-drawn plows, for example, mainly with strengthening charms or runes, making the plows sturdier and less likely to break and need repairs than the counterparts mundanes can build. And the need to care for them caused the idea of teaching them. Asked Harry. Yes. The children attend classes from 8 in the morning until lunchtime at 12. They get the normal meal all of the older students get as well, just in child-sized portions of course. The classes always start with an hour of reading and writing, then basic calculation practice follows for another hour. The next class is a double period and practical. It changes each day of the week. We noticed that young children are easier to keep focused if they don't have to sit still for too long. We have herbology on Mondays, study of magical creatures on Tuesday, potion ingredient and brewing basics studies on Wednesday, physical education on Thursday, carving on Friday and cooking on Saturday. Sunday is free of classes for all children, listed Helga. That would keep things interesting for the children, approved Sirius, seeing a lot of sense in this. He would have to see if something similar could be re-established in the future. Even the lessons he had got from his family didn't include those parts like they were included here. And it would give an advantage to the children once they started Hogwarts properly. What about the afternoon? Asked Mordred, liking the idea of learning those things with other magical children. After lunch, the families have the option of letting the children return home, or they can stay here at the castle until it's time for dinner. Lunch is served between 12 and 1 o'clock. After that, the group that is on kitchen duty helps with the dishes. Classes for the normal students continue at 2 in the afternoon. Some of the older children that aren't Hogwarts age yet are allowed, after passing a test that they know how to handle lower-level magical creatures to help with the care for them. Though you have to be 8 years old at least to take the test. From 2 until 4, there is a general option to play some popular games under watch of the witch that cooks for the students. By that time, she is done with the work in the kitchen, and 2 of her children are part of the primary school. She lives here at Hogwarts, answered Rowena. On Wednesdays and Saturdays I also offer a training hour at 3 in the afternoon for the children, stated Godric. I believe that it is never too early to train your body. No matter if the child is a boy or a girl. Being physically fit is good for everybody. You are correct in that, Godric. A healthy and fit body makes channeling magic a lot easier, nodded Helga, which is why we have mandatory physical training each day in the morning for the older students. Harry perked up hearing that. He had got used to exercising in the morning for his training as a squire. How long does that training last each day? He asked, and when do we get started? You start at 6:30 in the morning, while being woken up at 6, to get ready, answered Salazar. The training takes 2 hours. After training you get to wash up before you are allowed to eat breakfast at 9. The exercise program is something Godric and I developed to prepare the bodies of our students to utilize the highest possible amount of their magic. It has revolutionized the way magic is taught. He was clearly incredibly proud of that achievement. I see, I look forward to it, replied Harry, truly feeling that this would be great, as it wouldn't cause him to put time for training aside after classes. And with Godric being a knight, the training would be bound to work his body to improve continually. But before we can add you to the classes, we need to sort you, announced Godric grandly. He's going into my house, he is a Parselmouth, declared Salazar directly. Truly. That is an argument for your house, my friend, but you know how we do this, and we won't change what we all agreed upon, commented Godric. Harry was actually surprised about the amicable tone of the 2 men. Weren't the 2 hostile? Like Slytherin and Gryffindor were in the future. Then cast the spell, replied Salazar, nodding in agreement. Godric pulled out his wand from a holster on his arm. Harold, I will perform a spell that shows the character traits that you possess in colors above you. Red is for traits like courage, honesty, chivalry and daring. Blue is for intelligence, love of learning, ability to work things out and memory capabilities. Yellow will show things like fairness, willingness to work hard to achieve your goals, being true to your friends and comradeship. Green will show your ambition, cunning, resourcefulness and urge to prove yourself, explained Godric. Each of us 4 founders of Hogwarts prefers to teach a certain group of students. We are all vastly learned, but it helps to teach like-minded children, as our school is still in its infancy. We don't have any other teachers here so far. Thus, we have to set up things as efficiently as possible, explained Helga. There are some lessons that all students have together, but others will be private lessons from the founder whose house they are sorted into. All right, I understand, nodded Harry, realizing that for a new school things wouldn't be as easy as for an established one. The whole concept of a school was new and revolutionary in this time. Godric performed the spell and immediately a kind of aurora formed over Harry's head, which the 4 founders and Sirius inspected closely. Tricky, commented Rowena, there are large parts of each of our preferred traits in this combination. Truly remarkable, agreed Helga, he could fit into each of our houses easily. I believe that the yellow and blue parts, large as they may be, are a little smaller than the red and green ones, commented Godric after a while, and the 2 parts of Salazar and my houses are identical I would guess. I have never seen anything like this before. Tricky. Salazar looked smug and clearly expected the known trait of Parseltongue that Harry had to be the deciding factor. But Godric wasn't ready to let Harry not go into his house, as he would be the one to continue his training as a knight. Well, I did promise to continue his training as a squire, so it would be profitable for him to be in Gryffindor, he said. But I am the only one that could teach him all the intricacies of parcel magic. And that trait is preciously rare among magicals, countered Salazar. The two males argued back and forth until Mordred piped up, having followed the argument not understanding why it was so difficult. Couldn't he be in lessons with both of you? Spend time in both houses? Asked Mordred innocently. Both houses? Asked Helga intrigued. Yes. I mean, you said that there wasn't a difference between the green and red parts. And I can't see any either. Sir Placidus said in my lessons that it was important to be able to find compromises. Mordred slowly spoke the difficult word for him, when there is a time when many groups want the same thing for themselves. The idea has some merit, young Mordred, nodded Salazar, it would also be easily arranged. Godric and I can switch days when we teach him in the private lessons. A great idea. I don't mind it either. I mean, we both have days when we are highly busy, but normally they are different from the other one, as our specialties differ. My strengths lie in offense and combat, while Salazar is an expert in warding and arranging the battle situation to his advantage before he strikes. That's why we make such a great team, added Godric. Then it is decided, declared Rowena, clapping into her hands. Harold will be part of both Gryffindor and Slytherin house and receive private lessons from both Godric and Salazar. I think it will work best if he spends Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays with Salazar and the other 3 days of classes with Godric outside of the general classes. Both men nodded and Harry also showed his agreement. The result of his assessment wasn't a surprise for him. The Sorting Hat had also been torn between Slytherin and Gryffindor, but he had chosen against Slytherin because of the many negative things he had heard about the house. Perhaps he could now make up a better idea of the founder that was so disliked in his time. Which he didn't understand seeing the real man. Sure, he wasn't the most personable person, but he didn't seem evil. Mordred was pleased that his solution had been accepted. Sirius was surprised about Harry now also being in Slytherin but took it with grace. Having attributes of several houses, this wasn't a bad thing. And this was just a temporary solution until they could secure Camelot enough to bring Harry and Mordred back. Until then, it was a good thing if Harry could take as many teachings from the founders as he could. Harry was given 2 markings on the shoulders of his clothes through a spell from Godric and Salazar each. The patches with their crests would appear on any clothes that he wore, symbolizing his belonging to both of their houses until he graduated, or they lifted the spell. Soon after, Sirius said goodbye to the 2 boys, who were then taken by Helga to the rooms they would share. While nobody outside the founders would be informed about their true identity, it wasn't sure that there wouldn't be some that could figure things out or knew about Harry's position as Crown Prince of Camelot. And that was too large a risk. While it was improbable that there would be assassins at Hogwarts, it was better to take away an easy access point in form of letting him share the dorms with other boys his age. Not to mention that he and Mordred were only temporary guests at Hogwarts. They would return to Camelot, so some separation of their status was sensible. Discoveries. Arthur looked at the letter he had been sent by Gawain. The one to deliver it was surprisingly his wife Guinevere, who had come to assist Morgane in caring for the injured in the mobile hospital. To think that without Harry's reflexes and bad feeling his nephew would have been killed while he was out with most of his knights to deal with the problem of the bandits. It only showed that there was somebody close to the top trying to overthrow him and undo what he was working to build up. He needed to work out who was behind the plot. And if there was more to it than using the opportunity that a weakly defended Camelot had offered. One good thing was that Tristan had managed to capture 4 of the bandits that had been involved in the ambush. They were interrogated, and due to the crimes they had committed, those interrogations weren't gentle to them. Arthur normally didn't support torture to get information, but his reservations were surpassed by the need to continue the mission in a timely fashion before the tracks could go cold. While the hounds could still follow the track of the lavender oil and the box still sent signals, they weren't close to them anymore. And it was clear that the bandits were much better organized and possessed specialists in trap building than they had expected while they planned the mission. Not to mention that the bandits had the field advantage. They could lure his knights and foot soldiers into traps that they had prepared beforehand. The fate of Sir Alaric and the others that had fallen into the pitfall with spears was a sad reminder of that truth. His own injury wasn't severe. It was healing well, especially as Morgaine had used some of her magical remedies to speed up the process. He would be ready to return to the search the next day. Even if Morgaine and Guinevere insisted that he would only do so after Morgaine had placed protective runes onto his clothes to not have a repeat of him being injured for being targeted. He looked at Guinevere, who was talking softly with Morgaine. As far as he could hear, it concerned some test Harry had performed before he had been attacked. While he had hoped that his wife was safe behind the walls of Camelot, if that wasn't ensured, he was glad to have her close to his sister. Morgaine had more means to protect Guinevere than anybody else. And he knew that Guinevere disliked sitting at the sides and not help when she could do so. Well, with her hair being dyed in a color that let her vanish in the group of nurses, he wouldn't complain. He knew she was trained in basic medical procedures. And they needed everybody that had that knowledge when others needed treatment, as the bandit problem would cause more injuries before they could end it. It was a sad truth he was only too aware of. Then the two walked over to his bed. Arthur, Guinevere told me what Harry found out when he tested for some of the things he researched which might be the reason for her trouble to conceive a child, started Morgaine. Did he figure something out? Asked Arthur hopefully. Yes. It isn't just one thing that was done. He said it were at least 3 that were interwoven in some way, answered Guinevere. It is a relief to know that it isn't my fault. While I hate to think that somebody would curse me this horribly, at least I know now for sure that once we find a way to break the barriers, I can have children. Arthur took her hand and squeezed it softly. He knew how much Guinevere suffered from not being able to conceive a child and give him an heir. She was mocked by several other noble daughters and married women for her lack of children. She showed a brave face, but it ate at her. He knew that all too well. Women could be much more hurtful than men when they used words to tear down another woman. And as queen, Guinevere couldn't simply lash out against those that were just jealous that they hadn't been chosen by him as queen. So, he has found at least one of them if I read your expression correctly, stated Arthur. Yes. He said that there was some block around the ovaries. I think that was the term he used. They are the places where eggs that are fertilized with a man's seed, as he explained it, grow each month. This block prevents that there will ever be a right time for the egg and the seed to meet to make a baby, answered Guinevere, trying to explain what Harry had told her. I see. I read about that method in the notes Harry brought with him, but I didn't have the time to go through all of them, admitted Morgaine. I was too busy with the injured from the bandit attacks and the measures taken to protect the people. I don't blame you. But it seems that whatever research Harry could perform during his absence from Camelot brought us closer to figuring out a solution, replied Arthur, hopeful that Harry's research would finally help him and his beloved wife to have children of their own. I will talk to Harry about the results of the test he has performed once I see him again, promised Morgaine. Well, that will be a while, as Harry and Mordred were relocated for their safety, sighed Arthur. What? Why wasn't I informed about that? Asked Morgaine. Arthur held up the letter he had got from Gawain, which Guinevere had delivered. Morgaine quickly read the letter and her face darkened. If I get the one daring to attack my son into my hands, he will wish he had committed suicide, she growled, in full protective mama bear mode. Harry had given her the opportunity to be a mother, which had been prevented by Morgause, who had exploited her weakness after Mordred's birth. He had also tricked Morgause into leaving Mordred at Camelot, which for the first time since the boy had been born, allowed her to spend time with her only child. While she considered Harry hers as well by now, she knew that he was her many times grandson. Mordred was special in her having carried him inside her womb for 9 months. And anybody that threatened either of her boys would be in for a world of pain. Both mentally and physically. While I normally would point out that suicide is a sin, I can understand where you come from, sister, commented Guinevere. He is my nephew and alone the thought of him being murdered feels as if somebody held my heart in an icy grip. The two women looked at each other in perfect understanding. Both loved Harry, even if in different capacities. He was a wonderful boy and watching him grow into an incredible man was a pleasure and joy for both of them. And while Guinevere had started to think that she had done something to displease God, not surprising as she had been raised in a nunnery before she married Arthur, knowing for sure that this was just the work of somebody with magical power that wanted to destroy her marriage to get Arthur for herself, or the power he held as king, well, that put things into a new perspective for her. She hadn't displeased God. And the ones being closest to helping her were the ones practicing the magic of Avalon. Her sister-in-law and her nephew. Neither of them had ever done evil deeds with their powers. This seemed to disprove several more radical ideas that certain priests tried to spread. While she was Christian, she could now see that the other religion wasn't a bad one. It was different, but it wasn't related to the devil. Arthur's approach of letting both faiths live peacefully side by side seemed to be a smart thing. And honestly, she had never allowed herself to find out more about the faith in the moon goddess. It might even be that the two religions had more in common than she had believed. She certainly would do her research from now on. Knowledge was certainly power, and she was the Queen of England. Her example would guide the people in England, and if she showed that she saw both religions as equally acceptable, some conflicts might be lessened. And she had to admit, she was often bored in Camelot. She would enjoy having something worthwhile to do. And Arthur wouldn't mind at all. Harry sat in a class with 13 other students. There were 10 boys and 4 girls. The class was mixed from students in Gryffindor and Hufflepuff House. Currently he was taught about ways of using magic defensively and offensively by Godric. It was extremely interesting, as Godric made sure to give lots of practical examples how a certain spell could aid the user in all kinds of situations. Both against magical creatures and magic users. When you come across a situation where you can't avoid using your magic openly to defend yourself or others, be wise with the spells you choose, lectured Godric. You have already learned many spells to assist in all kinds of situations. But another thing to always keep in mind is how these spells will look to the ones around you. Especially those that were born without our gift of magic might misunderstand what you do. The Christian Church, while it is based on the peaceful teachings of Jesus Christ, has some extreme members among their priests that claim that magic is connected to the devil. If you used a spell that harms your target, it might be that you are attacked, even if you used your magic to defend yourselves against an attacker. An example of this, you and a group of 3 non-magical companions travel from Scotland to England. You want to buy special ores from a respectable merchant that lives in Lancaster. On the way, a group of 15 bandits ambushes your group to steal your money. You could of course use something like a cutting curse to disable them. But for non-magicals that could be seen as a huge threat to them. Being cut by a sword or knife, everybody can easily understand. But that requires close combat or good aim, in case of knives being thrown. But anybody that trains enough could learn to do it as well. A cutting curse can't be seen by those that don't have magic. It appears as if the cuts simply appear out of nowhere. A better choice of spell in this case would be a stunning spell. It can't be understood either, but after tying the stunned bandits up, they can be revived and won't be worse for it. It will not be considered as harmful by non-magicals. You can take the captured bandits to the next sheriff to let him deal with them according to the law. There might be rewards for the bandits or not. But if you use spells that while effective and efficient don't let you appear a bigger threat than for example a trained knight, the people around you will accept your gifts much easier than otherwise. Is that why we also learn how to use swords and knives here? At Hogwarts, Sir Godric asked a boy with red hair and freckles. He reminded Harry a bit of the Weasley brothers in his looks, but the facial form was different. Yes, Robert, confirmed Godric. Our goal here at Hogwarts is to teach all of you how to use your gifts responsibly and with control. But we also know that out in the world, there are many dangers, and we need to give you the means to defend yourselves in all kinds of ways. While the training you will receive here won't be enough to equal the Knights of the Round Table, you will easily be ahead of those that only received basic training in their villages. I know of 2 former students that were made sheriffs for the noble lords of their home regions. So, our best chance to be accepted by all people, no matter if they have magic or not, is by using our powers for good. Asked a girl with owned hair. Yes, Tiffany. Power like we were born with needs to be used responsibly. And if we prove that we are just like all other people, just with a special gift, which we use to work with others and to help them, it will be much harder to start animosity against our kind, confirmed Sir Godric. But I heard there were movements in some places to arrest witches and wizards, asked a brunette boy frowning. I can tell you from what I experienced that most places won't care if help is given in form of magical means or non-magical ones, said Harry. My mother and I traveled through some villages and she used her knowledge that she had learned at Avalon to help the people. The cover story for him was that while his mother was a priestess of Avalon, She wanted him to broaden his horizon and therefore had sent him and his brother to Hogwarts for a few months, also as a trial run if it would be a good idea to send the sons of the priestesses, which weren't taught in their knowledge and powers, to Hogwarts instead of leaving them with their fathers. We were in a village where the people had contracted some illness and Mother took the time to identify herbs to brew teas and used a few healing spells to help the people. They were extremely grateful, as knowledge of healing isn't far spread among the common people. The faith of the moon goddess is also still spread far among the people. While Christianity is gaining more followers everywhere, as long as the people have no reason to fear us, they won't turn against us. And King Arthur treats both religions equally, pointed Harry out. One thing that helps is being able to properly argue a case if somebody accuses a magical to be evil. Nobody will get away with punishing a witch or wizard if you can believably show that no evil deeds were done. That is also why we teach you about all kinds of non-magical plants and animals. Helga has experienced how narrow-minded and stubborn some non-magicals can be and how superstitious. A non-magical kind of worm was harming the crops of a farmer and he accused a neighbor to have used magic to harm his harvest out of spite. Helga was passing through the village and could determine that the magical neighbor was completely innocent. She found the worms and could explain to the people that if they wanted to protect their plants from this type of worm, they had to add another plant to the fields to repel the worm. She could prove that magic wasn't the cause of the harm. Knowledge is our best protection. That is why we teach you all for 7 years, to prepare you for what you could face outside of school. Sure, there are extremists among the non-magicals, but they also exist among us magicals. We can only be careful and don't treat the non-magicals as if they were beneath us. That will only cause trouble. If we treat them like we want to be treated in return, most of the time they won't even think of turning against us. Now, the main spells that can be used around non-magicals are the kind that don't cause much damage. Meaning nothing that needs days to heal. Tripping jinxes, disarming spells, stunners, leg locker curses, full body bind hexes, confusion spells, shield charms and hiding spells are good examples of that, continued Godric. If possible, avoiding a confrontation is always the best solution. The students nodded, understanding that. All right, now we will practice stunning spells. The wand movement is simple, you only slash your wand down in the direction of the target you want to hit. As you don't have any experience with the spell, I have arranged for some targets that will only move from their position if you use the spell correctly, explained Godric. He walked over to a crate he had put onto the ground before. He now opened it and 15 black balls that reminded Harry of bludgers shot into the air. These balls are made of wood and have been covered with liquid pitch from a magical conifer that was mixed with flax. As you know from herbology classes, flax can be enchanted easily and conifer liquid pitch hold magic better than most other substances. Meaning, the spells on the balls won't be disturbed by being hit by magic. Your goal is to make the ball leave its position. That will happen once you hit it in the center, with the right amount of power and a functioning stunning spell. He went back to the students while the balls kept hovering in front of the wall. Now, the incantation of the stunning spell is Stupefy. He spoke clearly, please repeat after me and take care of the pronunciation. Stupefy. The students chorused, Stupefy. Godric let each of them say the incantation alone and corrected if somebody was making a mistake. Then he let them perform the wand movement. Once he was happy with that, he let them line up opposite the wall with the balls. He let 3 students fire their spells at once and 5 in follow. Then the next group of students was up. Harry managed to get 3 of his 5 balls to move before he went back to the end of the line. He felt that this approach was great. It allowed Godric to keep a close eye on all their attempts and give comments on what to improve and what to keep in mind. At the end of the class, each student managed to at least get 3 balls to move back, most managed 4 or 5. Good work everybody. The next class on the schedule is herbology with Helga, so you better change into your gardening clothes and meet her at the greenhouse, instructed Godric and let the students continue to their next class. Mordred watched how Mr. Finham demonstrated how to properly handle a normal knife. Now, children, a knife is both a tool and a weapon. It is similar to a wand, which you won't be able to get before you are 11. Before that point in time, your magical cores won't be ready to handle the stress that regular and directed use of magic brings. A knife like I am holding can be used for many different things. You could cut a string when you are tying up reeds for easier transport. You could cut vegetables for dinner, or potion ingredients when you are brewing. You could also use it to defend yourselves in case you are attacked. A knife has a sharp blade, which means you have to be careful how you handle it. You could hurt yourselves if you weren't careful. For somebody that is used how to handle a knife, it isn't dangerous at all. Professional potioneers and housewives, for example, will show you tricks with knives you currently won't believe to be possible. For potions, which is a subject that is taught here at Hogwarts for those that start full studies of their magic, a knife is one of the most important tools. Therefore, each student needs to know how to take care of his knives. This includes keeping them sharp, clean and free of rust. For today, we will work on sharpening knives. I have brought several kitchen knives that have become dull from long use. I will show you how to use a grindstone to work on the blades to become sharp again. Some of you might have heard that there are spells to achieve the same effect. Yes, those spells exist, but the work is more often than not shoddy. Nothing beats good old hard work and precision with a grindstone. The reason is also simple. The spell doesn't influence the blade itself. What a sharpening spell does is placing a sharp layer over your blade, letting it work as if it was sharp again. That works for those that can easily replace the spell over and over again, but it takes up magical power in the long run. It is much better to know that you have a sharp and reliable knife when you need it for your work ready, explained Mr. Finham. The children nodded dutifully. Now, come up to me and I will give you both a grinding stone and a dull knife. When everybody has one of each, I will demonstrate the technique that is needed to achieve the results we want. Don't be discouraged if it doesn't work immediately. It takes practice to become good at this, he assured the children. They stood from the ground where they sat and walked forward to receive both stone and knife and then returned to their spots to wait for more instructions. Mr. Finham then showed them how to hold the knife, how to place the grindstone and how to move it along the blade to resharpen the blade. Soon the sounds of the children trying to make the blades sharp by grinding the stone against them could be heard, occasionally interrupted by hints from Mr. Finham how to better hold either the stone or the knife and how to move their arms to have results. Sirius forced the mouth of the captured suspect open and dripped 3 drops of a clear potion into his mouth. It had taken a while, but he had finished Veritaserum to get the full truth out of this one connection they had to Harry's near assassin. He wouldn't let that stand. While he wasn't on Snape's level in potions, Veritaserum was a Newt level potion and he had passed his Newts with a high E. More than enough for this. And among Harry's books was one that held the recipe. Thanks to having to stew the potion for long periods at times, it took overall 3 weeks to get it done. He had started directly before he took Harry and Mordred to Hogwarts. He finished the steps until an ingredient needed to stew for 2 weeks at low heat. He had informed Sir Gawain to not let anybody mess with that potion while he was gone, and the man had done just that. Thanks to magic, it was possible to keep a flame burning while not being present. Once he was back, he continued the process and now he had about 1 liter of the potion to use for their needs. He waited for the standard dazed look on the face of the one being dosed with it. The great part was, it didn't matter if the one being dosed had magic or not. The potion worked just the same. We can begin, Sirius told Sir Gawain, who was there to lead the interrogation. They had started to question the man before, but he had refused to say anything, no matter who worked him over. And they had hit hard to get information who wanted to see the Crown Prince dead. What is your name? Asked Gawain. Stanford Grey, he answered. Why are you working at the castle? To provide my lord with useful information for his plans, answered Stanford. Who is your lord? Asked Gawain. I don't know. Who do you deliver your information to? Asked Sirius, knowing that there had to be a contact. Milton Pepperglove. What kind of information did you pass on? Continued Gawain. Number of guards, size of supplies, the kind of preparations taken to fight the bandits, habits of knights and their students that I observed, loyalties among the staff, salaries of the people working at Camelot, overheard conversations among nobles, preferred places to spend time for people that were determined to be of interest, listed Stanford. Then Sirius asked to go into more detail and Stanford did, telling the interrogators a lot of things they didn't think would have got outside of Camelot. It was extremely concerning how many things this man knew that nobody would think a kitchen worker to know. What do you know about the attack on Prince Harold? Sir Gawain had noticed that asking open questions got him more information from the prisoner. I was informed that my lord had planned something to get in a better position to become King of England. I was promised a much higher and more powerful position once he succeeded. I wasn't told about details, but I was tasked to deliver the schedules of the important people at the castle right now to decide on the perfect time and place. Why would you support the murder of the crown prince? He is a bastard son born of heretic rituals of that wretched religion. On top of that, he is a wizard, which goes against the teachings of the church. He has to die. People like him are unnatural. Only a lawful child of a proper king should ever inherit the throne. Sirius and Gawain looked at each other. A religiously motivated fanatic. Great. And one that was smart enough to not show his opinions openly. That was more dangerous than one that could be determined and watched. What is your opinion of King Arthur? Gawain wanted to know. He is too weak to be king. Admittedly, he has certain abilities, but he is too soft on the heathens that are still allowed to practice their heretic religion in England instead of following the one true God. He also doesn't exert enough control over the nobles that rule parts of the country. A true king would force them to follow his rule and not pander to their silly concerns. Gawain had heard that part before. Several people underestimated the threat potential that revolting lords posed. They thought that if King Arthur simply forced them to comply, they would do better jobs in their duties. But they forgot that Camelot wasn't close enough to enforce something like that. Only by convincing them that their way was the best way, they would do what King Arthur wanted to be done on their own, without needing somebody to remind them of their duties all the time. And they weren't willing to simply fall in line after ruling their land for over a decade when there hadn't been a king after Uther Pendragon had died, supposedly without an heir. Which nobles would profit the most from the fall of King Arthur and his family? Asked Sirius, knowing that speculations from a man that was a good observer could give them targets to investigate for their mastermind in the shadows. Stanford listed men that he knew didn't agree with Arthur's policies and who wanted power for themselves. All of his statements were written down by a scribe, to be able to go over them again once the interrogation was finished. Once they had exhausted the questions they right now could think of, the man was taken back to his cell. If they had more questions after going over the answers carefully, they could continue the questioning. Harry stood next to Salazar. The older wizard had set up a room with dozens of different snakes from his private collection there. Parseltongue isn't just a language to communicate with snakes, Harold, started Salazar, it has its own magic. But few Parselmouths in history have ever invested the work that is necessary to access this magic. The reason is also fairly simply. Like the animagus transformation, using Parcel magic is largely an instinctive art. Every talented witch or wizard can be taught common spells, like one to clean windows, do the dishes, or turn a rag into a proper towel. Those take studying and practice of the spell. With enough effort, everybody will master that kind of magic to different levels. Again, depending on how well they studied, understood the theory and practiced their spells. Harry nodded, understanding what his teacher was telling him. Instinctive magic is much harder to train. It is often the difference between a good witch or wizard and a great one. Several disciplines of magic can be learned by rote to a certain level, but mastery always requires gaining instinctive understanding of how to work this magic. Rowena, for example, can tell you what a rune means and is by simply being close to it. She can feel the magic in each rune. Helga can influence the very flow of magic to heal even terrible injuries, as she can instinctively tell what is wrong with a sick person. She also doesn't require a wand to use healing magic, as she understands it down to its core. The same is true for Godric with battle magic. He can read the flow of a fight and use that to his advantage. Each person has different specialties with this ability. It is one thing we teach our students during the 7 years we teach them in magic. How to find their strengths in the magical arts and get those to an instinctive level. It doesn't always work, but many of our students master at least the basics of one magical art to instinctive level. For you, who is gifted with the ability of Parseltongue, just like your younger brother Mordred, it is important to be aware of the advantages and dangers of parcel magic. What do you mean with dangers, Professor? Asked Harry. Every type of magic needs to be used responsibly. Parcel magic is one of the green magics out in this world. Those types of magic are influenced by an influence nature more than other magic arts. A master of parcel magic could use his gift to rejuvenate a barren countryside as easily as he could drain the energy of a thriving one. The key to using every kind of green magic properly is balance and feeling how much you can safely give or take. Because giving too much can also be bad. Imagine you want to conjure rain to save a harvest, as there is a drought in a region. If you conjure a flood, the harvest that you wanted to save will be lost and probably further damage has been caused. Salazar gave an example. And parcel magic could do something on that scale? Asked Harry, impressed. Yes. I have used parcel magic once to create barriers in front of a village at the foot of a mountain when the melting ice in spring caused the rivers to overflow and a flood to threaten that village. I didn't have the power to vanish that much water. Nobody is that powerful, except, under the right circumstances, the High Priestess of Avalon. But I could manipulate the magic that lies in nature to have trees grow rapidly, to have boulders moved into the path of the flood, and to prevent that the barricade I was quickly creating was broken by the onslaught, confirmed Salazar. Harry was surprised to hear what this wizard could do with a magical ability that was decried as dark in his own time. Clearly many things were lost in history. Or the people only remembered those that abused their gift or lost control over their spells. So, how do I start gaining that instinctive understanding, sir? Asked Harry. You will meditate among my snakes. Each snake has its special magical signature. Try to differentiate them. Try to determine what each of them can do. I will let you meditate for an hour, then we will talk about your impressions. This will take time, but nothing worth achieving can be done in a hurry, stated Salazar. That was similar to what his mother had taught him. Harry nodded and stepped into the room, careful to not step on any of the snakes that were freely slithering around. He reached the middle of the room and sat down in a lotus position, like he had been taught before. He closed his eyes and connected his conscious mind with his magic. Then he tried sensing what was going on around him. He needed to blend the snippets the snakes set out, as that wasn't helping him. After 30 minutes, he started getting some different signals, but it wasn't clear enough to say anything more about it. Perhaps one snake was fiercer than another, that much he felt he could tell so far. He was actually surprised how fast the time was over, and Salazar called him out of the room again. Not bad for a first attempt, Harold, complimented Salazar. You have a long way ahead of you, but you at least already know how to properly meditate. What do you think you felt during your meditation? Not too much, Professor. I managed to differentiate between single snakes when they were close enough to me. I couldn't tell anything about their traits, except that a few felt fiercer than the others, answered Harry. I see. Yes, some of my snakes like a good fight now and again, nodded Salazar. As I said, this will take a while, but a decent beginning. Harry accepted that assessment. He knew he was far away from mastering this skill. But if he could, he would have a great advantage back in his time. He thanked Salazar and went to his next class, which was one on household charms held by Rowena. He had found them. After the failed trap against King Arthur, the ones that were still capable of fighting had continued the search, as they couldn't afford to lose the trail. They were too close to finally finding and ending the bastards that had killed and robbed their people. They had sent the hounds to follow the scent of the lavender oil that had been used to innocently keep a trail to the main base of the group. And now he stood hidden behind some trees close to the border of the camp. It was no wonder that they had had such trouble finding the camp. For one, it was located deep inside the inner part of the forest. For two, the bandits had been smart. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall. He only knew because he had seen one of the bandits use a narrow path to vanish behind the waterfall after looking around if anybody was watching. As the man hadn't appeared again, this was what they had been looking for. He didn't move, as he knew too well that there could be lookouts that would attack him should they spot him. It was safer to leave after night had fallen. He was trained as a scout in forests. And now that they finally had a chance, he wouldn't mess things up by being hasty. He also didn't know what was behind the path. The main camp would have additional protection besides a fortunate location after all. He needed to report, and then a proper strategy had to be worked out. As long as the bandits didn't suspect that they were found, they wouldn't leave the camp, which offered them the chance to get them all. It was 2 hours until dusk. He would keep himself and his dog silent before they would return and report. Once the plan was finished, the bandits would finally be punished for all the pain and grief they had caused. The bandit camp. The knights were ready to make their move. It had been 4 days since the scout that had found the entrance to the bandit camp had returned. They needed to do this carefully, as they couldn't afford for any of the bandits to escape. They needed to end the attacks here and now. To be sure that They didn't overlook escape routes, they had used the knowledge of local hunters and scouts to surround the area in all directions. Each group knew their job and they were ready to do it. "All right, this is it, men," started Arthur. "We will end the threat that these bandits pose for the people of England. We will bring back safety for the common people that placed their trust in us to protect them. Be careful, be on guard and be ready for underhanded tricks. These people don't care of the lives of others. If possible to do safely, capture some alive for interrogation. If not, then they won't be a great loss. Their fate is determined already. It isn't our duty to grant them mercy, that can only be done by whatever God they believe in. We have surrounded the area, but we can't rest on that part. We go in there without an idea what to expect. As long as we don't think we will win simply due to numbers, we will be ready for what they can try. And in the end, we will be victorious," declared Arthur. Normally that would have been answered by cheers, but everybody knew that they couldn't give their position away by that. "You all have your marching orders. Follow your group's leaders. Tonight, we will have ended this threat. Then we can return home to our families. Then we can begin healing the wounds that these people have caused. That is what we fight for. We will do our jobs," continued Sir Lancelot. The men nodded and then they started moving. The first ones were archers that climbed the rock next to the waterfall. They would cover their backs and snipe those trying to run away. The attack would start at dawn. It would last as long as it would take to get all the bandits. The bandit camp was protected to all sides by the 20 meters high rocks. It was a natural space within the rocks. It was about 50 meters in diameter and the bandits had created simple huts to live in. The only entrances or exits were the hidden path behind the waterfall and a tunnel between two large rocks, which ended in a small meadow, covered by a blackberry thicket. The tunnel only allowed one person to walk it at a time. It was only about a meter wide. The location and the easiness to defend the two entrances had allowed the bandits to stay undetected for months now. While the place wasn't large enough to set anything up like a farm for emergency rations, like a few chickens for example, they didn't mind. They lived well from the things they stole from the villages. And while they all knew that the king had mobilized his army to bring them down, they arrogantly believed that nobody would ever find them here. Not even the hounds that were used to follow their trails. The waterfall was a natural barrier against their noses. Any kind of scent they might have found would be lost with that barrier. Thus, only a few men were put on guard duty during the night, while most men enjoyed the evenings with whatever kind of alcohol they had managed to find. And last night had been great in that, as they had robbed a cart with decent wine that was transported to a minor noble that had a liking for it. The men had drunk the whole supply, some also indulging with captured women for pleasurable nights. Thus, when the alarm blared from one of the few sober guards, they were thoroughly unprepared. Some managed to get out of bed but most were hindered by hangovers. Some managed to grab their swords, but their heads hurt and their movements were sluggish and uncoordinated. Many were stumbling towards the entrance instead of moving like they would do if they hadn't drunk senselessly the night before. It cost them when a stream of soldiers and knights broke through the entrance behind the waterfall. And these men were efficient and ruthless. They attacked with deadly precision, aiming to maim and cripple from the start. Whenever a bandit attempted to fight, if he showed more threat potential, he was killed on the spot. Be it by being speared by a lance or a sword or hit by an arrow. Some tried to reach the other exit to the camp, but the archers on top of the rocks sniped them easily, as they didn't think to keep cover from them. Not that it was easily done. With archers all around in the high positions, it was hopeless for the bandits from the start. They might have dealt the attackers severe damage had they been sober, but they weren't. Overall, the fight only lasted an hour, then all surviving bandits were tied up and were dragged outside the camp. Once they were done, the soldiers and knights searched the camp for possible hidden bandits. They didn't leave anything to chance. All these criminals would have to face charges at a trial. They would be interrogated to find out who was behind this whole tragedy for the people. Because it was clear to all knights that morons that would drink themselves into this kind of state, especially when they knew that the king had mobilized his forces against them, weren't smart enough to plan an operation that kept the Knights of Camelot on their toes for this long. She knew she had to keep her head down and play a poor woman that had been captured by the terrible bandits. She had warned Rory that it was stupid to indulge in that much wine, it wasn't even a good wine, when they knew that King Arthur's knights were searching for them. But like always her brother hadn't listened to her. He believed that he always knew best, and his arrogance that their hideout was far too well hidden to be found was their downfall. Now the other members of their group were captured. She didn't have any illusions that they would get away with their lives. She didn't doubt that their fate would be the gallows. Being hanged was the set punishment for the kind of crimes they had committed. Only nobles had the right to be beheaded. While it would be a shame for Rory, after all, he was her brother and she had some attachment to him, and for Wilbur, who was one of the few decent lovers she had had in her life, she wasn't going to lose her life like they would. She also knew that the noble that had paid them for their work wouldn't have any pity on her. She was a loose end that could bring him down. She was only in this mess because her family needed the money they could earn. Living on a farm that was too small to feed 10 mouths hardened her to the reality of life. The king might talk big, but poor peasants like her family fought every day to simply survive. If they were allowed to at least hunt small prey in the forests, they might be better off, but the nobles would take offense to that. As if rabbits didn't breed fast anyway. It wouldn't hurt the nobles to let the peasants have some of them to simply survive. Even if they only allowed each village to have a small farm to breed a few couples, the offspring would feed all the people for a long time. Now she had to play the distraught victim. Thankfully, none of the other women had seen her be part of the bandits. They might have seen her have fun with Wilbur but nothing more. And Wilbur was at least gentleman enough to not take her in plain view of the others. Unlike that animal Tyler, he would beat his newest victim in full sight of the other men, often then passing around the poor girl with his friends. While she was sickened by that, she knew that she couldn't do anything about it. Every woman for herself was the only thing that worked in this world. Probably she could even use this situation to her benefit. The knights were honor-bound to at least set the women up with a place to live safely. Maybe even in Camelot. And there she might find opportunities that would give her a nice life. A life without having to fear to starve to death, which would have happened had she stayed at her parents' house. She would play up her bad situation as much as she had to if it finally got her out of the place she hated that much. The only good thing her brother had done for her was letting her join his bandit group and thus escape their dreary life. She might get the chance to seduce somebody that held a good position at Camelot and get him to marry her. That way she would be safe and the risk of dying would be much lower. Arthur looked at the group of 43 men that were captured. About 15 more had been killed in the attack on the camp. He honestly couldn't understand how anybody could be stupid enough to get totally drunk when they knew that the king's army was marching towards them with the clear goal to take them down. But it had helped his forces to secure an easy win with no losses on their side. They had let the dogs lead the first charge, attacking the guards at the entrance. As they intentionally attacked early in the morning, they had counted on most bandits not being awake enough to fight at full power. The drunken or hungover state of the majority was a distinct bonus. Now they had several men that they could interrogate to find out who was behind the mess. And they needed to know before they could recall Harry and Mordred from Hogwarts. He was grateful that Sir Godric and his friends had easily agreed to host the two boys to keep them protected from further assassination attempts. And Harry could only profit from getting time to advance in his magical studies at the same time as continuing his training as a future knight. Sir Godric had a unique point of view, as he was the only knight that also had magic. And his friend Salazar Slytherin had the same ability to speak with snakes that Harry had and would certainly be able to give Harry some hints of how to use that ability better. Even if Harry's help with snakes that somehow got into the castle or other spots close to it were already really valuable. Looking at their prisoners, he knew that it would be best to have that potion that Sirius could brew available to get the information these men had. He needed the truth about their motives, their boss in the background, and if there were others that hadn't been at the camp during the attack. They needed to end this once and for all. Well, he could send a messenger to Camelot and ask Sirius for a bottle of the potion. As they had captured most bandits alive, there was a good chance that one of them knew at least a close contact to the mastermind in the shadows. Only if they determined that person and took him out, they would be safe again. Especially Harry and Mordred. He planned to keep the two boys safe at Hogwarts until this situation was dealt with. Especially Harry was too important for the future of their world as the guardian of magic to be lost to an ambitious bastard that wanted to see the end of his rule as King of England and end his line for good. Sir Lancelot, Sir Percival, all of the men are to be interrogated. They will only be given the most basic of food and water. I will send a message to Lord Black for his assistance with this matter. We will get the full truth. These men don't deserve any mercy, as they slaughtered my people without mercy as well. Sir Tristan, please take the women to my sister at the field hospital she set up. They will need her help, instructed Arthur. Of course, Your Majesty, accepted all three and set to work. Harry read the letter that Sirius had sent to him with Hedwig. 2 weeks ago the knights and soldiers had found the camp of the bandits and captured the majority of the bandits. Some had been killed during the fight, but thanks to stupidity on the side of the bandits, their defeat had been easy for the group around his uncle. But none of them knew for sure who had sent them against the settlements that they had attacked. The leader, a man called Rory, had told Uncle Arthur that the steward of Lord Preston Garms had been his contact, but the man had died in a riding accident 3 weeks before the bandits had been found. That was a dead end. And Rory had only known the identity of the man because he had secretly followed him one day, as he didn't like not knowing the identity of his employer. That could have gone badly if something went wrong. But without any concrete proof, the king couldn't move against Lord Preston. Sirius had written that this lord was on the list of possible suspects that could be behind the attempt to overthrow King Arthur, but he was sly. There was also the possibility that somebody used Lord Preston as a patsy to have a convenient sacrifice in case the king got too close to the truth. Somebody that felt sure enough to attempt a coup d'état against the King of England wouldn't leave such obvious trails normally. It could also be a conspiracy of more than one person in the background. As it was already November, Sirius told Harry that he and Mordred would probably have to stay at Hogwarts during the winter months. As soon as the normal snow in the area of Scotland where Hogwarts was located set in, it would be near impossible to relocate the boys anyway. Sirius expected the investigations to take about a month more, which meant, by that time it would be too late to get Harry and Mordred back. Well, Harry could live with this. While he missed Camelot and the people there, it was great to learn from the founders of Hogwarts. In this way, he could counter some subtle emotional poisoning that Morgause had done with Mordred. He had noticed that Mordred was told half-truths about his mother and uncle many times, which for a child weren't easy to understand. Coupled with the impression he got from Morgause that she only raised him out of a sense of familiar duty, he yearned for a place for himself where he was welcome. Thanks to his mother being tricked to give up her baby to Morgause when he had been born, which Morgaine also was sworn to not reveal to Mordred, the situation was complicated and potentially dangerous for the future. Harry knew that Mordred had tried to take the throne from the man he thought was his uncle, as there weren't any other heirs. He felt it was his right to be declared heir to the throne of England. Harry knew that Mordred was the rightful heir as Arthur Pendragon's son. But his uncle couldn't acknowledge that part. The church had narrow-minded opinions on bastard children, and children conceived between blood siblings were even worse. Nobody would allow a child like Mordred to inherit the throne, should that be known to the ones leading the powerful factions in the country. He would be much better off being seen as the king's nephew without the negative label being pushed onto his shoulders. Harry knew how history had gone. He wanted to change that part. He knew that if he and his mother could find a way to let Aunt Guinevere give birth to at least one child, it would change things completely. And they now had an idea what was behind the problems she had to have a child. Even if the child would be female, it would be a continuation of the line that the people would accept. A son would be safer by far to secure the country, as the lords would only acknowledge a male successor for the king, but a daughter would buy time. And if it wouldn't be possible for Uncle Arthur and Aunt Guinevere to have a son, at least a daughter could marry a nobleman and their son inherit the throne. There were many options. It was the dirty game of politics, but Harry had learned a lot about that from his uncle by now. It was about balancing the powers in the country and letting each group feel as if their wishes were represented sufficiently in the king's decisions. One thing Harry wanted to initiate when he was back at Camelot in spring was an initiative to better the living conditions of the common people. While in the cities and towns most people had a somewhat decent life, in the rural areas most people fought for pure survival against the odds. Harry hated that. He had seen a lot when they traveled to Hogwarts and also when the students were allowed to accompany the teachers on short trips to collect potion ingredients or observe them at work in the surrounding villages. Harry didn't understand why there were rules that limited the animals that lived in the forests to the nobles that owned the land. Just to let them have their fun while hunting was no good reason at all to leave the people living on the land as bondsmen, most of them in poverty at that, to starve to death whenever some natural catastrophe appeared, like a drought that reduced their harvest. He knew enough about the breeding of animals to know that some reproduced quickly enough to not matter in the large picture. He was aware that many things he was used to from the future weren't available in this time. Potatoes, for example, a common food in his time, hadn't been exported to Europe from America yet. But there were ways to help the poor and make their lives a bit easier. It would take effort for sure, but in the end, it would also be profitable for the nobles owning the land. It was an age-old truth that people that were healthy could work better and harder. They were also more motivated to work well for the one that created their better situation in life. Harry knew he couldn't change the world with his actions, but he could give some pushes into certain directions. Additionally, if he inspired Mordred to follow his example when he was older, this might be a position that Mordred would like to have and give him the recognition he yearned to have. He would wield influence, simply due to his position as the younger nephew of the king. Having that connected to a great reputation among the people and nobles alike, would make life much easier for Mordred. Who knew what this could change in the future? Harry didn't think it would be a bad change. Arthur and the knights were back at Camelot. While they had started with the questioning of the captured bandits, the weather simply forced them to move back to better locations. While October and November in England weren't as difficult to handle as they were in Scotland, if it wasn't necessary, Arthur wanted to have the facilities of Camelot available to him. Especially the dungeons that could be secured much better than the spots they used on the road. There were much fewer chances for escape attempts inside the castle than outside. After exchanging information with Gawain and Sirius, who had got a lot of information from the captive they had already, the interrogation of the bandits continued. Morgaine had returned to the hospital wing of the castle, taking care of the remaining injuries of the ones that had participated in the operation. Overall, it was a success. The one thing that was left to do was finding the mastermind that had caused all the problems by organizing the bandits and pointing out targets for them. They hoped that once they had finished all the interrogations under Veritaserum, they would have enough proof to confront the one behind the attacks. Due to the limited time that the potion worked, they needed to interrogate each captive several times. They had to make sure that they got all the information they could gain from them. It could mean the difference between life and death. One positive development was that Sirius had managed to engrave most of the places he had chosen with the runic arrays by now. After the attack on Harry, he had worked overtime to get the castle ready for his godson's return. Even if that would now be further in the future than originally planned. But they needed 2 weeks to reach the castle when they traveled normally, not the hurried pace the group that took Harry and Mordred to the school for magic had set at the beginning to get both boys to safety quickly. And by then, the chance that Hogwarts would already be surrounded by deep snow was too large to risk. Thus, Arthur had sent Harry's owl to Hogwarts with a package of supplies and some gold coins to pay for their stay over the winter months. While it wasn't optimal, and Sir Edmund wasn't happy that his squire wouldn't be present for further training, Harry's teacher understood why it was done. He would have to see how far Harry had progressed under Sir Godric, and he would then continue the training when Harry returned in spring. And Sir Edmund had never been somebody to rush through the training of boys on their path to becoming knights. If this lengthened the training period of Harry, it would happen. It didn't matter if Harry was knighted in record time after all. It mattered that he survived to that point and had acquired all the skills and the knowledge that was needed for the position. To Arthur's happiness, Guinevere had thrown herself into studying medicine under the tutelage of his sister. Guinevere had felt great while helping at the makeshift hospital that Morgaine had set up during the mission, and she wanted to know more about this. It was something that she felt she could feel fulfillment doing. And Arthur knew that while she couldn't have a child to dote on, she needed something to give her that feeling. He also didn't mind that his wife studied a complicated subject. He was Morgaine's brother and used to women being strong and capable. If Guinevere wanted to help people with medical knowledge she got from working with his sister, he would give his blessing for it. He had worried about her mood growing consistently darker from being incapable of conceiving a child. Having confirmation that it wasn't anything that was wrong with her, had given her both hope and determination to find out what was going on and then breaking the curse, potioning or whatever had happened to cause the condition for her. And then they would finally have the baby they wanted to have so much. The winter break at Hogwarts was similar and different to how things were done at Camelot last year at the same time. Due to the weather and the fact that the modern times transportation ways hadn't been invented yet, most of the students had to stay at the school instead of traveling home for Christmas. Only those living close to the school could travel to see their parents. The risk of a snowstorm blowing a broom off course was far too large to let the teachers allow the students to use that way to get home. And the brooms that were available in this time period were far less developed as the brooms in Harry's time. They could fly but not very fast. It was in many situations faster than taking horses though, simply due to the brooms avoiding tricky terrain. The students were tasked with clearing the courtyard of the castle and the paths towards certain spots outside the school, like the stables for the horses and magical creatures that Hogwarts held for example, but thanks to having magic available, this was done faster than the pages and squires at Camelot had managed to do. Sadly, there was much more snow up here in Scotland, thus the easier time they had was made up by having to free a lot more space, including some roofs to prevent large amounts of snow burying an unsuspecting pedestrian underneath it when it fell from a tower's roof for example. One advantage to Harry's time was a large indoor riding hall. Thanks to horses being the main way of transportation in this time, Hogwarts not only had the stables for them but also the riding hall to let the students train their abilities. Harry could continue his training with thunder much easier than last year. He wanted to participate in the Beltane race again. By the end of April, he would be back in Camelot after all. And the Hogwarts indoor riding hall was even larger than the one in Camelot. He guessed it had been replaced by something else over time, when faster ways of traveling were discovered for witches and wizards. After all, a float trip from England to Scotland took mere seconds compared to over a week that it took right now. The children in Mordred's class were often seen outside, playing in the snow. Their teacher had even taught them a way to channel their magic into their hands to sculpt snow figures. Harry certainly wondered why nobody did that in his time. It seemed like a great exercise for the children to playfully train their control in magic. Harry knew that Mordred was extremely happy here at Hogwarts. He had found some great friends among the children his age and they could often be found playing or doing their homework together. Harry wondered how Mordred would take going back to Camelot and then to Lady Morgause's castle once spring came. In his classes with the different founders, Harry mainly learned spells that were useful for all kinds of situations. The founders practiced the approach that while it would be nice to know a spell, it didn't do much good if it couldn't be used in normal life. For example, Rowena Ravenclaw didn't see any sense to teach their students things like transforming rabbits into bunny slippers. According to her, while something was possible to do with magic, they always needed to think if it was right to do it as well. Transforming an animal into an inanimate object was wrong in most cases. After all, they effectively took the animal's life, freedom and free will away with that act. And all to prove that they could do it. She lectured her classes about ethics as much as magical theory. And she knew incredible amounts of magical theory. Transfiguration should be used on inanimate things like wood, rocks and so on to turn them into more useful things. Rowena showed them an example by taking a small piece of wood and turning it into a metal cooking pot. It was an extremely advanced type of transfiguration, much more power-intensive and challenging than turning a hedgehog into a pin cushion for example, which Harry had learned in his first year at Hogwarts from Professor McGonagall, but while both items had a use, nobody would care about the piece of wood not being there anymore. The hedgehog was a living being and if not done properly, it suffered pain from the transformation as well. Harry took a lot from lectures like those. His training with Salazar Slytherin in parcel magic was going well. He could now identify single snakes by their magic and he had progressed to a first use of parcel magic. It was a basic ward to prevent insects getting into a place. Insects were prey to snakes and thus setting wards with parcel magic repelled them even better than normal wards for that purpose. His swordsmanship had improved thanks to the training with Godric Gryffindor steadily, even if Harry knew that it would still take time to become somewhat proficient. Even magic couldn't replace experience and training of his muscles. Godric had commiserated with him. He had wished for a shortcut in that area as well when he was Harry's age. But becoming a knight had to be earned the hard way. Collision. Harry was busy checking his equipment and the contents of the saddle bags that were placed on Thunder's back. Thanks to extreme snowfall during the past 4 days, many villages around Hogwarts were totally cut off from the outer world. But in one village, there were 3 pregnant women that were due to give birth shortly, and the village didn't have a midwife living there. The previous one had died in fall in an accident. And her apprentice was currently in another village to help a young family that had had a baby 2 days prior. It wasn't rare that people like midwives covered several villages that were located somewhat closely together. One of the villagers was an alumnus from Hogwarts and had managed to send a message to the school to ask for help. As Harry had experience with helping during childbirth, he was one of 2 students that would accompany Helga Hufflepuff there. She was a trained healer and midwife and would help the soon-to-be mothers give birth safely. The other student was a 15-year-old girl that was studying healing under Helga. Next to them, 2 men would accompany them to provide some additional protection and assistance. It was necessary, as they needed to clear many paths to get to the village. Sharing the work would let them travel faster. "Take care and safe travels," wished Rowena the group. "Thank you, Rowena. I expect that we will be gone for 2 weeks, replied Helga. "Normally we would manage to reach the village within 2 days, but with the snow I expect it will take double that time." "Most probably. We will send a message with one of the newly trained owls if something important comes up," promised Godric. After seeing Harry's owl Hedwig and how she could deliver messages easily, Godric had liked the idea so much that he started training a few owls he caught for the same purpose. The owls didn't mind at all, as he treated them well and kept them fed with mice and rats. Harry found it funny that Hedwig had been the inspiration that started the practice of wizards sending messages with owls. Christmas had been different this year. While in his time, it was celebrated at Hogwarts, in this time, Christianity was growing to become the main threat for witches and wizards. Most didn't have any fond feelings for the religion and its holidays. The old religion celebrated Yule, which was what the teachers at Hogwarts did with their students. Harry's mental library supplied him with knowledge how the House of Avalon celebrated this important holiday. It was the winter solstice, the time when people prepared for the following cold months. There were ceremonial rites that were performed, and Harry had made sure to perform them with Mordred. Both of them were from the line of the High Priestesses of Avalon. It only strengthened the bond he had with his little brother. Mordred had never before been included in any rites. Lady Morgause, despite being the daughter of the High Priestess before Morgane, Anna, didn't hold with the religion. She used certain favorable parts, like the widow of the Lord being allowed to rule until a new lord was chosen by her as her husband, which she never did, but she never celebrated any holidays. She was smart enough to allow her subjects to celebrate in whatever way their religion asked for, but she herself only pretended. There had been a feast on the evening of the 21st of December at Hogwarts, where 7 roasted boars that Godric had hunted down were served as the meal. Considering that meat wasn't a prevalent part of the diet of the students normally, mainly because there wasn't as much supply of it in this time, the students certainly appreciated the treat. Harry concentrated on his current task. He got into Thunder's saddle and followed behind Helga, who led the way towards the village where the women needed their help. Mordred sat inside the common room that had been set up for the primary school class. Right now, the weather was too bad to play outside in the snow. He knew that Harry was currently out there, riding towards a village where the people needed his help. Specifically, they needed people skilled with helping a woman give birth to a child. He somewhat knew that Harry knew how to help thanks to their heritage as members of House Avalon. Harry had explained it as much as Mordred could understand at his age. But he was worried about his brother. The weather wasn't good for traveling, not even for magicals. "I wouldn't want to be out there right now," said Miranda, a girl with twin ponytails. "If Lady Helga will be safe," wondered her best friend Alice. "Lady Helga is a powerful witch. She and the group will be okay." Mum said that Lady Helga often goes out to help in the villages a few days' travel away from Hogwarts as a healer, pointed Jeremy out, whose father was the head of the stables of the school. "You are sure about that?" Mordred couldn't help ask. "I am. All of the founders are great witches and wizards. They know what to do in difficult situations. And there aren't any bandits stupid enough to be out in this weather either. The bears are hibernating, thus they won't be out of their caves," confirmed Jeremy. "I'm just worried about my brother. They have been gone for 2 days already and with this snow, they can't have reached the village yet," admitted Mordred. He looked outside and saw thick snowflakes falling from the sky, covering all surfaces with a thick layer of fresh snow. "I'm sure they will be fine," repeated Jeremy. Mordred only hoped that Jeremy was right. He loved Harry and didn't want that anything bad happened to him. Harry and the others in his group had created shelter inside a cave that was on the way towards the village. With the snowfall, they didn't want to risk anything by continuing. And Harry's instincts told him that the snow would stop in about 3 hours. Once that happened, they would continue for a while longer. They used the time to let their horses rest and to eat a bit. Thanks to magic, they easily got a fire going and cooked a simple soup for the 5 of them. The ingredients had been stored inside their saddle bags. It was just some vegetables and eggs as inlay, but it was enough for them to warm up again. Some bread on top and they had a filling meal. While they waited for the snowfall to stop, Helga explained more about the plans, how they would go about things once they reached the village. She would talk to the village leader, as she knew the man. He was open to magic and didn't have any problems with witches and wizards living inside the village, as long as they followed the normal laws all other villagers also had to follow. It was basic courtesy. And following the laws was common sense. They would have to see how far the women were by the time they managed to get there. Harry and Clarice would help with easy births. In case something went wrong or got complicated, Helga would deal with it. They would assemble the women in one place if possible. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about not being fast enough to have Helga act in case a birth went south. After eating and setting up a general plan for their work, they left one of the men that accompanied the group as a lookout, while the others lay down on the ground, after Helga had placed cushioning and warming charms there. One thing wizards knew was how to get as much rest from short periods of sleep as possible. Helga handed each of them a potion that would support that effect. Soon the 4 that weren't on guard duty were asleep and they would be woken up once the snowfall had stopped to then continue their journey. They reached the village 4.5 days after starting from Hogwarts. When they arrived there, they immediately noticed that something was wrong. The people seemed to be angry about something. And they were congregating in the middle of the village, where some kind of trial seemed to happen. "What is going on here?" asked Clarice. "It has to be major for the people to leave their homes in this cold," pointed Helga out. "Who are you?" asked a man suspiciously. "Midwives that were called here to assist with 3 impeding births," answered Helga. "How would anybody get through that cursed snowfall?" asked the man. "We found shelter in a cave during the worst of it. And the horses are trained for heavy duty," answered one of the guards. "Well, you are just in time. I heard that Fiona has gone into labor 2 hours ago," informed the man the group. "Then we should hurry to assist her," decided Helga, "but what is going on here? Why are the people this upset? That evil wizard caused the weather we are suffering from. The food is running out and all the firewood got too wet to use easily," ranted the man. The new priest that arrived shortly before the start of winter said that too. Harry narrowed his eyes. "Helga, you and Clarice should go and assemble the pregnant women in one house to help all of them if the other 2 also go into labor. I will take care of this," he declared. "Are you sure that you can do this?" asked Helga concerned. "Yes. If nothing else, my uncle taught me diplomacy and how to talk to large groups of people. And my mother gave me ways to deal with any kind of unpleasantness the priest might come up with," confirmed Harry. "I see. Reginald, you go with Harold as a guard. Philip, you come with Clarice and me. We can use your assistance and you have 2 children already and know what we will need," stated Helga. The men nodded, even if Reginald was confused why Helga would trust Harry with this. Still, the group separated, and Harry went towards the trial. What he saw enraged him. The accused was tied up and gagged, unable to say anything in his defense while a nasty-looking priest made his accusations. He was riling the people up more and more. "I am disappointed that the Holy Church that claims to follow the path of Jesus Christ would commit open crimes without anybody calling them out on it," he loudly declared. All eyes turned towards him. "Who do you think you are?" started the priest, but silenced when Harry held up his right hand, on which a signet ring sat, showing the crest of Camelot. "I am a knight in training at Camelot. Currently, due to an attack on my person, I was sent here to this part of Scotland, to give the Knights of the Round Table the chance to find the culprits and bring them to justice. Sir Godric Gryffindor, one of those Knights of the Round Table, who is the lord of these lands, has graciously agreed to grant me and my younger brother shelter in his castle. My name is Harold of Ceredigion. And what you are doing here, has nothing to do with justice or finding a criminal. This is a sham of a trial. If you were truly speaking justice, which I might add, only Sir Godric as Lord of this region is permitted to do, you wouldn't have tied up your suspect and gagged him. A fair trial includes that the accused can speak in his defense. It requires witnesses to speak. The only thing I see here is a bitter man, who claims to serve God, who uses a convenient scapegoat, declared Harry. How dare you accuse me of not doing God's will? Yelled the priest. Jesus Christ, God's earthborn Son, showed the people the path they should follow. He taught forgiveness. He taught righteousness. He taught mercy. He taught justice. He taught charity. He taught to turn away from hatred. He taught that even sinners can repent, listed Harry sharply, silencing the priest, seemingly reaching several people in the crowd. The law is clear in this part. The church governs over the souls of the people. The lords of the land, sworn to fealty to their king, govern the physical being of the people. And all current kings have granted their people the freedom of choice which religion they want to follow. Harry pierced the priest with his fierce green eyes, letting him step back involuntarily. One of the 10 Commandments says, "You shall not murder." Another says, "You shall not bear false witness to your neighbor." You as a priest should uphold those commandments and not break them when you feel like it. From what I heard listening to your statements, this whole trial is ridiculous. There is no human being that is powerful enough to call up such a snowstorm. To believe that a wizard like your accused could cause something of this extent with his powers is laughable. Not even a coven of 7, which is the normal condition for powerful magic being used, which some of you might remember was done 5 years ago to save the area from a draft, could create such an effect, pointed Harry out. The rain the coven created only lasted for 4 hours, creating a light and steady downpour to save the fields and the harvest. This storm has been raging for nearly a week. Some of the older villagers nodded. They remembered how the teachers of Castle Hogwarts had come and helped them when they feared starvation due to the draft. They also remembered how the priestesses of Avalon regularly sent envoys through the country to help where needed at the time. And they all were magical. But this weather isn't normal, yelled the priest, trying to regain some power. You are honestly claiming something that idiotic here in Highland Scotland? Asked Harry with a raised eyebrow. He turned to an older man. My good man, have you experienced hard winters up here in your life? Sure did, lad, nodded the man, who seemed to work as a lumberman from his muscled arms, and while this one is harsher than most, it isn't the harshest I have experienced. Now that I think about it, I don't know why I listened to the priest. Should have known that a Sassenach like him wouldn't know Scottish weather. Some other villagers mumbled in agreement, now realizing that they had experienced harsh winters many times. Harry watched the priest, who fumed at the turn of events. Free the prisoner. Let him speak and tell his side of the story, ordered Harry, and 2 men walked over to the man who was forced to kneel on the ground, cutting the ropes and taking out the gag against the protests of the priest, who warned them that he would cast his evil magic if he was allowed to speak. Thank you, said the man gratefully. What is your name? Asked Harry. William Longbottom, Lord Harold, he answered. Harry suspected it could be an ancestor of Neville. What is your side of the events, William? Asked Harry kindly. I was out collecting some firewood from the shed behind my home. I have lived in this village all my life, only leaving for months on end to study at Hogwarts during my teens. I came back here once I graduated and was tasked by Sir Godric to assist the people here with the abilities I had learned at the school. Be they magical or not. I have built the shack with the normal harsh winters in mind to not suffer the problems of the wet firewood that many other villagers complain about, and which they used to accuse me of doing evil magic against them to let them suffer. The only reason why my firewood isn't wet like the firewood of the priest or some of the main supporters of his accusations is that I built a pedestal to keep it from the ground. Next to that I added tar pitch to the walls to make them imperturbable for water. And the roof has a wooden gutter that prevents that the molten snow could fall onto the front parts. Not to mention that I have left about a meter space from the front part of the roof and the stack of wood. There is nothing magical or evil about it. Just simple common sense, William quickly explained. Tar pitch? Asked a woman surprised. Yes, you know how that stuff always swims on the surface of water if some gets into it. Anybody that simply observes nature could tell you that. Any craftsman that builds carts knows about this. They always treat the surfaces of the wood with tar pitch to make it long-living. I asked the man who sold my cart to me when I saw him doing so with one he was building. And that man doesn't have any magic at all, confirmed William. And the snow? accused the priest, which had many people shake their heads at his stupidity now. This snow, while a lot fell at once, is normal for Highland Scotland, repeated William previous statements from Harry and the other people. I wouldn't even know how to create snow. I don't have anywhere near the magical power to influence the weather. And I am horrible at any magic that involves water. I can actually confirm that, commented Reginald. I watched him practice a charm to conjure water when he was still a student at Castle Hogwarts, and the most he got were droplets. Lady Rowena decided that water simply wasn't his element. And snow is just a different form of water. The adults nodded. Everybody knew that when snow melted, it turned into water. Then I will sum it up. This is a horrible miscarriage of justice and abuse of power by the priest who let himself be overwhelmed by prejudices against magical people. He couldn't understand the weather, as he wasn't born and raised in this region, thus he isn't used to winters that get this harsh. He needed a scapegoat for what he considered either punishment by God or the work of the devil. William, you didn't do anything wrong. You were a victim of unfortunate circumstances. I will bring this case before Sir Godric to let him give the final verdict. To everybody here, I recommend that you don't let yourself be influenced by people that speak of hatred and taking the law into your own hands. You know better than this. Imagine if one of you had got in the way of the priest, who clearly needs to examine the Holy Bible more closely before he jumps to conclusions. After all, thinking back to the time Jesus Christ lived, what if anybody had accused him of being an evil wizard for doing his wonders? Asked Harry pointedly, making the priest blanch. The people around nodded in agreement. Everybody that followed the Christian faith knew about the wonders done by Christ, and having that comparison made, they could easily see how it could have been taken the wrong way. They dispersed and several apologized to William for thinking that badly of him just on the words of the priest. The priest clearly fumed about this turn of events. He stomped towards Harry. You ruined everything, he accused Harry. You can be grateful that it was me coming here and not Sir Godric. He doesn't tolerate this kind of hatred on his land, replied Harry calmly but firmly, and you can be sure that I will report this type of behavior back at Camelot when I return in spring. King Arthur has a dim view about people not accepting that just believing in different things isn't bad or evil. Especially if that behavior creates violence. The priest realized that Harry knew the king personally, and even he had heard about the quick expansion of influence of Arthur Pendragon as King of England. More and more lords swore fealty to him in his vision of a peaceful kingdom for everybody. And Godric Gryffindor was one of his knights. He would be better off trying his luck elsewhere. It wouldn't be smart to stay here after not managing to fortify his power base. But who could have known that a young noble would arrive in this village just on the day when he had thought he had finally found some proof of evildoing by that wretched wizard? Once the crowd had dispersed, Harry and Reginald were led to the house where the young women that were about to give birth to their children had been taken by William. He told them that one of them was his wife, and the reason why he went outside to get more firewood for the fireplace was wanting to have her comfortable with her late state of the pregnancy. When they arrived, they found Helga and Clarice busy with 2 women in labor and a third one pacing up and down, holding her swollen belly. "Will!" exclaimed the pacing woman and hurried over to him, well as fast as her condition allowed her to do so. "Maddie," he called back and quickly pulled his wife into his arms. "You are safe. I was so scared," she admitted, holding onto him firmly. It was thanks to Harold that the priest didn't get away with his plans. "Thank you, Harold. I don't know how I can make this up to you," said William. "It's all right, you don't owe me anything, William. It was the right thing to do. Just take good care of your wife and soon-to-be-born child." "That is enough," replied Harry with a smile. "So you defused the mob?" asked Helga. He was incredible. He took the priest's arguments apart one after another with cool logic and a calmness that I have never seen in someone his age, confirmed William. First, he pointed out that the priest didn't have the authority to hold a trial like that, and second, he made it clear that the whole trial was a sham from the beginning, as everybody that is accused of a crime has a right to defend himself. "That's very true," agreed Helga. "Where was Gunter, the village leader? Normally he wouldn't have allowed something like that to happen here. He broke his leg a week ago and is stuck inside his house," answered William. "Probably one reason why that priest thought he could grab power in the village. And honestly, using the Scottish winter weather as a sign of evil magic is ridiculous," commented Harry. "He honestly did something that's stupid." How did he manage to convince people of that being a valid accusation? Exclaimed Clarice. Every student at Hogwarts knew that the weather in this part of Scotland was extreme during the winter. Some years were worse than others. He is a good orator, answered Maddie, I noticed that before. I'm extremely grateful that you saved my husband from the priest, Harold. Now I can be calm while having my baby. It was my pleasure, nodded Harry. Then Maddie twitched and her hand went to her stomach. Our baby has impeccable timing, Will. I think I felt the first labor pains, admitted Maddie. Come over here, dear, stated Helga and performed a quick scan with her wand. Yes, you are entering labor. Just lie down and try to breathe regularly. Harry, you help her. I need to stay with Grace, she is going to have a big baby, which is always harder on the mother than a smaller baby. Of course, nodded Harry and took off his cloak. You are trained in healing? Asked William surprised. Yes, by both my mother and Lady Helga, confirmed Harry. Just who are you? No normal nobleman would learn healing. I get the training to be a knight, but healing is time-consuming to study, asked William, and from the way you argued my case, you aren't from a normal noble family. All eyes were now directed towards Harry. Knowing that the bandits were caught and the suspects for his assassination would probably be dealt with by the time he returned to Camelot in spring, he would be safe to reveal his identity. My name, as I said, is Harold of Ceredigion. My father was the late Lord Benwick of Ceredigion. But as he already had several heirs before I was born as the product of the Beltane rites which he performed with my mother, Morgane of Avalon, I was raised by her on Avalon. He also died before I was born and having another son of the previous lord to raise when the new lord was just establishing himself wouldn't have been smart, explained Harry. The magical royal house of Avalon, breathed Maddie out in awe, you are the son of the current high priestess. I am, nodded Harry. That also makes you King Arthur's nephew, added Reginald, no wonder that you could threaten the priest with the prospect of telling the king of his despicable behavior. Harry nodded and concentrated on examining Maddie with his magic. The baby lies correctly, that's good, he commented. Lies? Asked William curiously. During the last stage of the pregnancy, the baby turns inside the womb to get into the right position to go through the birth channel. Meaning face down and the head going first. A birth gets a lot more complicated if the baby hasn't turned correctly when labor starts, answered Harry. Helga nodded confirming, this was basic knowledge for all midwives and healers. Do you need anything right now? Asked William. We already have hot water, and the room is warm enough. Right now, we need to wait until we get into the last phase. A birth normally takes several hours, answered Helga. Maddie will have time until she is ready. Grace has already been in labor for some hours when we arrived. From what I can say, it will take a few more. Abigail has gone into labor about half an hour before we arrived. The men nodded and stood to the side, except for William, who sat next to his wife, holding her hand. It would be a long night. The next morning, 3 exhausted but happy women lay on the beds that Helga had either conjured or levitated to the largest room of the house. Grace had given birth to a healthy baby boy, the largest among the 3 children. It was thanks to Helga's skills that nothing bad happened during the birth. The baby was too large for her to press out normally, thus the magic Helga used to gently widen the birth channel was the deciding factor to save mother and child. Abigail now held a little girl in her arms. It was her second child already and she had been a lot calmer than Grace and Maddie, who were both first-time mothers. Maddie looked at her son lovingly. The husbands of Grace and Abigail had also come in now. Abigail's husband had taken care of keeping Grace's husband calm, telling him to leave the healers to their work, as they knew best how to take care of assisting the women with the task. Reginald and Hugh, the guards that accompanied the group of healers, 2 of them in training admittedly, but skilled enough to assist with births while Helga was in charge overall, had kept the men company, sometimes assuring them that Helga wouldn't let anything bad happen to their wives. Thank you so much for your help, stated Grace's husband. It was our pleasure, replied Helga smiling. How can we reward you? Asked Abigail's husband, who knew that healers were normally expensive to have present. You can deliver some fruits to Hogwarts next fall after the normal harvest, answered Helga, knowing that the men would feel better if they could repay her help in some way that didn't feel like charity to them. We always appreciate fresh food. We will do that, promised Grace's husband. It was a fair deal, and the castle was close enough to take a wagon with fresh fruits there when the harvest was done. And there were several apple and pear trees around, which normally bore good amounts of fruits. It was always enough to make good on this deal. Make sure that the new mothers get plenty to drink and keep them and the babies warm, instructed Helga. That will be the most important for the beginning. If you have, you can also use some herbal teas. Just avoid peppermint and sage when you aren't ready to stop yeast feeding your babies. They can have the effect of reducing the milk flow and you don't want that to happen too early. We will remember that Lady Helga promised Maddie, cuddling her little boy close to her. After a last examination, the group left the house and was shown to a house where they could get some sleep. They had worked through the night and were really tired now. Family bonds. Mordred looked out of the window. The last 3 days there hadn't been any new snow. It was a welcome break for the ones tasked with clearing the courtyard of the snow. Harry and the others had been gone for over a week now. According to older students, they would return once all the babies were born, and Lady Helga was sure enough that nothing like after-birth complications would come up. And nobody could say for sure when a baby was born. It could happen at any day. And it was highly improbable that all 3 pregnant women would go into labor at the same time. He just missed Harry. While he liked spending time with his friends, he wanted to talk to his brother. And to be honest, he wasn't happy about the prospect of returning to Aunt Margot's. Now that he had experienced how being welcomed by his family felt, how it was to have friends his age, he didn't want to go back to his old life. He knew that they would leave Hogwarts once it was safe to travel again. Then Harry would go back to being trained by Sir Edmund, and someday Aunt Margot's would send somebody to collect him. If only he could stay with his mother. She was extremely busy normally, yes, but he didn't mind that. Even if they could only spend an hour in the evening together, that was much more than he got from Aunt Margot's. And Sir Placidus was much more patient with him in his lessons than the tutor Aunt Margot's had chosen for him. That man was extremely strict and didn't explain as well as Sir Placidus did. And Camelot was much more exciting to live at. He would ask Harry if he saw a chance that he could stay there. He wouldn't mind helping with some easier jobs if that was what was needed to be allowed to stay. He would work as a stable boy if necessary. But after experiencing the difference between living in Camelot and Aunt Margot's castle, he certainly preferred Camelot. Harry got out of Thunder's saddle after a 3 days ride back from the village. Thanks to the weather playing along, they made better time than on the way to the village. He was happy that nothing bad had happened during the births. They had stayed for 3 days after the births and then left again. While they were there, Helga healed the broken leg of Gunter, the village leader. He was aghast about the actions of the priest and promised he would take care that there wouldn't be a repeat of something like that. Harry hoped that things would calm down around Hogwarts. It would be bad if the inhabitants in the surrounding villages were radicalized against their magical neighbors. He knew that the statute of secrecy had been enacted all over the world because the Muggles had become unbearably intolerant of what they perceived as witchcraft. Most was superstition, as the Magicals by that point in time already preferred living distanced from the Muggles, but without proper education, the people mostly listened to those they grew up seeing as infallible authorities. And that came down to the clerics and the nobles in most cases. He didn't know when the harsher hunts on Magicals had taken place in Great Britain. He had concentrated on other parts of history. But this was clearly an early example for it. The question was why there were so many extreme members of the church that hated magic. From what he knew about Christianity, the faith itself was peaceful and there wasn't a single word about demonizing witches and wizards in there. Like he had told that priest, who he still hadn't learned the name of, as he had kept out of sight from the villagers after he was defeated so soundly in his plans by Harry being much better at arguing points logically. If anybody had acted like he did with William towards Jesus Christ, he would have been accused of wizardry and witchcraft early in his life. Multiplication of food or turning water into wine wasn't normal. Nor was walking over water. But nobody hated him for openly showing supernatural powers. And Jesus himself had preached kindness, acceptance and forgiveness. He had lived by that credo. The current-day priests should follow that example instead of making up their own version of their faith. That way, many conflicts could be solved peacefully. Looking up at the sky, Harry saw that they would get more snow very soon. Having spent 3 winters in Scotland in his own time by now, he was used to the weather and predicting how long it would take for something to start. He took Thunder's reins and led his stallion towards the stables. He would take care of his horse before going into the castle to warm up. And he would see if he could find Mordred. Probably his little brother had missed him and was a bit bored without having the chance to talk to him in the evenings. Morgause sat in front of a lit fireplace, thinking hard about how her plans had got out of control. She hadn't liked that Arthur basically tricked her into leaving Mordred at Camelot for 3 weeks. But she had made the best of that situation. She had even sent him a message to inform him that her business would take a bit longer than expected and asked him to host Mordred for a little while longer. The additional weeks shouldn't have meant a big difference to what had already happened to influence the child slightly. But then somebody she hadn't expected had made a bold move. Had it worked and had Harold been assassinated, she wouldn't have shed a single tear. She would have been ecstatic. The boy was a major thorn in her great plans. But the boy had against all odds managed to overwhelm the professional assassin and even killed a man. He had survived, and it caused Sir Gawain to decide that they couldn't ensure the safety of both Harold and Mordred at Camelot while most of the knights were on the mission to destroy the bandits. She supported that Arthur had acted decisively. The motivation behind the show of power was ridiculous in her mind, but a king needed to strongly bring down such disruptive elements in his kingdom. And the knights had been successful in their mission. That was good and made traveling for the nobles that could afford it much safer again. She had heard that after interrogations of all bandits that survived the strike against their group, they had been hanged. That was how low lives like them needed to be handled. No mercy. Otherwise others would think that they could get away with acting out against the nobles. Their rightful rulers. The major problem was that right now Harold was together with Mordred at the castle of one of the Knights of the Round Table that hadn't participated in the mission. She hadn't been told which one for security reasons, as Sir Gawain feared spies that might eavesdrop on their conversation, but she was informed that it was over a week's travel on horseback away from Camelot. As the king's forces were still away from Camelot when she had returned to collect Mordred, she also didn't get a proper escort to return to her castle. She had her own guards of course, but as the king's aunt, it would have been expected for her to get additional protection for at least the next 5 days of traveling. But without manpower, Sir Gawain couldn't offer anything like that. She had been sent a message by Arthur after he was back at Camelot that Mordred wouldn't be brought back yet, due to needing to weed out any possible spies at Camelot and fortifying the castle to make it more or less impossible for assassins to get inside the castle itself, for which Lord Black, who she had heard a lot of interesting things about during her stay at Camelot, was going to set up powerful wards based on runes. She knew that runes could be extremely powerful, but as she wasn't that interested in studying magic, and her sister Vivian hadn't been keen on raising her and Igraine as priestesses on Avalon, she didn't have the knowledge to assess any kind of array he might use. Now, with winter having started and making long journeys far too dangerous, she got a second message that Arthur had decided to leave Mordred and Harold under the care of Sir Godric. After the bandits were dealt with, he felt safe enough to tell her where the boys had been taken to. Sir Godric's school for magic in Scotland that he had founded with his 3 friends. That was a huge problem. Not that Mordred was exposed to magic. It was a problem that he would be educated in ways she didn't approve, letting him experience that others might be interested in him as well. So far, she had made it appear that only she among his closer family members cared enough to raise him. But with Mordred spending time with his brother who humored the boy's childish activities, this would change. Morgane she had taken out of the picture by tricking her into that oath. She couldn't demand to raise her son. Not to mention that she would soon have to spend more time on Avalon again. She as High Priestess was needed to teach the younger priestesses in their powers and to perform important rites. She could get away with doing other things for some time, but not forever. She had responsibilities towards Avalon. It was what had made her plan so easy to realize. Until Harold appeared in the picture unexpected. Harold, who now had months to influence Mordred negatively for her plans. Harold, who exuded strong magic that even she could sense. He was going to be as powerful as Morgane when he was grown up, that much she knew for sure. People would see him as the perfect candidate to succeed Arthur on the throne. As Guinevere wouldn't give Arthur an heir, as she couldn't get pregnant, Harold would be the next king of England. And if she didn't do something soon, Mordred would think that perfectly alright, probably wanting to become a Knight of the Round Table for his brother, to have his back when needed. She didn't invest all the time for Mordred to become a servant to his brother. A servant in a powerful position, should her fears come true, but still not the ruler of England. Mordred becoming a knight wouldn't let her be the shadow ruler of the country, which she considered her right. She needed to regain control and find an unsuspicious way to kill Harold. The sooner he died, the sooner she could bring her plans back on track. Lord Preston knew that King Arthur had succeeded in taking down the group of bandits that he had set up to start a coup against the weak fool. But despite careful planning, it hadn't worked like he had thought it would. The one good part was that there was absolutely no proof that marked him as the mastermind in the background. He had never even seen the leader of the bandits. He had always used middlemen when he contacted any of his pawns. Because they were nothing but puppets, he could move when it benefited him in his plans. While it had been a shame to lose his steward, the man had become careless over time and hadn't erased his trails properly a few times. Arranging a riding accident was easy. One of the assassins on his playlist had caused a small scare for the horse, which made it step into the hole that had been dug into the ground in that spot for exactly that reason. The stumbling of the horse let Barney fall from its back, and in that area was a nest of poisonous snakes. Barney fell into the nest and was bitten, which led to his death, as nobody could treat him for the poisoning. It was written off as a tragic accident, nothing else. Just like planned. Barney's replacement wasn't as efficient as he had been, but the man would improve over time. Barney had needed a year or so on the job to reach the level of his predecessor as well. The problem now was that he didn't have the means to dispose of both possible heirs of the throne anymore. Sir Gawain had been much more successful in sniffing out all of his plants at Camelot than he had thought possible. And with the king and his knights now back, the castle was much safer again. The one thing he could ensure was that he wasn't implicated in the coup. But he knew that as somebody that was known to not be happy with several political decisions of King Arthur, he would be put under observation. That hindered his options severely. He would have to lie low for a while until the dust had settled again. It posed a problem though. Harold was growing rapidly in all of his abilities and many wanted him to succeed his uncle. Young Mordred was just a cute little boy right now, nothing to be worried about. He wouldn't be considered a serious successor for his uncle if something happened to his older brother until he was at least 10 years older. Nobody would let a boy not even 16 become king. And if he could take out Arthur and Harold, those 10 years could be used profitably. The failed plan had cost him a lot of money as well. He had needed to pay the bandits to follow his plans and use the strategies he dictated. The men had been too headstrong to follow orders without payment. And now they had all been hanged. He wouldn't regain any of that money. Well, he had all winter to think of a new strategy. He wouldn't give up his ambition to rule over England, but it seemed that he needed to build up a new strategy from the ground. Morgane sat in a chair inside Arthur's study with her brother and sister-in-law. She had continued the tests Harry had started, and she had successfully figured out the 3 layers of the problems why Guinevere couldn't become pregnant. Whoever cast the curse on you, Guinevere, was thorough. It will take a complicated ritual to give you your ability to conceive a child back, but it can be done, she told the two. Really? Whatever it takes, sister. This is great news, declared Arthur happily. What exactly does the ritual entail? Asked Guinevere eagerly. I am willing to do everything to have a child of my own. Both of you need to accompany me to Avalon. I need the additional magical power that Avalon can grant a ritual. The ritual itself will have to be performed on Beltane, simply because of its magic that strengthens fertility. I will brew a potion that will cleanse both of your bodies of possible potions and poisons that influence them, and you need to take it twice a day the week before Beltane to get your bodies into the best possible condition for the ritual. The ritual will basically reset your systems to the time before you first had sexual intercourse with any partner. Following that, you need to unite your bodies in the normal Beltane rites that the priestesses and druids on Avalon have performed for centuries, explained Morgane. Arthur nodded, having participated in the rites before already, even if Guinevere was a bit more hesitant. But she still nodded. This was her chance to finally overcome her inability to give birth to a child. To have a child of her own, which had so far been denied to her. Something many noble women had looked down on her for. If it meant agreeing to a ceremony that was connected to the faith of her sister-in-law, then so be it. She still believed in God and Jesus Christ, but Morgane certainly wasn't evil or harmed the people on which she used her magic. But no priest had managed to help her, therefore, it was high time to do something outside of her comfort zone to not feel like a failure as a woman anymore. I better prepare some of my knights then to take care of things here at Camelot, pondered Arthur, and we need to figure out a way to travel unsuspiciously. It wouldn't do to alert the one behind this plot to us having found a possible cure. I believe that we can disguise this by letting Guinevere travel with me while you travel there with Harry and Sir Edmund as one of the knights that accompany you. The closest county to Avalon is Somerset. You could let it appear that you want to talk to Lord Constantine and take Harry as your heir with you to let him experience that part of being crown prince. Having Sir Edmund accompany you will ensure that Harry continues his normal training as a squire. Nobody would think anything strange about it. After all, Harry missed some training time due to being sent to Hogwarts for his safety, explained Morgane. That would work, agreed Arthur. I haven't visited Lord Constantine for years and he was a friend of my father. I could let it appear that I didn't want to force him to make the journey from Somerset at his age. If we took a detour to Avalon after we visited him, nobody would need to find out. And Harry could open the path through the mist for us. Morgane nodded. She would teach Harry how to do that. As Guinevere knew that her nephew was from the future, it wasn't necessary to hide the fact that he hadn't been raised on Avalon. They only needed to have Arthur and Guinevere on Avalon for the ritual, and the group that escorted Arthur there could be put on patrol duty in the area while they waited for the king and queen to return. Harry would return as soon as Arthur had reached Avalon, which would keep Sir Edmund out of the know. Nobody needed to know that Harry wasn't her son but many times great-grandson outside of those already informed. While it would be a small disappointment for Harry to not participate in the Beltane race this year, he would deal with it. He knew how important it was to give Arthur and Guinevere a child. And he wanted to get a cousin to spoil as well. Morgane was quite sure that Harry would spoil Mordred rotten while they were at Hogwarts. Not that she was against it. Anything to give Aunt Morgause trouble in manipulating Mordred against her was good in her books. After the snow had finally melted enough to make traveling safe again, Harry and Mordred had packed their things. They had said goodbye to their new friends at Hogwarts. Godric and Salazar both had promised Mordred that they would send him an invitation to the school once he turned 11. Salazar had also already told him that he wanted him in his house, as Parselmouths were far too rare to not train Mordred in his abilities. Mordred was happy to have that prospect for his future. Godric was also considering taking Mordred as a page and squire if he showed enough promise in his development. Most wizards didn't want to study both fields, which Godric considered a shame. He needed to be 13 at least, and at that time he would already be a student at Hogwarts, which would make Godric the perfect choice to be his teacher. It was something Mordred held onto. He really didn't want to return to Aunt Morgause in her cold and lonely castle. He had talked about it with Harry and had sent a letter to his uncle if he had any way to not send Mordred back to his aunt. If anybody knew a way to make it happen, it would be the King of England. Uncle Arthur had promised in his last letter to work on a way to let Mordred stay at Camelot. It wouldn't be that easy, as Aunt Morgause had custody over him, but there might be a way to find a compromise. The day they were set to leave, Sirius and Morgane appeared at Hogwarts to collect them. Harry and Mordred were happy to see both of them and greeted them happily. The goodbye from the founders was a bit sad, but Godric and Salazar repeated their offer for Mordred to attend Hogwarts as a full student when he was 11. Morgane was happy about that offer and accepted for her son. This was something she could do, as she had never sworn to leave Mordred's education in magic to the choice of Morgause. And here she could argue that Morgause, as she had never got a full education in her magic on Avalon, simply lacked the necessary qualifications. She was also in favor of letting Mordred be taught to become a knight under Godric Gryffindor. He was one of the rare magical knights and thus perfect to teach her younger son how to combine both sides of his heritage. It would do much to stir Mordred away from the slippery path Morgause planned to place him on. Having good role models in the founders of Hogwarts would do much to prevent that Mordred became the traitor he had become originally. She desperately wanted to prevent that development for her son. She loved him deeply and had many times cursed her own weakness when he was born. Next to the behavior of her aunt, who had exploited said weakness instead of actually wanting to help her. Though Vivian also was target of many curses. If only she hadn't wanted to manipulate things to her liking so much. Then Morgane wouldn't have to deal with the results of that mess. She didn't regret becoming pregnant with Mordred, but it would have been a lot less problematic if his father hadn't been Arthur. Contrary to Vivian, Morgaine understood the political repercussions should the identity of Mordred's father be known. Not even Arthur knew about his son, as he would feel obliged to acknowledge Mordred as such, and then the church, the nobles and too many other busybodies would try to use the child against him. Which had been the reason for the fall of Arthur's reign in the end. She wanted to prevent that. Hopefully, with Harry's interference in the matter, she would manage to eliminate a deciding factor in her visions of the future. If the ritual on Beltane worked like planned, then Guinevere would have a child next year, and no matter if it was a boy or a girl, alone the fact that the king had a child would give many new hope for the future. Harry listened to his mother's explanations what needed to be done to help Arthur and Guinevere to have a child of their own. I see. Well, while it is a shame to miss the Beltane race, I can still participate next year. This is more important, Mother, nodded Harry in acceptance. Thank you, Harry. We really need to keep things secret until it is done, replied Morgaine. Mother, did Uncle Arthur say anything if I could stay at Camelot? Asked Mordred, who was really nervous about going back to Morgause. We found a way to work around Lady Morgause, nodded Sirius. Really? Asked Mordred excitedly. Yes. The main reason why Lady Morgause has custody over you is that your father was unknown to your mother when you were born. Only Lady Vivian knew for sure, but she has died a few years ago and we can't ask her anymore. As you know, the sons of the priestesses of Avalon are normally raised by the fathers of the boys to follow in their path. Your brother Harry is one of the rare exceptions to that rule, answered Sirius, who had suggested the solution. It was a bit of subterfuge, but nobody could prove it in the end, as nobody had the means to brew inheritance potions in this time. After we managed to deal with the bandits, we had more time available to work on other issues again. Thanks to your mother going back to Avalon over the winter after she wasn't needed to heal the injured soldiers and knights at Camelot anymore, she had the opportunity to look through the lists of partners that were sent to the priestesses the year you were conceived, continued Sirius. So, she now knows who my father is? Asked Mordred, both hopeful and scared at the same time. It could be narrowed down to a few men. One we could exclude, as Aunt Vivian wouldn't have been stupid enough to pair me off with my own brother, stated Morgaine, making it appear that she was simply reasoning things by common sense. After all, she hadn't really known it was Arthur until she heard where he had participated in the Beltane rites that year and connected the dots. Uncle Arthur was a participant there too? Asked Mordred surprised. Yes. Taliesin organized it, as he saw the importance of having the future king versed in both leading religions of the country. That is a major reason why Arthur can balance the interests of the people belonging to both faiths as easily as he can. He understands both sides and can moderate between arguments, confirmed Morgaine. So, who is my father? Mordred wanted to know. Most probably it was Jaden of Blackmoor, answered Morgaine. He was the fourth son of Lord Chiron, wasn't he, Mother? Asked Harry, trying to remember the current lords in England. Yes. Sadly, he died during a tournament 2 years ago. But we can still use this to allow you to live with somebody besides Aunt Morgause, Mordred, confirmed Morgaine. How? Asked Mordred hopefully. It's quite simple. By declaring that Morgaine figured out that you were Lord Jaden's son, any of his male relatives could claim custody over you. It is doubtful that Lord Chiron would want to do something like that. He already has too many sons and grandsons to care about one more, even if the nephew of the current king would give him more influence if it was known that he was part of his family, but my family is also descended from the lords of Blackmoor. In no way close enough to have any claim to the lordship, but it suffices to allow me to claim custody over you, Mordred, explained Sirius. This surprised both Harry and Mordred. Especially Harry, as he knew what would be entailed in letting Sirius basically adopt Mordred. Even if he also saw the benefits of that move. Sirius knew what was at stake. He knew that Harry was chosen as the guardian of magic for the future. And he knew that Harry loved Mordred as a little brother. Trying to give Mordred a better childhood to prevent that he would revolt against Arthur, considering the throne his birthright as Arthur's only nephew, as originally Harry hadn't been in the picture, would change history. But letting Arthur have a longer reign might mitigate some problems that had come up later. If Arthur could give England stability and peace for a longer time, it would be beneficial for the country. There had been wars over his succession, even if his legend lived on. You would really adopt me? Asked Mordred. Yes. While I am also busy like your mother, I have more time available to be there for you. And from what you told Harry and which he passed on to King Arthur and me, you don't benefit from living with Lady Morgause. We have just seen how the people target both you and your brother for your relation to the king. And several people have seen you at Camelot. Lady Morgause's castle doesn't offer the same level of protection as Camelot does now. I have finished the runic arrays to prevent that those with evil intentions towards the royal family in particular and any inhabitant of Camelot in general can enter the castle. I can't keep them out of the city, that simply is too large an area, but I have managed to make the castle itself a fortress like no other, declared Sirius. Thank you, Sirius, I promise I will be a good son, declared Mordred happily and relieved that he wouldn't have to leave his true family again. I'm happy to have you as my son, replied Sirius with a smile. Harry also smiled happily. This was great for Mordred. Journey to Avalon. The return of the Crown Prince was not announced in any grand way. Harry was welcomed back by his aunt and uncle and simply returned to his training under Sir Edmund. The knight didn't waste any time to see what Harry had managed to learn under Sir Godric and was satisfied that his colleague had continued the training of his squire properly. Sir Edmund wasn't going to grouch about another knight influencing his squire's training. It had been a wise decision of Sir Gawain and Lord Black to send the two boys to safety when there were too few knights that remained in Camelot during the crisis. Things had stabilized since then though, and it was time for normality to return. A few of the squires and several of the pages that hadn't been taken on the mission to find the bandits and deal with them permanently had got a harsh awakening from slacking in their exercises. The knights that trained them had kicked their collective butts if they found out that they had felt that without their teachers present they could be lazy. It certainly didn't help their prospects in becoming knights. Others like Harry's friends Frederick and Cameron had got their promotion to squire over having been smart and continuing their training even if their teachers were gone. From what they told Harry when they sat together for breakfast in the kitchen after the usual morning exercises, they had felt the difference in levels between being a page and a squire. Harry commiserated. He remembered far too well how it had taken a while until his muscles could take the higher level of stress under which they were put. Their promotion meant that Harry could now sit together with them again, as they had joined the group of squires. He liked that, as he had missed their regular conversations, even if he got along with the other squires as well. A bigger impact had the adoption of Mordred of Cornwall by Lord Sirius Black. It was announced that thanks to Lady Morgane having the opportunity to check the registers of Avalon during the winter months, she could narrow down the identity of her partner in the Beltane rights that year to Jaden of Blackmore, which allowed Lord Black, who was a Blackmore descendant, even if too distant to have any claim to the title, which belonged to the family of Lord Chiron, to step up as a family member to adopt young Mordred and give him a proper male role model to follow. According to rumors that came from Lady Morgause's castle, she hadn't been happy at all about the development. A maid that worked at her castle had told the baker in the village close to the castle how she had thrown a temper tantrum over being sidelined like that and how some plans had been foiled. The baker had told his cousin, who worked as a miller at the mill where he got the flour for his bread. The cousin had told another baker that was one of his customers and lived in the city of Camelot, from where some servants inside the castle heard. Morgane, when she heard from one of the women that she taught in basic healing at the hospital wing, after the problem with the bandits she had set up lessons for those interested in learning basic medical skills and which remedies helped with certain illnesses, had to hide her smile. Finally, she had got one over her scheming aunt who had basically stolen her son from her. Now, she could deal with the feeling of being powerless. She would rant even more when they managed to get Guinevere pregnant. Morgane knew that Morgause had fancied being the power behind Mordred on the throne. While Morgause was sly and cunning, she couldn't prevent that servants talked, and Morgane knew how to ask to get information that others didn't consider sensitive. It was clear to her after getting descriptions how her son was raised by Morgause, especially after Harry wrote what Mordred had told him while they were at Hogwarts, that Mordred was just a means to an end for Morgause. Life in Camelot was back to normal, until 2 weeks before the Beltane festivities. Morgane checked everything to be sure that the travel preparations for her and Guinevere were finished, and nothing was out of place. They would go ahead to Avalon to prepare for the ritual that would reset the bodies of Arthur and Guinevere to a state that would finally give them the chance to become parents. They hadn't announced the trip to anybody. Well, many people knew that Morgaine was going back to Avalon to oversee the Beltane rites as the High Priestess of Avalon, but nobody knew that Guinevere would accompany her. It would be far too tempting a target to kidnap the Queen of England when she wasn't protected by the walls of Camelot. Guinevere had already dyed her hair again to not be recognized as easily as herself. She also wore a simple dress for the journey. They would travel accompanied by the normal patrol with Sir Percival and his recently promoted Squire Cameron of Egremont. The soldiers, Sir Percival and Cameron, would leave them at the pier from which they could take a boat to Avalon. It wasn't uncommon for a patrol to take that route. It was one of the longer routes, but it was checked regularly, due to the importance of the area. And now that the bandits were gone, it was simply part of the training for squires to learn how to do their duties on such a long trip. They would be away for about 3 weeks. It took 5 days to reach the pier that led to Avalon at normal traveling speed for such a large group. Then the group would continue a bit further and then make the way back to Camelot. Arthur would follow a few days later, as he wanted to make it appear that he simply visited Lord Constantine in Somerset. The choice of which knights would accompany him was made with the fact in mind that Harry as the prince needed to see how the lords worked on their estates, as he hadn't been with Sir Edmund when he returned to his estate over the winter. After the mission against the bandits was finished successfully, many knights had returned to their homes. Like the previous winter, Camelot had been rather empty, and the remaining pages and squires had to do more chores. Nobody would suspect that there could be more to it than letting Harry gain experience he needed while working normally. As a squire and his uncle wanting to spend a bit of time with him again, as he hadn't got the chance during the winter months, as Harry had been away in Scotland for his protection. People had been outraged that the Crown Prince had become target of a professional assassin. Harry was popular among the common people because they knew that he didn't act like he was better than them. He was genuinely nice and helped when he could. He was also nice and polite to everybody, from a lowly peasant over a master craftsman to important nobles. For Prince Harry they were people, subjects of England, and thus they were worthy of respect. It was something most people weren't used to, but they appreciated it greatly. When he was seen again after his return, many had greeted him when he was seen. Many stated how happy they were that he hadn't been harmed and how they had prayed for his safety while he was hidden away to not give any assassin another chance. Harry had been touched about the honest concern for him. And that while he hadn't done anything special. His uncle knew why that was. Harry had reached the hearts of the people of England. He carried their hopes for a good future. Many had resigned that the king wouldn't have a child of his own and thus decided that they would simply get used to his nephew taking the throne after him. Hopefully, that would be changed soon. The patrol was ready, and Morgaine and Guinevere joined them as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Guinevere had made sure to be capable of riding her horse for long periods of time. She was trained in the skill. In this era nearly everybody that traveled to other places needed to know how to ride a horse, as the paths weren't all suited to allow for a carriage to pass through. And for their purposes it wouldn't have been practical for Guinevere to need a carriage. This way, she would be thought to belong to Morgaine's priestesses of Avalon. Those women were known to be taught different skills than most would assume a woman to know. Arthur bid his sister goodbye, not letting it appear as if he would see her again soon. The people in Camelot were used to this. Lady Morgaine was often in Avalon to take care of things. The fact that she had stayed in Camelot as often as she did to teach her older son in the proper use of his powers was already unusual. He also didn't show that he knew her female companion. Nobody would suspect that he was also seeing off his wife. Harry stood as steady as he could in the boat that he and his uncle had rowed over to the border of the mist that protected Avalon. Everything so far had worked out perfectly. Lord Constantine had been happy to host them for 2 days, talking with Uncle Arthur about different issues he had noticed and possible solutions. He also liked telling stories about things he had seen in his life, experiences he made in different situations and funny events. Like watching how King Uther had been bested by a duck on a hunt. The duck had been scared during the hunt, flown up from its hiding spot and directly into Uther's face, surprising him enough to lose control over his horse and fall from its back. As everybody was too busy helping the king and seeing if he had been injured by the fall, the duck escaped for the day. As nothing bad happened, it was a funny story he liked to tell. After mending his hurt pride, even Uther had laughed about the mishap. It was interesting to listen to the old lord who had seen many things in his life. Now Harry had to fulfill the task given to him by his mother and uncle. He would split the veil of mists that protected Avalon for the first time in his life. He knew how to do it. He had practiced with some mist his mother had summoned when she taught him the technique, but this was also a trial for him as the future Lord Avalon. He concentrated and lifted his arms over his head. He concentrated his magic to harmonize it with his surroundings. He felt the flow of magic, felt the twists and twirls the magic of Avalon caused to only let people find the nunnery on the other side of the island. He relaxed. He felt how the magic welcomed him, recognizing him as one of its own. He brought his arms in front of him and then opened them wide, intending to make the mist open a passage for them. The mists followed his command, and his will created a breach in the mist. "Well done, Harry," complimented Arthur. "Thank you. It feels like being welcomed back home," admitted Harry with a smile on his face. Arthur nodded and Harry sat down again to not fall into the water while his uncle started rowing towards the close pier of Avalon. It didn't take long until the boat was tied to a post at the pier, where Morgane, two older priestesses and Taliesin, the man commonly referred to as Merlin, were waiting for them. "Welcome brother and Harry," greeted Morgane. "I am pleased to see you here on Avalon." "It's great to see you again, sister," nodded Arthur. "Taliesin, it has been too long." "That it has, my young student," agreed Taliesin, "and I have heard a lot about you, young herald. Many good things about your actions and behavior." "Thank you, it is an honor to meet you, Master Taliesin," greeted Harry with a slight bow, as was polite. Taliesin was an old man, but Harry noticed he wasn't as old as Dumbledore. He also didn't resemble some of the pictures that depicted Merlin. Taliesin seemed like a mixture of warrior and scholar. His beard wasn't that long either. It was a full beard, but it was cropped close to his skin, not falling over his stomach like the pictures showed. He had a strong presence which could be felt by just standing in front of him. It was very much unlike Dumbledore. Taliesin didn't try to appear intimidating, but his simple way of holding himself spoke of somebody that knew what he could do and who wasn't afraid to act when it was necessary. While it would be wonderful to talk a bit longer, Harry needs to return to the group that escorted Arthur here. For others it needs to appear that he is still with them, visiting the lords in the area until he will return to them after Beltane, reminded Morgane everybody. Harry nodded, having been informed about the plan in advance. The group would continue the patrol route in the area for the next week and return to the pier that led to Avalon 2 days after Beltane. His mother wanted to be sure that the ritual had worked as it should before his aunt and uncle would be escorted back to Camelot. From there on they would have to see if Aunt Guinevere would finally become pregnant. Harry got back into the boat and rowed it back to the border of the mist, which was opened by his mother this time, to let him pass more easily, as concentrating on parting the mist veil and rowing at the same time wasn't easy, especially as Harry didn't have much training in rowing a boat. Sir Edmund had been briefed on the king's plans and genuinely hoped that this ritual that would be performed on Beltane finally gave the monarchs the long-desired heir for the throne. Or at least a child that would give the people hope that the queen's barrenness had finally been remedied. Then they could hope for a son in a later pregnancy. For the king and queen personally, it wouldn't matter if it was a boy or a girl. They only wished for a child of their own to love and raise. While they loved their nephews, it was always different with one's own child. When he noticed Harry rowing the boat back to the pier through the mist, he nodded to himself. Thus far, the plan was coming along like expected. Now they had to do their part to distract any possible opponents that wanted to profit from the king's current childlessness. He ordered the men to be ready to continue the patrol and to not talk about leaving the king to visit Avalon, which was confirmed. These men had been chosen for their reliability and loyalty to their king. They would keep their mouths shut about things they were told to keep secret until it was safe to talk about them. When Harry reached them after tying the boat to the pier, everybody was ready to continue their route to check for possible trouble brewing in the area. Guinevere was nervous. She had never participated in the rites of Beltane. Sure, she wasn't a pure anymore. She had been married to Arthur for years and of course they had consummated their marriage. But it was different to sleep with him in a ceremony that some of the Christian priests condemned as indecent. She didn't see the reasoning, as long as the ones sleeping with each other were married. But not being in the privacy of their bedroom while doing it was incredibly strange. But she had already noticed that the priestesses living here on Avalon were much more open with their activities that they considered perfectly normal. The past week both she and Arthur had drunk the potion that Morgaine had brewed for them to prepare their bodies to be in the perfect condition for the ritual to work and break the magic done to her to prevent her having children. As they couldn't be sure that Arthur hadn't been spelled as well, it was for example possible to block his seed taking hold in her when it would in any other fertile woman, it was decided to cleanse both of them at the same time. She had had long conversations about the faith her sister-in-law followed with both Morgaine and other priestesses. The faith wasn't evil like some people had tried to teach her when she grew up in the nunnery on the other side of the island. It was just different. But different didn't mean bad, which she had come to realize more and more while being open to new experiences and teachings. She felt Arthur take her hand. "Don't worry, love. The Beltane ceremony isn't anything to be worried about. Outside of the leading priestess and the chosen horned warrior to represent the goddess and the god that unite to bless the earth, all others will be in their normal forms." Morgaine also arranged that we would perform the ritual in the following unison separate from the other inhabitants of Avalon. It is a time where magic is powerful, you might get a strange feeling about it rising in the air around us while the goddess and the god representatives perform their ceremonial act. Morgaine and Taliesin will perform the ritual to free both of us of any foreign magic in our bodies and then participate in the other rites with the priestesses, assured Arthur her. "We will be on our own, even if we will unite under the open sky." "I know, but it is quite different to what I am used to, Arthur. I don't fear the ritual or the ceremony itself, it is just the factor of not having any experience to fall back on," she admitted. "I understand. I was incredibly nervous when I was given the task to play the horned warrior when I was younger. Before I met you, I never found out who the girl that played the part of the goddess was. It is different to other unions, but it can't compare to what we have between us. Simply because you are my wife, not an unknown woman, for whom I wasn't more than a partner chosen to perform a holy ceremony for her faith," explained Arthur. Guinevere smiled at him at his honest words. She had always known that she wasn't Arthur's first, even if he had been hers. He had been honest with her about his life and education. As long as he didn't have any attachment to a previous woman, she didn't care. He was hers as much as she was his. They were in love, something no anonymous priestess would ever have from him. Then Morgaine entered the room in which they were waiting. "It is time. Taliesin is waiting for us at the stone circle where the ritual will take place," she informed the two. Arthur and Guinevere nodded and stood from their chairs. Both were clothed in simple white robes held closed by a braided leather belt each. Neither wore anything underneath those robes. Morgaine showed them the way to the stone circle that was used for powerful rituals on the island. When they got closer, they could see that inside the circle there were 2 stone plates on the ground, which seemed to be prepared with lots of runes. Neither of them could identify more than a handful of them. "Please lie down on the slates, Guinevere on the one to the left of you and Arthur on the to the right," instructed Taliesin. Arthur and Guinevere followed his instructions. Then, when they had laid down, Morgaine stepped forward with a small bowl and a brush in her hand. They knew why. Morgaine would add the last runes onto their bodies to connect them to the ones on the slates. Arthur and Guinevere tried to lie still to not make the drawing harder on Morgaine. The substance was warm and felt a little sticky on their skin, but it wasn't uncomfortable. Each got a rune painted on their foreheads and each back of their hands. When Morgaine was done withdrawing, she placed a stone with another rune over each of their hearts and then stepped back and took her position next to Taliesin. "The moon is in position, we can begin," commented Taliesin after a look at the sky. "Goddess of the moon, mother of life, as your high priestess, I Morgaine of Avalon call upon you to bless this couple that searches for help to correct an injustice done to them by some with evil intentions," began Morgaine the incantation. "God of the earth, father of light, as your high priest, I Taliesin, Merlin of the Order of Druids of Avalon, call upon your power to protect this couple that was bereft of the right to share their bloodlines to continue them for the future," continued Taliesin. "The couple comes before you cleansed of any taint that humans can free themselves of. We call upon you, our protectors, to cleanse them of the taint that humans can't easily free themselves of," stated Morgaine the plea. I call upon the power of the moon, the power of the stars, the power of this holy holiday for our faith to let them reclaim what they lost. Send your blessing and your power, called Taliesin. He slammed his staff down onto the first rune next to him, which lit up a series of runes connected to it. Morgaine touched a rune on one of the upright stones in the circle with her hand, which made it light up too, and the connected series of runes followed swiftly. The two switched in, activating the runes that triggered their own series, until all of them glowed, including the ones on Guinevere and Arthur. The couple felt a rush of energy go through them when the last runes activated. For Arthur, this felt as if all of his muscles were strained and forced to work highly intense. The pressure building up inside his body was like nothing he had experienced before. It didn't hurt, but it was difficult to deal with. Guinevere felt as if her body was torn in all kinds of places, but predominantly a strong pressure built up in her womb, which she somewhat expected, as that was the area which was targeted the most by the magic that prevented that she could conceive a child. The pressure got heavier the more time passed, and then, as if somebody had given a signal, it burst out of her, leaving her with a strong feeling of relief, as if a heavy burden was taken from her. Then a heat spread through her body. A heat that she soon identified as lust. She yearned for her husband's touch. She wanted him to take her. She turned her head to the left, where Arthur laid on his slate. He was looking at her as well. And his look mirrored her own. She didn't consciously notice that Morgaine and Taliesin left them. The only person she noticed right now was Arthur. Her beloved husband, who she wanted to be with right now. She rolled onto her side and held out her hand in clear invitation to him, which he quickly accepted. But he didn't simply lie with her, no, he drew her to him and claimed her mouth with his, intent on driving her to the heights of passion. She certainly didn't complain about that plan. The patrol around Sir Edmund and King Arthur returned to Camelot in company of Lady Morgaine and her companion. Nobody thought anything strange about it. It was known that the king was visiting Lord Constantine in Somerset with his nephew, and if he arranged to meet with his sister to travel back to Camelot together, it wasn't surprising. After the experience with the bandits, the king had taken to expanding the numbers of the men going on patrol and expanded the range to be informed about rumors of unrest and potential other groups stepping up to fill the void left by the previous group. The festivities of Beltane had still taken place at Camelot, even if the king was absent, and Sir Lancelot had taken over the job of rewarding the winners of the competition in absence of the king. Sir Ronan's squire Timothy, a large brown-haired 15-year-old boy, had won the race and won the prize, which this year had been a new sword to be smithed by the master smith of Camelot. For a squire, that was an incredibly valuable prize to win. The young man had of course also got the key, from a pretty lady that most of the teenagers looked forward to as much as to the actual price they got to keep. Jocelyn, the daughter of Sir Gawaine's older brother, had been the one to reward the winner. When Harry asked how his friends had done, he heard that Frederick had come in third and Cameron had been unlucky to have his horse shy to the side when the ass Wilbur was hitting his own horse to make it run faster. The idiot really didn't know how to properly train a horse. The poor horse would do much better with any halfway competent rider that appreciated it. Predictably, Wilbur had come in on one of the unimportant places. He had been a snit over that part. Perhaps he also realized that his time was ticking away. He would have been a page for 2 years in July. Then he only had 6 more months to convince Sir Norick that he had the level needed to be promoted to squire. And thanks to his attitude, that wasn't that probable to happen. Mordred meanwhile was thriving under the firm but loving care of Sirius. Everybody at Camelot had accepted the decision to relocate the child to his distant uncle, as they had claimed the relation to be. It was normal that a young noble boy needed the guidance of an older male to learn what he would need to know for his future. Considering that Mordred, like his older brother, had inherited his magic from his mother, it was best to have a wizard like Sirius Black take care of the boy instead of somebody closer related to his father, who was now officially declared to be Jaden of Blackmoor. Lord Chiron, when he heard about the situation, had sent a messenger to Camelot that he didn't have the means to support another brat. He really had written it in those words, even if the boy was the son of the king's sister. If Sirius was a distant relative, he was welcome to raise the boy. He wouldn't interfere with the situation at all. Probably Lord Chiron, who had 5 surviving sons and 3 daughters to his name, next to at least 3 grandchildren from each of his children, was simply glad to not one day have to pay for a wedding or something like that. Lady Morgause had tried to protest, an attempt to not have her work in vain, but the claim of a male relative outweighed that of a female one, even if the female was closer related to the child. Arthur had made sure to repay any kind of costs that Morgause may have had while raising Mordred for the 6 years he had lived at her castle. But he firmly wrote to her in a letter that it was time that Mordred was raised to fill his future position as a magical knight of England. And that could only be done by a nobleman that was also a wizard. He didn't hide that Mordred had even already managed to make such a great impression with Sir Godric that the man had offered to take him as a page when he was old enough, should he continue his training and studies like he did before. It was hard to argue against that type of arguments. It was incredibly rare after all that any knight took an interest in such a young boy for his future development. While the old religion allowed women to rule their land, even there it was seen as normal that the upbringing of any child would be done best by an adult of the same gender as the child, simply to teach them the different expectations that society had for them. Meaning, while she was a wonderful replacement for a mother in Mordred's youngest years, he now needed a father figure to be prepared for his future, and she certainly wanted him to become an influential and capable man. She couldn't argue against that part. Even if everybody knew she wouldn't give up lusting for more power. But thanks to Harry's and Sirius' knowledge from the future, it was worth the intervention with history. The timeline had the habit to balance changes done to it in some way. The people in their time would still be born in some way, as long as they didn't go around killing others that they knew had been ancestors of people they would rather not see born. Otherwise Sirius would have gone and looked for Voldemort's ancestors. But Morgane had explained why that type of interference was a horrible idea. Harry would check how the change in Mordred's custody would influence his future when he was back at Hogwarts. Harry, Morgane and Sirius had discussed how they would go about the need to return to the future for Harry to attend his 4th year at Hogwarts. Contrary to last year, it wouldn't work out for Harry to accompany his mother to Avalon, after he was promoted from page to squire. Sir Edmund wanted to continue his training without long interruptions of the time. There also was the fact that Mordred needed to be taken into consideration now. Sirius could get away with leaving his adopted son at Camelot for a week or two on end when he went on a trip for his business. Because right now it would be far too early to take the boy with them into the future. Dumbledore at the front of the busybodies would try to find out where the child had come from, and before they hadn't set up something to explain things, it would be far too risky to take Mordred with them. Thus, the next return trip would only be done by Harry and Sirius. And they needed to time it in a way that they would only be gone for about 2 weeks' time in the past. That part wasn't a problem, as Fawkes could take them to any point in time with his powers. It was important to keep the knowledge that Harry and Sirius were from the future a secret from those outside the core of trusted people that knew what was at stake. They would become priority targets for those that wanted more power should that be known. Once they were back in their time, Sirius could set up a scheme to explain away how and why he had adopted a young child. There were ways to disguise what was really going on. Mordred first also needed to be used to being Sirius' son before he could be taken into their trust. He was too young to not let something slip without being fully comfortable around his new family. There were ways to secure the knowledge with spells, but those were also stronger if the one keeping the secret wanted to do it. It was all based on intent. Mordred needed to be convinced that nobody wanted to trick him. That they didn't lie to him to hurt him but to protect him from their enemies. And it would be a shock for the boy to experience the modern world. Even if the wizarding world was a good deal behind the mundane world in their habits and the things they used. It was a lot more advanced than what was known in this era. They had considered simply using the excuse of business trips all the time to keep Mordred ignorant, but in the end that would cost them his trust once he figured it out. And Mordred was smart enough to do that over time. It was better to explain things to him and swear him to secrecy. Thus, the plan for their return to the future was to let Fawkes collect them in the middle of August and be gone for 2 weeks. That was easily arranged, and Sir Edmund's youngest sister was due having a baby around that time, and he had already asked for permission to go and visit her to see his first niece of nephew. Due to him being Harry's teacher, Morgane had offered to assist with the birth, and having the experienced healer with him was something Sir Edmund wouldn't refuse. Harry would accompany Sirius on his trip to spend a bit of time with his godfather, and nobody needed to worry about anything else. Guinevere and Arthur would look after Mordred while the others were gone. And things were looking good in regard to her possibly being pregnant. Her normal period was overdue, she prayed each day that the ritual had worked, and she was carrying her first child. They would know for sure when it hadn't come by July. The ritual could have the effect to skip one period, as Morgaine had told Arthur and Guinevere. But if it was a pregnancy, the period for July would also not come, and she would have side symptoms that many pregnant women experienced, like morning sickness and mood swings. Guinevere would happily take the morning sickness if only to finally be pregnant. Morgause thought she had found a great solution for her problems. The only reason why Mordred had been taken in by Lord Sirius was that he was a male relative of the boy. From her investigations, any other male relatives didn't have the intention to take care of the boy in any way. Arthur was too busy to care for Mordred, and he couldn't afford to give the impression of favoring his younger nephew over his older one. Harry was designated crown prince until Arthur managed to have a son of his own. While it had come as a disappointment that Mordred's father was revealed to be the fourth son of a lesser lord like Lord Chiron, she had hoped it to be the lord of a region, like it had been the case with Mordred's older brother's father. The important part was Mordred's maternal heritage anyway. Through Morgaine, Mordred was related to Arthur. And outside of Morgaine there were no other close relatives that remained for Arthur. It was one reason why the situation in England had been so volatile after Uther died. There were no known male relatives that could follow him onto the throne. That was why drawing the sword from the stone was used as a means to determine the rightful future king. Nothing but that relationship mattered in the long run. But she needed to regain control over the child. Probably it had been a mistake to take the child with her to Camelot, but at the time she didn't have anybody she trusted to leave the boy with while she went on her trip. And she had thought that she could plant a small seed into the minds of the nobles at Camelot that there was a spare heir, in case something happened to Harold. And for that the boy needed to be known. Sadly, it had all spiraled out of her control. But she hadn't planned for years and plotted how to eliminate any chance of Arthur to have a son of his own to now give up. She hadn't spent all the gold for the witch that had cursed Guinevere to be barren to let others have control over the child. She wanted Camelot and the power of being shadow ruler, and she would get it. No matter what price others would have to pay. But she knew that she had to be smart about it. Aunt of the king or not, she wouldn't get any mercy if she was found out. But there were many others that could be used as scapegoats in her stead. And planting a few innocent suggestions into the minds of some overambitious fools that wouldn't know how to plan long-term was far too easy. She would let them deal with Harold and in best case Sirius as well. Then Mordred's protection would be gone, and he would have to come back to her castle to be raised. Because neither Arthur nor Morgaine could do it, she would win in the end, even if she had to take this unexpected hit. She would make Morgaine pay for trying to foil her plans. She deserved to rule England. It was official. Morgaine gave Guinevere and Arthur, who both had come for this examination of Guinevere, a happy smile and a nod. It worked. Guinevere is pregnant, she informed her brother and sister-in-law. Guinevere broke into happy sobs. Thank you so much, Morgaine. I am so happy, babbled Guinevere. Thank you, sister. I can never repay you for this gift, added Arthur, holding Guinevere in his arms, letting her use him as a pillar of strength while the tension of fear that it hadn't worked left his wife. It was honestly my pleasure, brother. And without Harry, we wouldn't have managed to figure out what was wrong and how to counter it. But we need to be careful. I suggest you keep the pregnancy a secret until it becomes too obvious to hide anymore, she advised. Many will try to hurt Guinevere to get rid of the unborn child to still see their ambitions realized. We will. I will set up 2 of my most loyal knights as her protectors when we can't keep her pregnancy a secret anymore, nodded Arthur. Normally we should manage to hide it until she reaches the 5th month of pregnancy. Possibly we can stretch that until the 6th month if Guinevere wears wide dresses. Thankfully, she won't show too much during the summer months, where wearing such dresses would be seen as strange due to the warm weather, commented Morgaine, and during the winter months, there are far less people around the castle. Those that live here won't travel around to spread the news until the baby is born, which will happen about a month after the new year begins. Guinevere nodded. She would do what was necessary to hide this baby that she finally had conceived. She would protect her child from whoever wanted to harm it. And she would find a wonderful present for Harry to show her gratitude for his help. Thanks to his tireless research into ways how she could have been cursed into infertility, she now finally, after years of pain and humiliation by the other noble ladies, had the chance to become a mother. Morgaine listed several things that the two of them needed to take into consideration to ensure that the pregnancy would go well. While she would be around many times, she still had to travel back to Avalon regularly to take care of her duties. It had been a good thing that she went there for Beltane. This freed her to be away from the island for a few months afterward. Taliesin was after all in the know and supported the education of Harry to be ready to take up his position as the guardian of magic in the future. It was time. Sir Edmund had left Camelot, knowing that Harry would accompany his godfather on a trip for 2 weeks. He had left a list of exercises that he expected Harry to do each day with the now 15-year-old teenager. At least in this time, he was 15, even if in his normal timeline, he would be considered 14. But that was a side effect of the time travel. It had been different to celebrate his birthday in the past in Camelot. His family and friends had been present, and this made all the difference for Harry. There had been a small party for the squires that Harry was friends with the evening before, where they met and had a good time with some snacks and drinks that Harry had ordered from the castle kitchen. The knights had agreed to excuse them from morning training for that one day. Mainly because they all knew that the boys would have to work normally the following day and it wouldn't mess up their training in any way. Many people had congratulated Harry to his birthday. He was immensely popular. Especially daughters of nobles around his age had given him small self-made presents. It ranged from sweets to useful items. Harry was honestly a bit overwhelmed by the attention, but he thanked each girl politely and with an honest smile. He knew that many of them enjoyed the idea of being the one to win his heart. Sirius and Uncle Arthur had explained certain things to him, next to his mother and Aunt Guinevere adding to it from a female perspective. Mordred didn't understand all of it but liked teasing his brother over so many girls fancying him. Concerning another area, Harry was used as a good example for the new page candidates that had arrived in Camelot at the beginning of July. Having been a squire for nearly a year and being taught by one of the strictest Knight of the Round Table, Harry had a great sense of duty and attitude concerning his work. Many of the pages that started the year before that were normally the ones to take the new pages under their wing for the first month for general things all pages needed to know told them some stories about his achievements so far. Mostly during the morning runs. That was a time when they could talk with each other, and the speed set for the first week before the weights were to be put on again was considered a vacation of sorts by the experienced squires and pages. And by watching how Harry dutifully went through his training exercises systematically, the younger boys realized that they had a long way before them to reach their goals. Harry didn't mind, as he had used older squires as role models as well when he started out. Now he was clothed in his normal traveling gear and sat on Thunder's back. He waved towards his family that stayed back, wishing him and Sirius a safe journey and good luck for Sirius' business deals. It was an incredible feeling to know that he had this now. A family that loved him and supported him. And he would protect and defend them against whatever enemy wanted to hurt them. While this wasn't his time period and he would one day have to return to the future permanently, he would enjoy it while it lasted. And possibly he could convince Fawkes to help him with the occasional visit in Camelot even after his education was finished. Sirius went first towards the gates of Camelot with Harry following on Thunder. They would travel to the same spot that they had used the previous summer to arrive. It was far enough away from any kind of settlement to prevent that accidental observers could find out about their vanishing act. Once they had left the city, they spurned their horses into a faster gait and soon had left the immediate surrounding of the city. They knew that Hedwig would meet them at their traveling spot. The Snowy Owl had taken off an hour before the two of them. It was better to not let people see her leave with them. It could lead to unwanted rumors. And like every person of importance, Harry had to watch out how he was seen by the public. Sirius and Harry found Fawkes sitting on a branch next to Hedwig. "I guess this is it," commented Sirius. "Yes. I can't believe what happened during this year here in the past," agreed Harry. "It will certainly be different to be back at Hogwarts in the future. Having got the chance to study under the founders, you are one lucky bastard," nodded Sirius. "Even if the reasons for it were bad, I enjoyed it. Their approach to magic is totally different to what the teachers in our time pass on," agreed Harry. "Well, we better get going. We will have to see on which day Fox brings us back, commented Sirius. Probably sometime at the end of the break, stated Harry. I wonder how disappointed Dumbledore will be. The grinning face told Sirius just how little Harry cared for the old man's opinion in the matter. Honestly, Dumbledore had no right to interfere in Harry's life. He wasn't his guardian and in no way related to him. If I didn't know for sure that Dumbledore hates giving up information, he would send both of us a howler as soon as he gets a hint of where we are, stated Sirius, but that would include having others possibly listen into his admonishment, and that is not to his liking. Harry chuckled. He didn't care about the opinion of a man that only wanted to control him like a puppet. He and Sirius secured their things, telling Thunder and Starlight, Sirius Horse, to go grazing in the area but to not be seen by others until they were back, which would take a bit under 2 weeks, as they would then be brought back by Fox. Thanks to shrinking charms, the saddles and bridles of the 2 horses were stored in their traveling bags easily, and once everything was ready, Fox flamed them back to the future. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.